This young man in the army cooked a bowl of stone-lace porridge. The soldiers who ate it all turned into mad dogs. Those who ate it gained robust bodies, and their dicks grew by 30 centimeters. A second later, they were out fighting monsters because he had awakened a super-level chef ability. He could analyze and even cook monsters. Any monster was just an ingredient for him to prepare. And okay, no more stalling, let's get started. A month before my discharge, the entire sky was ablaze. Buildings were destroyed, explosions everywhere, the world collapsed. Communication between the base and the outside world was severed. A panicked voice shouted the report. "Platoon leader, sir, the intranet has collapsed. The radio has no signal either." What's going on? Not just the phone lines, but even the emergency communication line is down. A man standing above looked down at the soldiers below and yelled, "Are our units still safe? How long can we hold out here?" As everyone knew, all communication with the military was cut off. That was the beginning of everything. Someone spoke up. "Things have been like this until now." Looking at this desolate scene, luckily, our unit is located high in the mountains. There are enough obstacles around the unit for us to defend ourselves. But the inevitable will happen. We are gradually reaching our limit. A man stepped out and announced, "The food supply is dwindling rapidly. To survive, we were forced to make a difficult decision." A man, holding a large ladle, stirred a pot and shouted. He stirred while gaining momentum. At times like these, we need to eat well and concentrate our forces." A man cooked a large pot of soup. "Today's lunch will be a special stew." Wiping his sweat, he grinned with delight. Bear meat stewed with courage. Those who received their full trays of food all sat neatly in their places waiting. One person, while eating, turned to the person next to him and asked, "Is this really our only choice?" The person next to him laughed and replied, "Of course, going out to find food is no different from suicide." He ate with great appetite and praised it enthusiastically. "Wow, why is this so delicious? Should I get more?" Despite the confused frown on the face of the guy next to him. Well, to each his own. Suddenly, a man slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "You, Lieutenant Kim." He frantically gave an order. "Let's go. We have to go." He even stepped onto the dining table, his whole body brimming with fighting spirit. "We need to go out and fight right now." Getting scared already? Are we even soldiers? All the other soldiers also became fired up. They raised their clenched fists and shouted in unison, "Yeah, let's go get those bastards. I'll suffocate if we stay stuck in here. Let's go hunt those monsters." It's true, you can't fight on an empty stomach. All those soldiers now seemed to be in a frenzy. They all stood up and rushed outside. Let's get some exercise to burn off this fat." The place became noisy and chaotic. In the dining hall, Shin Kong-jun stood there smiling, satisfied as he heard the shouts of the soldiers outside. Long live the Army of the Republic of Korea. This was exactly what he had expected. He is Sergeant Shin Kong-jun, 20 years old. The soldiers' eyes glowed red as they charged straight out without any fear or fatigue. Shin Kong-jun is the cook of this unit. A peaceful scene with white clouds and golden sun. Some guys are playing soccer on the field. The gate proudly displays the number 1. The sound of people shouting while playing soccer. "Block him. That spot's open." They even grab each other's heads to jump up and head the ball. Hid. Sint mies. A few people walked by, asking each other, "Have you heard the new Espa song?" In the canteen, voices echoed, "Oh man, why does it taste like this? Today's lunch menu is nothing special. What about dinner?" A guy carrying supplies passed by this place. Seeing the long line of people, he remarked, "It's almost mealtime, and people will just eat whatever they can get." After saying that, he quickly carried the cardboard box away. I need to get this to the kitchen quickly." Shin Kong-jun stood in the kitchen, expertly prepping food with a knife in hand. Each chop was beautiful and precise. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Sergeant Shin Kong-jun." The knife in his hand stopped. The big guy ran in hurriedly, looking a bit panicked. "We were supposed to have stir-fried squid tonight, but we're out of squid." Hearing this, he was startled and whipped around, shouting, "What? I've told you so many times to check the food supplies carefully." And as he was scolding him, "How many times have I told you?" Another guy poked his head in and called, "Hey, Sergeant Shin, there's a call from Lieutenant Kim. He doesn't want to eat vegetable tempura for lunch." One thing after another. It was infuriating. He angrily shouted, "What? That guy? But he's a lieutenant." He couldn't refuse. He had to wave his hand dismissively. "All right, just forget about it." The other guy stammered awkwardly, "Yes, Sergeant," looking at the pile of chopped carrots on the table. I'm already stuck with kitchen duty because we're short-staffed, and this place is so damn picky. No squid for dinner. And Lieutenant Kim doesn't like vegetables for lunch. After sorting those things out, he looked at everyone in the kitchen and said loudly, "All right, everyone listen up. We're changing the dinner menu from stir-fried squid to pan-seared pork belly. Everyone, remember the pork belly we stored during the last unit gathering, right?" The others shouted in unison, "Yes, Sergeant." He frowned, looked at the guy next to him, and urged, "Hurry up, they're going to love this." His orders echoed through the kitchen. "Get the cream and chicken from the freezer too. Lieutenant Kim likes pasta for lunch, so we'll make chicken pasta. Hurry up." The atmosphere was peaceful. The guys playing soccer on the field still weren't tired. A torn cardboard box was thrown in the woods. A shoe lay discarded on the ground. Near it was a pool of blood. It seemed someone met with an accident. Someone had died without anyone knowing. A moving shadow continuously made a strange, growling sound. A huge monster with two blood-red eyes, its mouth full of sharp teeth, was eating the corpse of that person. Inside the kitchen, no one knew what was happening yet. A person handed Shin Kong-jun a bottle of soda to encourage him. "There are only a few days left until you're discharged, Sergeant. Hang in there." He took the can from his hand and smiled relaxedly. "That's right, but because it's not long now, doing these things feels more worthwhile." The chubby guy smiled and asked, "I'm so jealous of people who have completed their military service. Sergeant, what are your plans after your discharge?" He looked at him and answered honestly, "Well, I don't know yet." Opening the can, he continued talking, "I think I'll study cooking properly and try to open a restaurant." Hearing him, the other guy exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't the food industry in a recession right now? And cooking isn't even your specialty, Sergeant." He looked at him with a slight, meaningful smile. Although he said that he was still very confident in his own abilities, "I found joy in being a cook in the Army. It's pretty nice to see people enjoy my cooking, so I want to study it more seriously." After hearing that, the other guy was still bewildered but replied, "Oh, that's impressive. So after you're discharged, do you want to come to the restaurant I used to work at, Sergeant? I'll teach you as your senior." As soon as he finished his sentence, the mouthful of soda Shin Kong-jun had just drunk sprayed out completely. Wiping his mouth, he angrily yelled, not at all pleased, "Are you crazy? Who said I like your place? I'm not interested in Japanese cuisine, you idiot." The other guy, despite being yelled at, wasn't angry at all. He even tried to add, "Oh, but Japanese cuisine is delicious too." He put the can down on the table. He gave a sly smile and looked straight into his eyes. "I really appreciate it. But isn't the culinary industry's hierarchy even stricter than the military? I don't want to be ordered around by you." After saying that, he stood up, ready to get back to work and assert his authority. He ordered the chubby guy, "Anyway, I just noticed we're out of salt. Go get some from the storeroom." The chubby guy obediently listened. "Yes, sir." In the Army, he was his superior, and yet he dared to ask him to be his subordinate after discharge. Who would agree to that? Looking over at the other guys, he switched back to his grumpy mode. He pointed and yelled, "It's almost mealtime. Hurry up and get everything ready." The other guys could only obey, "Yes, sir," although he said that he was still quite intrigued by what the chubby guy had said. Thinking of the delicious and beautifully presented dishes, he thought to himself, Japanese cuisine, huh? Being his junior doesn't sound good at all, but learning from a restaurant with a different style might be okay. He couldn't help but think of all sorts of different, delicious cuisines. He crossed his arms and chuckled to himself. On the other hand, the pinnacle of cooking is definitely Western cuisine. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the kitchen. "Ah!" He jumped, startled, and looked in that direction, his face darkening with confusion. "Is that Senior June's voice?" He rushed towards the storeroom. "What's wrong?" He carefully opened the door and peeked inside. He didn't see him. He softly called, "Senior June," not noticing it. The corner of the room, a pitch-black figure. His eyes widened in terror, sweat broke out, and his face turned pale. Looking at the hulking dark shadow. "Damn it, what is that thing?" The monster's tail was long, its mouth continuously making strange noises. At its feet lay the corpse of Senior June. It killed him. His eyes were still wide open. He saw him too. Horrified, he asked himself, "Senior June is dead?" His whole body was frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. A chill ran down his spine. His whole body trembled helplessly. "No way. This can't be a joke. It's impossible. It can't be a wild animal. There's no way a monster this big could exist." Sweat poured down his face as he tried to calm down. He glanced in another direction. That's right, but it's not impossible. But how did Senior June? The blood spatter was still there. There was no mistaking it. His jaw dropped. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, frozen to the spot, unable to look away. Damn it. This isn't a dream. It's real. The blood pooled on the ground, and the terrifying cries of the beast. Just then, a few other people ran over. Sergeant Shin. He quickly raised his hand to stop them. Stop! An idea flashed in his mind. He needed to get everyone out of here first. Shin Kong-jun waved his hands, signaling them to leave quietly. The men stood still, looking at him in confusion. He continued to motion, whispering, "Get down and go." One guy, not knowing any better, opened the door and asked, "Sergeant Shin, what's going on?" He didn't even see the monster there. He just casually walked straight into the storeroom, holding a box. The monster immediately noticed the new object. Its two eyes glowed a bright red as it lunged towards the newcomer. Only now did this guy see it. Scared stiff, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Shin Kong-jun quickly lunged forward. "Kid, run." He hastily picked up the large knife from the ground and threw it straight at the monster. "Take this, you goddamn beast." Unexpectedly, the knife that flew at it just bounced off. It didn't even leave a scratch on it. The knife hit the wall hard and fell to the ground. Its tail also flung the other guy far away. He slammed hard against the wall in pain. The monster had 4 legs and a tail. Its whole body was almost as big as the storeroom. He looked at it in astonishment, his mouth agape. What the? Screamed in fear. "Sergeant, what the hell is this thing?" Shin Rangun, sprawled on the ground, yelled back, "How should I know?" The monster's foot slammed down. Whoosh! It sent the table flying. With nothing left to hide behind, he crawled on the ground, screaming, "Damn it." The monster's arms swung out, and his whole body froze. Mouth agape. He didn't know what to do. He scooped up a ladle full of oil. A man shouted, "Sergeant Shin." He threw a large ladle of oil at the monster. "Get down." Shin Rangun watched, his jaw dropping in amazement. The monster's face was scorched black by the oil poured on it. The man wondered in confusion. Did it work? He quickly scooped up another full ladle of oil. Seeing the monster in pain, he exclaimed excitedly, "Great, it can't stand hot oil." He quickly threw another ladleful, shouting, "Here, die." Shin Rangun watched this scene, quickly taking note. No matter how tough your skin is, you'll still get burned by oil. We need to tell the people outside. What happened? He called out to him, "Cook." He turned sharply. "Yes, sir." But just then, a blackish-gray blur whipped past. It was the monster, using its tail to fling the cook away. The big, strong tail whipped him right in the face. Too fast, too dangerous. Even he couldn't grasp what had just happened. The poor cook was killed instantly by the monster. He turned pale in terror. Even the cook. The monster continued to wreck the place with its tail. Its tail spun like a fan in the middle of the room. Now, only he was left. It targeted him, its tail rising high. He quickly covered his face with his hands. "Damn it, it's gone berserk." Looking across the floor, the others were all dead, lying in pools of blood. Seeing them, he grew even more terrified, wondering, "Am I going to die like this?" He was so tense that sweat poured down. Tears welled up, just like for Brother June and the cook. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The monster was striking in another direction, not at him. He suddenly realized its eyes were squinted, disoriented. He wondered, what's going on? Looking closely at its bloodshot eyes. Oh, the oil has blinded it. This was his chance. Wounds also started to appear on its body. Its scales turned red and cracked. Shin Rangun gritted his teeth, observing the exposed skin behind. He furrowed his brow tightly. Shaking, he focused his thoughts. Gritting his teeth with determination, "I might be able to do this." He was thinking, "I need something that can stab deep enough." Suddenly, he saw a long knife on the ground. He recognized it as Brother June's favorite knife. Suddenly, the monster clenched its jaw, its red eyes snapping towards him. Shin Rangun tried to stay calm, not daring to move, without making a sound. "If I make even the slightest noise, I'm a goner." That's right. His jaw clenched, sweat pouring down like rain. "In this life or death moment, I have to be bold. I'm the one who decides." Quickly seizing the opportunity, the monster turned away. He dashed towards a knife on the ground. In a flash, from one corner to another, the monster sensed someone, but its eyes couldn't see. He grabbed the knife, and then, quick as a flash, dashed forward, leaping high, slashing down and yelling, "Die, you bastard!" The monster, in pain, stuck out its long tongue. His hand gripped the knife tightly, and he stabbed hard into its existing wound. The monster roared in pain and collapsed to the ground. He used all his strength to push the knife deeper. Its black blood splattered onto his face. holding it firm. After a struggle, the monster weakened, but it was still in its death throes. He was determined. I can't give up. All right, it has to die. I have to kill it without giving it a chance to fight back. Either it dies, or I die. Shin Rangun pulled the knife out and stabbed it frantically. He screamed as he stabbed. The monster finally lay still and motionless. All the pent-up frustration and anger for his dead comrades around him. He let all out. Even though it was dead, he kept stabbing. Die, you bastard. His hand, holding the knife tightly, stabbed ceaselessly. The monster was dead as a doornail. After a while, the room fell silent again. The floor was covered in black blood. Exhausted, he collapsed next to the monster, gasping for breath. Overjoyed, as if he had returned from the dead, he let out a sigh of relief. I won. Looking at the giant corpse, he cheered. I killed that monster. A light flashed in the air. A series of blue screens appeared with a voice. Congratulations on your awakening. Awakener, Shin Rangun. Occupation, apprentice cook. His eyes widened in disbelief, wondering, what is this? Today is truly full of surprises. Dusk was falling, casting a dim light over the place. An indescribable silence. This place is filled with countless corpses. Damn it, why are there so many monsters? I see corpses everywhere. Everywhere he went, he saw bodies strewn about. Is everyone dead? Struggling out from under a large fallen tree, tears welled in his eyes, still unable to understand. This is insane. What the hell is going on? What was that monster? And were those weird windows? A moment ago, he tried clicking on it. It immediately announced a global event. Guild wars will begin soon. Rise up together. It also told him, create a new guild or join an existing one. Early formed guilds will receive exclusive benefits. It also displayed his own notification. Currently, no guild. He frowned, staring at the screen in midair, utterly bewildered. What is this 3D image? It's like a system window in a game. He even thought, is someone messing with me? His hand curiously pressed it. Suddenly, a light flashed. Another announcement appeared. The global event Capture the Flag has begun. Every time he clicked, another notification appeared. He's all alone in this forest. He tried to search for anyone else. After reading the recent notifications, he was even more confused. Guild wars? Capture the flag. His head felt like it was going to explode. Gritting his teeth. I don't know anything. I don't have time to care about this nonsense. I need to get out of here first. But everywhere he went, there were only corpses. He tried to search. Find the survivors first. It's safer in a group. He gripped the long knife tightly, not daring to let go. It was his only weapon for self-defense. He hid behind a large tree, observing cautiously. I must survive at all costs. I'll check the surrounding area, even if I don't find anything. The whole place was silent, not a sound. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Shin Rangun peeked out from behind a wall. Where did that gunshot come from? From the armory? I'm getting closer. He thought about the giant monster from before and suspected maybe the people who couldn't fight. This monster dropped their guns and fled to the armory. Thinking this, his spirits lifted. There was still hope. Just then, behind him, a monster exactly like the previous one appeared in a flash. It was huge, with bloodshot eyes, staring intently at him. Seeing it, he jumped and screamed. What? Where did you come from? He panicked. I don't even have any oil right now. Suddenly, another light flashed in the air. The system displayed a notification. Skill. God's Eye's been activated. The more he read, the less he understood. The monster got closer and closer. He screamed, what the hell is this window? Analysis of ingredient complete was displayed on screen. You have obtained the apprentice cook's recipe. Lizard trimming. The joints of the lizard are very flexible and soft, making movement easy. Therefore, it is an ingredient that even someone with a little knowledge can handle without difficulty. First, cut off circulation and drain the blood from the body. The left armpit area, near the heart, is easy to cut through. Making it easy to drain blood from the vessels near the heart becomes easy. Shin Rangun read with wide eyes. What the hell? What is this? A preparation method for the monster is appearing in my head. Just then, the monster let out an impatient roar. It couldn't wait to devour him. In this small alley, it just kept stepping closer. He jumped in terror. Oh no, it's coming. He gripped the knife tightly, wondering, can I really move the way I'm imagining? He was still thinking, but is a method like this really possible? When the monster charged, forced on. No more time to think. He narrowed his eyes, bracing himself. Damn it, I have to try. The monster opened its maw, tilted its head to the sky, and roared. Skill unlocked. Apprentice Cook's knife skill. He managed to stab the monster's left armpit. Blood spurted out immediately. When using knife-type weapons, damage is enhanced. But I thought the knife would get stuck in its tough hide. But contrary to his expectations, the knife really did pierce the monster, making it spew blood. Watching the monster collapse, he realized if he followed that panel, it really works. The monster was completely dead. He couldn't believe he had killed it in a single blow. Panting heavily, he exhaustedly crawled away from the monster's corpse. Surrounded by blood, he shouted joyfully, "I did it!" His hand still gripped the knife tightly. If the system panel hadn't guided me, I'd be dead for sure. Suddenly, Shin Rangun flinched. His body felt like it was drifting into another dimension. What is this feeling? Something is slowly welling up inside. A sensation I've never felt before. A light flashed again. You have received experience points. But before him, the system panel displayed God's eye. There is no ingredient that a great cook cannot handle, even those they have never worked with before. Targets appraised are treated as ingredients. Appraisal can reveal the standard recipe and preparation method of the target. He read with wide, astonished eyes, glancing at the monster's corpse. Now I know what ingredients means, he shouted in surprise. This monster is considered a food ingredient. The system switched to another screen. Lizard roast recipe. Lizard meat is special for its savory aroma and light taste. However, if overcooked, it will become tougher. If the unpleasant smell is not removed, it becomes an ingredient that requires careful preparation. But the recommended cooking method is reading this far. He couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Enough!" He whipped his head away, not wanting to look, and shouted, "Are you insane? Cook that thing. How could anyone swallow a man-eating monster?" His heart pounded. What the predicament? Panting, sweating profusely, feeling helpless. This awakening is... Suddenly, he heard someone approaching. A soldier holding a gun came through the small alley. "Who's there?" He quickly replied. "I'm Sergeant Shin Rangun, a cook." The man recognized him and hurried over. Sergeant Shin. He also knew him. "You're Corporal Kim Ja from the Quartermaster unit," he exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, you're alive," while the other asked, "What are you doing here alone?" Seeing his exhausted and blood-splattered state, he asked curiously, "What happened to you?" Shin Rangun didn't answer. He adjusted his clothes slightly, frowning as he replied, "It's a long story. Why are you here?" The two of them walked out of the alley together. Outside, there were a few more people. All of them were holding guns. The corporal explained, "I heard a voice from this direction. I thought there might be survivors. Let's go to the armory first. We don't know when the monsters will appear." He walked, nervously and cautiously looking around. Suddenly, several people started running fast, shouting, "Run! Hurry up!" The three of them bolted. Two of them ran ahead with guns. He followed behind with a knife. The other guy asked, "But where are the other cooks?" He replied hesitantly in a sad, low voice, "They're probably all dead." The other guy quickly said, "I'm sorry." By now, they had reached a safe place. He reassured him, "You don't have to be sorry." He looked down at the ground, thinking of the dead. They were good people. Remembering the scene of them with arms around each other, laughing happily, he felt even sadder. It seems I'm the only one left alive. Suddenly, a shout was heard. "Report! We found a survivor here. Hurry up, get inside." Shin Kongjun followed them inside. Looking around, everyone here was armed with guns. He thought to himself, "We've fortified a defensive line around the armory." Everyone looked exhausted. Some were even injured. They all looked tired. Different uniforms. He felt much more at ease. Following the man, he exclaimed with relief, "At least we've gathered here." What a relief. A familiar light flashed in the air. Skill acquired. Primate butchery. Apprentice chef's secret recipe. He read it and jumped in shock. His eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Primate butchery. Looking around, there were only humans here. A chill ran down his spine as he looked at the soldiers, thinking, could it be talking about these people? This is too terrifying. What the hell is this? The system. It's even instructing me to kill and butcher people. Suddenly, a guy ran up to him. "Hey, Sergeant, go inside and report." He asked in surprise. "Report?" He looked normal. He guessed. "It seems the others can't see this window." The guy told him that's right. Lieutenant Kim is in command here. The high-ranking officers from each department are having a meeting. When he heard about the survival of Sergeant Shin, he immediately called for you. Hearing that, he followed him inside. All right, let's go. The guy pointed and gave directions. As soon as you go in, there's a door on the left. Wiping the dirt from his face, he thought to himself, is Lieutenant Kim the only surviving officer? But the monsters surely didn't just attack the soldiers. Time to go in. The door was already ajar. He hesitated slightly, standing outside for a moment before entering. He peeked his head in and said quietly, Sergeant Shin Kong-jun, I heard you were looking for me, sir. There were several other men inside the room. As soon as they saw him, one of them exclaimed, Oh, Shin Kong-jun, you're alive. Lieutenant Kim Hyung-cheol saw him, and his expression soured. He announced, It seems we're in big trouble. He told him, Sit down. Let's talk. Sit wherever you're comfortable. Shin Kong-jun calmly looked at him and agreed, All right. The lieutenant said to everyone present, There are still quite a few survivors. He picked up a notebook and handed it to the person next to him. Continue checking the list. Is this the transport team? Looking at the man in front of him, a flicker of displeasure showed in his eyes. Sweat beaded on his brow. Lieutenant Kim, his arrogant demeanor. He knew him as a dirty, greedy, low-ranking officer. He had once expressed disgust and criticized the food he cooked. Disgusting. Who can eat this crap? I'll eat the other dishes later. There were times he even came to the kitchen to bossily order him around. Hey, I'm suddenly craving some pasta. Make it for me right now. He who was cooking something else had to stop and ask, Right now, sir? All of that. He didn't have a good impression of him. And now, he still had that same attitude. This guy is the current commander of our unit. He glanced around the room and asked the men, Is there a SAE ho from the transport team here? No. Isn't it team leader Jun Kyo? The man sitting nearby turned and replied, Ah, yes. Sergeant Kim Jun Kyo is dead. No, he's gone to a better place. Kim Hyung-cheol heard this and asked, startled, The transport team leader? All the other men's faces darkened. They fell silent, not daring to speak. Everyone looked a bit sad. Shin Kong-jun observed them all. Half of them aren't competent enough for their positions. Suddenly, a man came forward and volunteered himself. Right now, Sergeant Park's mental state is unstable, so I'm here in his place. Kim Hyung-cheol leaned forward, looking at the one who just spoke. What? He looked at the calm demeanor of the men sitting seriously. Only the most level-headed ones are here. He raised a notebook to look and summarize. Scout Unit 7. He frowned, considering. Transport Unit 10 and Logistics Unit 1. They were tallying the survivors. Roughly, there are about 100 people left. Nearly half the battalion are casualties. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Can I take a look, sir? He agreed, turning, Sergeant Ninja, what is it? This ninja was a sergeant from the Communications Corps. Sweating nervously, he stated his assessment. I checked everything before coming here. It seems we've lost contact with the outside. Kim Hyung-cheol shouted in disbelief. What? The other guy calmly recalled. All the phones have no signal. An emergency communication network is down too. Even the TV, radio, intranet, and even the military radio frequencies. He reported, I've tried every method I can think of, but it seems we're completely cut off. This news was not good at all. Saying it out loud made everyone more panicked. We're doomed. Only Shin Kong-jun sat quietly to the side, observing. The other men started talking chaotically among themselves. You mean we can't contact the outside world? Did North Korea drop an EMP? Others said no. The military has protection against EMPs. Then how the hell? The men murmured anxiously. Damn it. Are we all just waiting to die here? If we can't contact the outside, what will happen to our families? A scared man frowned and asked the leader, Lieutenant Kim, what do we do now? I feel like I'm trapped in my own unit. He knew everyone was starting to worry. Looking at these terrified faces, he thought that if a goal were set, the soldiers' anxiety would lessen a bit. Kim Hyung-cheol sat there helplessly, unable to answer his subordinate's question. The commander, the one who could resolve this chaos, had to calm everyone down now. As the only officer at the moment, everyone was waiting for his decision. Kim Hyung-cheol thought for a moment, still unable to speak. Everyone, including Shin, stared at him, waiting for an answer. An impatient man shouted, What's the matter? Even the lieutenant doesn't know what to do. So what are we supposed to do? Hearing this made him furious. He narrowed his eyes, glaring, and cursed inwardly, this crazy bastard. So he stood up, spreading his hands as if he knew everything. Let's just do it. It's dangerous, but it's necessary. Let's pick volunteers and proceed. Everyone asked in surprise, volunteers. Shin Kong-jun was not at all satisfied with this answer either. He thought, he still wants to do that. Looking at this shameless man, unworthy of being a commander, he wondered, doesn't he want to be a commander anymore? If he makes the wrong choice now, he'll have to face the consequences. He's still trying to evade responsibility by saying he needs orders from above. He knew it wasn't easy for him either. This situation was indeed very difficult, but this was not the attitude a commander should have. He was furious, but could do nothing but grit his teeth. Lieutenant Kim, to think I once had hope in you. How foolish. The clueless man raised his hands and looked around. If anyone disagrees, do you have a better idea? He added, if not, then let's pick some volunteers. A few others mumbled in agreement. Maybe we have no other choice. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-cheol was delighted. Good. So everyone agrees. But someone couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, is that something a lieutenant should say in this situation? Others quickly tried to calm him down. Hey, calm down. There has to be some other way. He looked at this chaotic scene, only able to hold his head in helplessness. Only now, in this situation, did he realize he couldn't expect anything from these commanders. Kim Hyung-cheol was silently furious. He gripped the chair tightly and said loudly, you said we lost contact, right? He made a proposal then. Why don't we send a few people to the higher echelon unit and try to contact them? To do anything, we must receive orders from above. Everyone once again stared at him, dumbfounded. Shin Kong-jun couldn't stay silent any longer and said in a cold voice, isn't that very dangerous, sir? The other men stared at him in surprise. Regardless of what they thought, he had to speak. They're on a high mountain 1,400 meters above sea level, and even if we drive out, it would take a long time. It takes 2 hours to reach the higher echelon unit, and during that time, if any monsters attack. After hearing him, some men agreed amongst themselves, yeah, the distance is too far. Staying put is better. Kim Hyung-cheol didn't dare to look at him, glancing away flustered. The remaining soldiers will stay at the unit until we make contact with our superiors. The ninja sergeant silently glanced over. He had the same expression as Shin. The sky was darkening. They started discussing other matters. Check the supply situation. Kong-jun, how much food do we have left? He stood up and reported. About 5 days of standard rations and 6 weeks of emergency rations. Recalling what was in the warehouse. Since our numbers have decreased, I guess it will last for about 2 months. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-cheol looked at another man and asked, what about ammunition? The supply manager reported. We used up all the training ammunition last week, so now we only have live rounds in the reserve warehouse. It's not a small amount, but if we're not resupplied. Thinking about that pile of ammo, his voice wavered. After all, those are monsters. And after that, there were many discussions about how to deal with the remaining monsters. On the base, Kim Hyung-cheol struggled to maintain control regarding the power and water supply. But everything he did, Shin still couldn't be satisfied because he achieved nothing. In the end, the goal was still to wait for contact from superiors. But the good thing was that the soldiers seemed to have calmed down. Kim took notes of everything. All right, that's enough. He was about to end the meeting just like that. Go inform the other teams. He was bewildered, his mouth agape. The meeting is ending just like that. He hasn't even discussed the most important thing yet. So Shin Kong-jun stood up once more. He looked at all of them and asked, shouldn't we be discussing the awakening? Everyone looked bewildered. Kim Hyung-cheol asked in surprise, awakening. Sergeant Shin, what are you talking about? He repeated himself. Didn't you all say you hunted monsters? The other guy broke into a sweat, confused. That's right, we hunted them with guns. What about? No one understood what he was talking about. Only now did he realize he was different. What's with this awkward reaction? Am I the only awakened one here? So he pulled the knife from his belt. The knife, still bloody, he held it out in front of him. I have something I want to show you, sir. The other men scrambled away from him in alarm. Hey, what are you doing with that knife? What are you trying to do? The sharp, pointed knife, he walked towards the table. The others backed away further. Everyone was clearly on guard. His earlier words and his current actions were not normal at all in their eyes. But he was out of options. You can say whatever you want, but it'll also make you look like a crazy person. I killed that monster. And this is just an ordinary table. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. Just treat it like slicing vegetables. And so, Shin Rangrun decisively made a series of cuts on the table. His hand holding the knife was skilled, his expression serious, as he reenacted the movements he had used to kill that monster. He stopped. The table didn't look any different, but in an instant, it cracked and broke apart, exactly along the lines he had cut. The whole room was stunned. Everyone's mouths hung open in amazement. Whoa! A few of them even exclaimed, "That's insane. How'd you do that?" The table was cut, as if it were paper. The system displayed a talent notification. Apprentice chef's knife skills. He had proven his point. Holding up the knife, he said to them, "After killing the monster that broke into the kitchen, I awakened an ability and can now do this." Corporal Kim couldn't help but shout, "What? Killed a monster and awakened?" He completely understood their astonishment. He affirmed decisively, "That's right. At first, I found it hard to believe too, but he had proven it with his actions." As they stared at him, dumbfounded, he continued, "Haven't you all seen it with your own eyes? I don't know how I lived before, but in this situation, I wouldn't be surprised if I could die at any moment. We don't know when we'll run out of ammunition or food. We also don't know the number of monsters." His hand gripped the knife tightly. It was the weapon that would help him survive. "I only have 3 days left until I'm discharged, but now I'm about to die here." The thought of it is infuriating. A fighting spirit boiled within him. "No, I will live. I'll get out of here and open a restaurant of my own. To survive, I have to get this battalion in shape. I can't let myself be led by the nose into their pointless plans. I have to speak up. So our top priority is, from now on, I will lead you to awaken this entire battalion." Just then, a loud noise from outside cut through everything. A soldier ran in frantically reporting, "We're in trouble. The monsters are coming." Corporal Kim looked out and yelled, "What? How many are there?" The soldier reported, "At least 5. But we can't be sure yet." Just as we finished our meeting, they show up again. The whole room erupted into chaos. "Hurry up, move. Get to your positions and prepare for battle." The men heard the order and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." He also gritted his teeth and rushed outside. "Damn, why do they keep coming here?" Outside, the soldiers could only fire their guns continuously. A volley of bullets rained down on the monsters. "Fortunately, they've only just reached our positions." The soldiers shouted to each other as they fired. "It's taking nearly a full clip to kill one of them." Another shouted back, "Conserve ammo. Aim for higher accuracy." The monsters were even climbing over the outer fence. Seeing them get shot and bleed everywhere gave him a little hope. At least bullets could still wound them. But this isn't a good way. Using 20 to 30 rounds for one monster, we won't have enough ammo. After attacking 10 monsters today, thinking of the limited ammunition depot, they say we can still hold out for now. But without resupply, we'll die soon. After a volley of gunfire, the monsters were all dead. A triumphant shout rang out. "It's over. It's finished. All right, secure the perimeter and check for casualties. Squad leaders, check your head counts and report back." Looking at the bodies on the ground, 2 had been sacrificed today. A few men cursed loudly in frustration. "Damn it." Shin Rangrun stepped forward and asked, "What do we do with the bodies?" A soldier told him, "There's a makeshift cemetery we made behind the unit. Most of them will be put in body bags for cremation." A soldier came over and urged the others, "Hurry up." They quickly carried the bodies away. "Yes, Captain." He broke into a cold sweat, standing there, speechless. And so, the battle with the monsters ended. The things discussed in the meeting began to be implemented. Corporal Kim looked at a few men and asked, "Are you too sure about moving the troops?" He knew they should first send a support request to the higher-ups and wait for contact. A confident-looking soldier replied, "Yes, I know a place we can use to regroup. We have enough fuel, and we won't have to fight any monsters on the way." He added, "We also have a depot to restock ammunition there." Hearing this, Commander Kim seemed pleased. "Good, very good. Then I'll provide cover for you until you can get the next convoy out." Listening to their discussion, he had another idea in mind. Now we need to discuss how to increase the number of awakened people. The other men looked at each other, puzzled. "Why can't we awaken? I'm sure I killed a monster." Hearing their confusion, he spoke up. "Perhaps it's because you killed it with a gun." A reconnaissance sergeant, motivated by Shin Rangrun, turned around in surprise and asked back, "What? Not use a gun?" The whole group was incredulous, thinking about that huge monster. Could it be? He did say he killed a monster with his own hands, but we shot it with guns from a distance. So, they could never get close. Hearing them talk, he knew that was the only difference. "I think so too." Shin Rangrun calmly looked at the men and explained, "There must be a source of energy that enters you when you kill it." They all stood gathered around him, listening. Maybe the monster releases energy when it dies, and you have to be near it to absorb that energy. I wonder if that's what happened. Corporal Kim also listened. but he seemed terrified by the idea. Frowning uncomfortably, he thought, so you'd have to face the monster head-on? The men surrounding him started asking questions. Did that message tell you about the armpit weakness? He answered honestly, yes. The knife went through it easily. Another asked, but you didn't know about that weakness before you awakened? He answered each question. Oh, I poured boiling oil on it and the skin peeled off. Shin Rangrun calmly recounted everything. That's when I seized the opportunity. Corporal Kim's jaw dropped in surprise. Boiling oil, so you don't need to surround it? He couldn't help but say bluntly. Either way, it means you have to get close. That's no different from suicide. A soldier rubbed his hands together, having made a decision. Then let's do it this way. The soldier, convinced by him, stood up and said to everyone, anyway, we can kill a monster easily with a few bullets. And you've all seen that. It causes them pain and wears them down. Thinking of the scene of continuously shooting the monster. Right before it's about to die, we'll have another person go in and finish it off. By then, the monster will be weakened, so it won't be too difficult. And remember to strike its weak point directly. Corporal Kim stroked his chin, thinking, so we need bayonets to kill them. Maybe we need to form a maintenance team to sharpen those bayonets with a grinder. The other soldier raised his rifle in agreement. Yes, since the slashing range is wider, a bayonet will be safer. Listening to his words, he had to admit it was a smart strategy. Taejun is a scout, so he might be weaker in direct combat. But in return, he has strategic thinking abilities. With that thought, he suddenly grabbed the man's sleeve. He said with an amused smile. So, Taejun will handle this side, okay? We're going to eat. Taejun shouted in surprise. What? In this situation, he replied with a relaxed smile. In this situation, you should especially go eat. Looking at those guys working over there, I don't know what else to do. I'm starving now. Taejun protested weakly. No, I don't think so. He looked at Corporal Kim and Taejun and proposed. It's past lunchtime. I'm going to start preparing dinner now. Captain, with your permission? He agreed immediately. All right, we need to eat to fight. I'll give you 2 men. Yes, Shin Rangrun replied, satisfied. Yes, thank you. So, we'll have dinner at 7 and change shifts. Before that, we need to inform the soldiers about the awakened. The men shouted in unison. Yes, First Lieutenant. A truck drove deep in the forest. There were 2 people in the vehicle. The truck sped on, its occupants warily scanning their surroundings. Outside the kitchen, a soldier stood guard with a rifle. Inside, Shin Rangrun was cooking. He wielded the knife with swift, fluid motions, feeling a sense of disbelief. Why is this so easy? The whole cooking process was so relaxing. It didn't feel difficult at all. He was cooking all by himself, with no one to help. Could this be the effect of the apprentice chef skill? I was worried I couldn't cook it all myself, but now it's no problem at all. Soon, the cooking was done. Apprentice chef's pan-seared pork belly, complete. Excellent heat control has raised the chef stat. Chef's sincerity has increased to moderate. Cooking stat will be slightly increased. Today, the dish emitted a strange light. When eating apprentice chef's pan-seared pork belly, health and agility will be enhanced. For a moderate amount of time. He finished reading, his eyes wide with surprise. Eating this will increase stats. For a certain period of time, I didn't know it could increase strength and agility. Can be added to the exquisite sauce skill. He stared in surprise at the notification on the system panel. The more he read, the more bewildered he became. Exquisite sauce. His hand suddenly began to glow. There's a strange energy in my hand. Unable to believe his eyes, he guessed. So, if I use this energy, I can control the emotions of the person who eats my cooking. To a certain extent, remembering the soldiers outside, he knew everyone was bewildered and trembling with fear. I have to try this glowing hand quickly. I hope this dish will help them relax a little. Adding exquisite sauce. Reassurance. Apprentice chef's pan-seared pork belly with a dash of reassurance. Finishing the dish, he wiped his sweat with a satisfied smile. Now let's eat. In the mess hall, the men stood in an orderly line. Sergeant Shin, can I have a little extra? He gladly served them food. Of course, Ida. As he served the food, his heart pounded with anticipation. Will it work? The men ate with relish, smiling with their eyes crinkled as they praised. Wow, this is delicious. One even asked, did you cook all this by yourself, Sergeant Shin? He just watched everyone's expressions intently. I know it's not going to make your biceps bigger or give you a six-pack. I can't tell if it's working, if I can't see it. Looking at the soldiers in front of him, he wondered, is this a useless skill? Suddenly, a soldier enthusiastically gave him a thumbs up. Sergeant Shin, Thanks for the meal. A few men gathered around him, talking excitedly. The monster made my heart feel fragile and vulnerable. But now that my stomach is full, I feel much better. Others chimed in. Me too. I feel full of energy. Can I have seconds? Shin Rangrun's eyes lit up. Delighted, he said, of course. He knew. It seems to be working. Looking at the meat in the pot, I'm not sure about the stats part, but the whole dining hall is much more lively and cheerful. It might be a good ability if it can help steady their hearts like this. Suddenly, the whole room shook. The soldiers were instantly on alert. The building was shaking violently. Shin Rangrun gritted his teeth, looking up at the ceiling in alarm. Damn it again. He ran towards the emergency exit. They won't give me a break. The sky was pitch black. The men rushed out of the building, shouting loudly. Over there, by the barracks. Shin Rangrun ran after them. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, the gunfire has stopped. Is everything all right? The soldiers, each holding. He saw them standing there with their guns, pointing and talking. He asked the men, hey, what's going on? I just got back from a meal. One of them turned and stammered. Well, suddenly, he looked ahead and was startled. Seeing a familiar face in the crowd, he called out loudly, Taejun. Seeing him, the man turned. Oh, you're here too. Several people he knew were present. You guys are here too? Minsu, what the hell is going on? Minsu frowned, looking tense, and replied, we saw a monster and chased after it. Just like you said, we need to awaken quickly. He said, pointing forward, the two of us are ready. The monster lay motionless on the ground. He asked, is it still alive? Taejun replied, yes. He readied his rifle. Minsu stepped forward. I'll stab it now. But Rangjun stopped them. Let's have the officers awaken first. Taejun asked in surprise why. Rangjun explained, those guys who only know how to complain, they won't understand. If we tell them to approach the monsters without using guns, to gain some kind of awakening. He shared his thoughts with the two of them. I think it would be better if we awaken first and prove that it's not dangerous. Taejun stroked his chin thoughtfully and finally agreed. Yeah, but we can't do it with the entire army at once. Rangjun affirmed, that's right. So let's start with the superiors. Sounds of applause and cheers. As he lifted the rifle, covered in blood, from the monster's body, a light flashed in the air. Congratulations. You have awakened. A system panel announced, awakened Lim Minsu. He could now see the screen with his own eyes. He shouted in astonishment. What the hell? Is this for real? The others started to get curious too. What are you seeing in front of you? Did you really awaken? Only Rangjun knew what was happening. He smiled and asked, hey, did the system window pop up? Minsu couldn't help but smile. Feeling the power in his hands, he shouted triumphantly, whoa, this feeling is amazing. You were right. I can feel a strange energy flowing through my body. Rangjun was just as happy to hear him say it. Oh, so you succeeded, he thought in surprise. I can't believe I can confirm it visually like this. Even though they can't see the system, they could see the two orbs of energy in Minsu's hands. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Whoa, look at the bright light in my hands. This is amazing. I can't believe it. Rangjun excitedly ran up to him and asked, hey, what's your class? Minsu held up his hands, which were crackling with electricity for him to see. I'm a novice mage with an affinity for electricity. He explained, my skill is called lightning. Rangjun was so happy he forgot everything. He even asked, are there any other mages? Minsu had to remind him, hey, you were the first one to awaken. Remember? Oh right, Rangjun understood. Both he and Minsu came to a conclusion. So that means your class is determined by your talents? In any case, this made it clear. You can awaken by killing a monster at close range. At first, people didn't believe it, but seeing it with their own eyes changed everything. One person raised his rifle with determination. Then I'll be next. It was Taejun. He couldn't wait any longer to awaken. Minsu agreed immediately. You should do it too. Only Rangjun looked at him and warned, Taejun, be careful. The other soldiers also watched nervously. It's Sergeant Park's turn. Rangjun told them, everyone pay attention. He walked forward, each step tense. Taejun's brow was furrowed in deep concentration. He looked at the large monster lying on the ground. It's still alive. He didn't dare to strike right away, still having to steel himself. It's a bit scary. It's definitely not dead. Suddenly, the monster's eyes snapped open. He was startled. It's moving. He still stepped forward, telling it, hey, stay still. Raising his rifle, he said, I'll be done in a minute. He placed one foot on the monster's body and pointed the rifle down preparing to stab. But this time, the monster seemed to still have some fight left. Its eyes glowed with a deadly light. It suddenly let out a roar. Its whole body shook, its mouth wide open, full of sharp teeth. Taejin's eyes widened in horror, speechless. It's moving. Screams echoed through the area. People were in an uproar. Everyone watched nervously. Rangjun shouted, "Taejun!" He was bitten on the leg by the monster and dragged to the ground. Its mouth full of sharp teeth clamped down hard. He screamed in pain, damn it, you damn monster!" The monster's eyes were still glowing red. Having gotten a bite, it seemed even more excited. A worried Minsu asked, "Hey, Rangjun, aren't you going to save him?" The soldiers behind them also shouted impatiently, "Do you want me to open fire? Give the order, and I'll shoot immediately." But Rangjun raised a hand to stop them. "No, everyone stop. He has to kill himself. It's too dangerous." Taejun was frozen in fear, not moving. Rangjun had to shout to urge him on. "Taejun, what are you doing? Finish it." Tears and sweat streamed down the man's face. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and yelled, "All right." He mustered all his strength and raised his bayonet. "You bastard, I won't let you live." His eyes blazed with determination as he roared and stabbed down hard. With one strike, he killed the monster on the spot. Everyone stood still, waiting. Everyone watched with bated breath, their mouths agape. Success. Taejun, holding his rifle, was out of breath. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling the strange change in his body. This is it. The system popped up a message. "Congratulations. You have awakened." A system window full of text appeared. He knew this was it. Now, the group rushed towards him in a worried panic. "Taejun, are you okay? What are you doing? Call a medic, quick." "Our medic is just a physical therapist. He can't handle a wound like that. It's better than nothing." A friend looked at the dead monster. They all let out a laugh of relief. Taejun, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth against the pain and turned. "I have a system window too." Hearing this, Rangjun replied happily, "Good job, you bastard. You almost gave me a heart attack." He quickly helped him up. "I'm glad you're okay. The wound on my leg isn't too severe. Since the monster was dying, its bite wasn't that strong. My leg isn't mangled." He struggled to walk. "I almost lost my nerve." The other soldiers also rushed over. "Hey, go over and help him. Buddy, be careful." The group gathered around in concern. "We'll be right back once the medic arrives." And with that, the chaos ended. Taejun and Minsu became awakeners. A unit that could fight monsters without using ammunition was being formed. The problem was that the soldiers on the front lines had spread the news of the awakening process. This caused a commotion in the armory. Everyone was talking about it. However, there were still other high-ranking officers who refused to try and awaken. This big guy was cornered by Rangjun and Minsu. He still adamantly refused. I refuse." His eyes wide, he frowned angrily and shouted, "I won't do it. I won't do that damn thing." Minsu looked at the cowardice of the big guy, getting furious. "Hey, do you think Taejun and I weren't scared? The thing I killed before was just like a mosquito." He even slammed his hand against the wall. He roared at the coward, "Don't you get it? Superiors like us have to set an example." Mince's body even crackled with threatening lightning. The man, frightened, still stubbornly backed away, his voice trembling. "But I can't do it." Feeling helpless, Minsu could only curse. "Damn you." The man tried to explain. "No matter what you say, I can't do it. There's no way you can guarantee that. Nothing will happen to me. You could have been seriously injured. How could he be so cowardly in front of so many people?" The other soldiers began to gossip. "Kong Inji, isn't he the ace of the logistics unit? I heard he's an expert." Others looked at the big guy with displeasure. "I know, but he's a bit of a wimp despite his size. He can't do anything that requires going up high, and he can't watch horror movies." I was surprised, because he looks like he could beat a monster to death. Clearly, big, but a coward. Rangjun heard the gossip. He frowned and thought to himself, "I don't want more people refusing to awaken just because of this." A helpless voice spoke up, "Fine, do whatever you want." After saying that, Minsu turned sharply and walked away, ignoring the man who called after him in confusion. "Are you sure?" The thick-skinned man said, "Thank Y dash." Minsu stopped. He shot a sharp, contemptuous glare at him. "But in the future, don't think about being treated as a superior." The man was stunned. "What?" But Minsu, angry and harsh, cut him off. "Just because you've been here longer doesn't make you a superior." All the others stood still, listening to Minsu. Being a commander is a very important role. His eyes narrowed as he declared bluntly, "The commander we need now is an awakener. Kong Indian stood there, tense and speechless. You refused that. He knew he was wrong and didn't dare to argue. Minsu added the final nail in the coffin, so you'll have to live with it. Rangjun frowned in thought, realizing, yeah, he's right. The other soldiers were also indignant. Dissatisfied with the attitude of the big guy, Kong Indian. There's no way this guy can be a commander on the battlefield after this. He used to be famous for his abilities, but he was still saying, I understand. But Minsu didn't want to hear it. He told the other soldiers, hey, let's go. There's no hope for him. The others turned their backs on him one by one. Only Rangjun stood there deciding, no, it can't end like this. If it goes on like this, the other soldiers will be affected. He walked up to the other man. Minsu, I need to talk to you for a moment. Minsu was surprised, huh? He then turned to shoo the big guy away. Kong Indian, go back to your post now. The man's head was bowed in shame, sweating. Yes, sir. Saying that, Rangjun pulled Minsu's hand, ignoring his shouts. Hey, what are you trying to do? He just pulled him in another direction. Follow me. Thinking about this, he knew for the sake of the unit, he couldn't give up. In a warehouse, only the two of them were talking. Rangjun persuaded him. Brother, I understand your anger, but it can't end like this. Minsu asked helplessly. I know, but what more can I do? Rangjun frowned and told him, it's not just one person's problem. I'm saying it will affect the entire battalion. Minsu still didn't understand what he was saying. He exclaimed in surprise, what? Thinking of the weak and injured soldiers out there, Rangjun guessed. It's possible that many are now thinking of deserting. Minsu had never thought of this. His face wrinkled. I mean, there are monsters out there, so they are a cause for concern. Rangjun let him know, it's been a while since the incident happened now. So it's safe to say some people will start breaking down soon. Minsu began to understand the seriousness. His voice trembled slightly. Hey, we're in the middle of the mountains. It's an hour's drive to get down. Besides, we're safer from the monsters if we stay in a group. Rangjun put his hands on his hips and affirmed. That's why, so far, not a single person has deserted. But at this point, many people want to leave. They want to check if their families are still alive. Thinking about the soldiers out there, he had to admit what he said was true. Actually, that is a possibility. So, if we want to survive, we need to make our unit stronger. Then they won't think about running away, because they'll feel safe here. He spoke very persuasively. The ninja, sweating bullets, grimaced and wondered, right? But there's something important to mention. Gangan isn't the only one who's scared. Besides that big guy, there are surely others. That's right. If even one person manages to escape, a lot of guys will start crying because they think they can't make it. Then there will be conflict with the awakened soldiers. The more they talked, the more problems that needed solving emerged. The ninja clutched his head and sighed. This is so complicated. He added, that discord will eventually lead to division and weaken the unit. His eyes flashed as he stared at him. So what you're saying is, he frowned seriously. Refusing to awaken is unacceptable. He was silent for a long moment, thinking carefully. I know. So how do we convince Gangan? Thinking about the earlier situation, being looked down on is humiliating enough. So he won't do it just for that. We've said everything we could, but he hasn't changed one bit. We have to think of another way. Meanwhile, Gangan was still working as if nothing had happened. Shin Rangjun decided, I have an idea. Just give me a little time. The ninja didn't seem to have much faith in his plan. He crossed his arms doubtfully. Do you really think that's possible? I can see that you're very determined. But it won't be easy, he replied resolutely. Yes, I'll do my best. He silently frowned, watching him leave without another word, wondering what he was planning to do. Shin Rangjun said to himself, damn it. What the hell am I even here for? He ran quickly. If I had another job, I'd abandon my unit and run. He broke out in a nervous sweat. But I'm a novice cook. Basically, I'm just a support role, unable to fight for myself. Because of that, to use my skills to the fullest, I have to become a better cook. He knew, I don't want this unit to become hopeless either, so I'll make it stronger. He rushed to the mess hall. All those soldiers out there aren't even trying their best, and I can't fight. They had to cooperate and move forward together. He put on his chef's attire and prepared his tools. Looking at the ingredients before him, he smiled to himself. Gangan, I will turn you into a true soldier. He started putting ingredients in to cook. An onion. His hand diced as fast as lightning. Let's keep it simple with some fried rice. Each slice of onion was as uniform as if cut by a machine. Carrots, too. One or two things stir-fried together in the pan. The quality of the main ingredient, meat, is not good. The dish's stats will be slightly decreased. The quality of the sub-ingredient, seasoning, is excellent. The dish's stats will be slightly increased. A dish made for a specific target. If the intended target consumes the dish, the effect will be enhanced. His hand glowed. And finally, he held the special sauce over the pan, sprinkling the ingredient. The chef's special sauce has been added. Special sauce affects emotional changes and the happiness of the person eating the dish. His eyes lit up as he wiped his sweat and stared at the pan of food. This should do it. It was almost dark. He asked a random soldier, "Do you know Gangin from the logistics unit? Go and tell him to come to the self-service dining hall for me." Shin Rangjun carried a heaping bowl of rice and placed it in front of him. "Here, your special dish." Gangin looked at the bowl of rice with an expression of disbelief, confused. "Sergeant Shin, this is—" Before he could say anything, he just urged, "Go on, eat." He was acting, pretending to be very concerned about it. "You almost never come to eat. I'm sure you're hungry, so eat up. It's delicious." He frowned, staring at him in surprise, thinking silently. He looked down at the appetizing bowl of rice, moved to tears. "Oh, yes, I'll eat well." He picked up the spoon and took a heaping spoonful of rice. He stood there, hands in his pockets, watching him eat with gusto. He smiled lightly, thinking novice chef's brave chicken fried rice, the strength to overcome fear and courage. "I did my best to make it as good as possible." As he ate, he praised, "This is really delicious. Delicious, Sergeant Shin." He smiled and told him, "There's plenty more, go ahead and eat." He stood there, waiting patiently. He thought to himself, "We can talk more after he's full." A voice called out, "Sergeant Shin." He exclaimed, "Huh?" The other guy was flustered. "I'm sorry." In the room, with just the two of them, Gangin's voice rang out. "I'm sorry. It's scary." He sat opposite him, saying nothing, just quietly drinking water. He frowned and confessed, "I've been like this since I was a kid, and I was always taught to act like a man." He listened to him, just nodding slightly without replying. He put down his glass and continued speaking nonstop. "I was once told that exercising would make me feel more confident. So I started exercising and practicing martial arts, but it didn't change a damn thing." Shin Rangjun finally understood. He smiled lightly, thinking, so that's the reason he let himself go. He then consoled him. "Ah, then you must have had a hard time with yourself." Gangin's eyes welled with tears as he looked down. He told himself, "I tried to take on extra work because I didn't want to inconvenience others." Thinking about the days when he was admired for being big and strong, he said, "I used to think I was lucky when people finally acknowledged me, but I never thought something like this would happen." In the quiet room, he just sat there, listening to him vent. "Sergeant Shin, you fought the monster even when I watched a comrade get killed by it. But me?" At that moment, he suddenly cut him off, asserting firmly, "I was scared too." He jumped, looking at him in astonishment. He also looked him in the eye, seriously. "But if we do nothing, we'll just become their food." At that moment, there were only two choices. Either it dies or I die. Thinking about that huge, terrifying monster, he told him, "So in my case, I summoned all my courage because it killed my comrade." Thinking back on what he did in just a short time, but I think the survival instinct was what really drove me. No one taught me what I did that day. It was all instinct. At this point, he suddenly grew angry, his voice deepening, his hand clenching a piece of paper until it crumpled. "Besides, I'm in my prime. Dying here would be unfair." But his attitude changed quickly. In a flash, he was smiling cheerfully. "I still want to get out and open a restaurant." He was stunned upon hearing this. "Even in this situation, you're amazing." Looking around the mess hall, "I needed a lot of courage. This place was so old and worn, he never wanted to stay." Shin Rangjun's eyes sparkled as he said with a smile, "My judgment and decisions have brought me this far. Now I want to survive together with everyone, and maybe the other veterans do too." Finally, Gangin understood. He exclaimed, "That's amazing." His whole body brimming with fighting spirit, he shot to his feet. "Hearing about your actions makes me feel like I should try harder too." He felt it. I suddenly have a strange sense of trust. Seeing him like this, he felt a bit suspicious and wondered, did the food work? There's a different spark in his eyes. This guy's eyes were blazing. He had truly changed. With a determined voice, he declared, "The next monster is mine. Let me kill it." The next day, just as he said, indeed, he charged barehanded to fight a monster. He even shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't come near or try to help." His eyes were still blazing. His whole body seemed to possess a strange power. He shouted continuously, "The chance to test my courage has come." He barehandedly punched the monster until it bled. The others watching's jaws dropped in disbelief, their eyes wide, staring without blinking. They told each other, "He's gone crazy. What happened to him?" The monster isn't even stunned, and he's attacking it barehanded. Gangan was even getting excited as he fought. "Ha ha ha. You monster." The ninja turned to him confusedly and questioned, "What the hell did you do to make him act like this? Aren't you going to stop him?" Even Shin Rangjun himself had no idea. He thought in confusion, maybe he's a bit too aggressive. Meanwhile, ignoring everyone's voices, he just kept punching the monster frantically, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. While fighting, he managed to say, "Just wait and see. It's better than wasting this opportunity." The onlookers shouted in fear, but he could get seriously hurt. His voice trembling, he reassured them, "If that happens, we'll intervene." The monster's eyes turned blood red with fury. It raised its sharp claws and lunged. Gangan's eyes blazed, and he gritted his teeth. Focus and fight. Seeing the monster's claw reaching out, he showed no fear and raised his hand. One hand grabbed the monster's head. The other powerfully blocked its outstretched claw. Their hands met, an even match. This guy had the strength of an ox. The monster, facing such a strong opponent for the first time, threw its head back and growled. On the other side, even more ferocious, he roared back, refusing to lose. "I am Gangan, you bastard." The crowd of onlookers was thrilled and excited. They pointed and cheered. "He's stronger than the monster." The ninja also elbowed him, smiling proudly, and said, "I can't wait to see what kind of ability he'll have when he awakens." He then turned and replied with a smile, "I'm glad he's doing so well, but he's fighting barehanded. Should we throw him a knife?" While the two were discussing, someone suddenly shouted, "Hey, Sergeant Shin, look." Minja immediately looked in the direction he pointed. It turned out Gang, and was baring his teeth and biting down hard on the monster's arm. He actually used his teeth to bite off a chunk of flesh from the monster. He was becoming more beast than man. He just kept biting and tearing frantically. No need for a knife like the others. The monster's armpit was torn to shreds, blood flowing like a river. All the soldiers present were horrified. They just stared with their mouths agape. Shin Rangjun was just as surprised. Everyone was at a loss for words. This gang and was the most aggressive person they had ever known. He actually dared to chew on the monster's flesh. After biting, he spat the piece of flesh onto the ground. People's voices rumbled all around. What the hell is he doing? Did he just bite the monster's arm? Is that the same guy who was always complaining about being too scared before? He watched this scene, terrified, and suddenly felt a bit of regret. Maybe that was too much special sauce, he reminded himself. I didn't think cooking could make things turn out this well. From a guy who was too scared to do anything. Now he was doing far more than expected. The soldiers' voices echoed incessantly. Pointing, he's throwing rocks at the monster. Didn't the monster already die from that last hit? Hey, don't just stand there watching. Stop him. Isn't it over already? Gangan still hadn't stopped. He held a large rock, raised it high above his head, and repeatedly smashed it down on the monster. He was panting heavily. The soldiers watching grimaced. Shin Rangjun and Minja also stood by, watching tensely. No one could say a word. One last, final, fatal blow. His body was covered in the monster's blood. After it lay motionless on the ground, a light suddenly shone. A flash of light, and a screen appeared in front of Gangan. "Congratulations, you have awakened." Only then did he let out, and he dropped the rock. For him, this was the real conclusion. He, single-handedly, had just killed a monster. No one could call him a coward anymore. A hearty laugh burst out. Ha ha ha. His eyes gleaming, he looked towards the other soldiers. "Hey rookies, look. I've awakened too. I see a blue system window in front of me." Now, the others joined in the celebration, shouting and praising him. "You crazy bastard, you did it. Amazing. That's the fourth awakened person." They ran quickly over to him. "This bastard really scared us. Congratulations, Sergeant." The soldiers praised him nonstop. "That was the best fight I've ever seen." "Well done, Gangan." His face was pale. He strode over, eyes wide, a grin stretched so wide he couldn't close his mouth. Haha, he looked so scary. Staring at him, he shouted loudly, "It's all thanks to you, Sergeant Shin." The ninja guy was suddenly scared of him and instinctively backed away a little. The other soldiers were also momentarily terrified. They couldn't help but ask him in surprise, "What the hell did you do to him?" He could only scratch his head and give a wry smile. What else could he say? He thought to himself, "I'll have to be more careful with the dosage next time." They kept talking about Gang In. Minare's voice asked him. What the hell did you just do? He's like a completely different person. But Shin Gangjun, of course, didn't reveal his secret. He just answered vaguely. I just made a few dishes and had a talk with him. That's it. The other guy yelled in disbelief, questioning him. Do you have some special talent for persuasion? Looking at him, Gang In was laughing and talking cheerfully with the other soldiers. He concluded with, it was guided by his heart. He asked again, bewildered, so we just need to talk to them. And then everything will be okay? Shin Gangjun replied philosophically, you can't overlook the power of listening. Saying that, he turned to look at him with a cheerful smile. He broke into a cold sweat, stunned. No way. It can't be that easy. He didn't dare to look him straight in the eye anymore. He looked away, thinking to himself, that's right, it doesn't make any sense. Thinking about everything that happened with Gang In, it was all thanks to the effect of my skill. But I can't reveal it yet. He knew it was different from splitting a table in half, as everyone had seen. And then there was his unbelievably aggressive personality. After seeing today's Gang In, he really does have a pretty scary side to him. He even dared to bite the monster. I guess, but it might just be a temporary change. The proof is that he's back to normal now. He's not as scary as when he was fighting the monster. This ability could be dangerous if used incorrectly. He asked the ninja, but this guy is a maniac. Wouldn't it be a bit dangerous? If he sacrifices his sanity just to become stronger? After hearing his question, the ninja guy was also a bit flustered. Our survival is at stake. So, in the end, it's a good thing. He smiled. True, but looking at the people happily chatting. In short, from now on, I should just bring the kids who are to be awakened to me. It's a dangerous job. So first, we should feed them some special dishes. As soon as he heard this, the ninja guy immediately shot him a look, reminding him, can we? It doesn't seem like we have that much food. He thought of the remaining food supplies in the storeroom. Most of what was left were emergency combat rations. They had to be eaten quickly before they expired. We have to eat a lot, if we don't want any of it to go bad. Now the guy understood. He let out a consenting ah. He propped his hands on his hips and exclaimed with a laugh, I'm eagerly counting down the days until we can have a proper meal. Sweat broke out on his face. He had his own worries. Emergency and combat rations. There's no cooking process. I wonder if I can apply those skills to them. A monster ran by like a flash. People's voices rang out from behind it, shouting, there it goes, it's running. A bunch of soldiers with guns gave chase. They told each other, lure it that way. Take aim and fire. Don't miss your chance. Gunfire erupted continuously. Well, there were always a few exceptions. The gunfire tore into it, but the monster kept them from getting close. But overall, the awakening process was going smoothly. Looking at the monster's corpse lying motionless on the ground, they irritably questioned each other. Hey, who just killed it? Another voice asked, confused. I'm sorry. Minare angrily yelled in his face. Damn it, another failure. While hunting the monster, they couldn't kill it with guns. They could only wound it to a certain degree with gunfire. Then, they had to kill it with a blade to awaken. Shin Gangjun, watching this scene, was also annoyed. He sighed and looked away. Not exactly smoothly. Monsters appeared continuously. The biggest problem was that it wasn't easy to keep the monster close enough for someone to land the final blow. Looking at these strapping soldiers before him, he found it even harder to think. And this is a bunch of beefy guys. Most monsters go berserk right before they die, which makes it impossible for them to get close. The awakening must be done safely. We can't slow down. One fine day, just like any other, the soldiers, as usual, shouldered their guns to go monster hunting. A heaven-shaking scream was heard. Hey, Sergeant, over there. Did you really see it? At least someone is doing it right. He was always there, quietly observing them. In a bush, the monster was critically wounded by gunfire. Minare saw it gasping for breath and exclaimed happily, hey, good job. Now we just need someone to kill it. A few soldiers stood still or avoided eye contact when asked, who's going to be the next one to awaken? Shin Gangjun decisively pointed to Suhook from the transport unit. He listened in surprise as he said, Suhook, it's your turn. He quickly stepped forward. Ah, yes, sir. The ninja guy even called after him. Are you confident enough? Just aim straight for its armpit. Suhook, holding a long, sharp iron rod, walked up and replied quite calmly, I've practiced a lot, sir. The others cheered him on. Suhook, make sure you succeed. Although he was confident when it came to the real thing, he was still a bit nervous. Sweat ran down his pale face. He plunged the rod decisively into the monster on the ground. It screamed in pain. Arg. Man and beast faced each other. The monster's eyes were bloodshot and bulging. Suddenly, a light flashed. Seeing the system display in front of him, Suhook shouted with joy. Yes, I did it. I see a system window in front of me. My skill is sharpshooting. As soon as they heard about this skill, everyone cheered and congratulated him. The ninja guy laughed delightedly and turned to him. Awesome, that's the 5th successful one. Shin Gangjun couldn't quite process it. He asked, stunned, a sharpshooter? Like a sniper. Suddenly, a series of screens appeared before his eyes. He was dumbfounded, not understanding, and yelled, "Hey, what the hell is this?" He recoiled, calling out to him for help. Sergeant Shin, a strange phrase just appeared. A light flashed in the air, along with a system notification. Forming faction. A similar screen appeared in front of him. You have formed a faction of 5 members. This is the minimum number. The ninja guy also had one in front of him. They asked each other in surprise. A faction. What does that mean? Everyone who had awakened saw it. After reading, he wondered, I no longer understand. What the hell these notifications are talking about? Staring intently, try to understand it all. He realized that right after Suhook's successful awakening, a similar window had appeared for all 5 awakened people. Gangin also saw achievement, unity. You have succeeded in forming a faction faster than most. Taejun, who was in the infirmary, also had a screen with the same notification. A special reward will be given. 3rd place reward. They received a growth potion. Everyone was in an uproar, asking Gangjun loudly, "What do we do now?" He quickly told them, first a meeting. The awakened members held an emergency meeting. A quick call was made. Everyone inside. The room was pitch black, lit by a single lamp. Minare sat there, looking at the 10 or so people in the room. This is getting more and more like a game. Suhook looked over, confused, and agreed. Yeah, a faction. I guess the condition was to have 5 awakened people. Shin Gangjun stood in a corner, silently calculating. If that notification is correct, then we can level up faster with the growth potion. Gangin, with his arms crossed, looked at the ninja and offered his opinion. I'm more interested in the phrase 3rd placed. If we're 3rd place, does that mean there's a 1st and 2nd place? Could there be monsters outside our area? The ninja guy listened, frowning and biting his lip, conflicted. He didn't know what to say. Finally, he spoke up. I guess so. Then what about our families? They started thinking about their families. If it's like this here, imagine what it's like outside. Shin Gangjun silently observed them. He knew each of their minds was filled with thoughts of their families. They might have been swept away by the monsters. He couldn't let their morale collapse like this. He stepped forward to reassure them. Don't think the worst of it. Minare looked up with a start. He calmly told them, I'm also worried about the situation outside. But first, we have to ensure our own safety. Suhook was still a bit bewildered, right? But he cut him off decisively, speaking firmly and loudly. I'm not sure, but it means we're still ahead of the others in this game. So, first, we should prioritize our own safety. For now, let's just focus on that. The ninja guy was silent for a moment, thinking. Finally, his eyes lit up, and he decided to follow his lead. Yeah, Gangjun is right. Thinking of everyone in this camp. Only if we survive can we find a way to save our families. Gangin didn't argue anymore. He brought up more practical matters. But we have over 100 surviving soldiers and only 5 faction members. Doesn't that mean it only counts the awakened? The ninja agreed, right? We need more awakened people. But that's difficult. Shin Gangjun bowed his head in thought. He wasn't wrong. Thinking of the normal soldiers out there. It's just that the world has suddenly changed. If you're not an awakened one, you're not even considered human anymore. Suddenly, the ninja guy looked up at the others and asked, Oh, that reminds me. Didn't you say you're sharpshooter? It must be reflected in your marksmanship. You were already famous for that. Suk laughed. Ready. Minare asked next. So what about your trait? He thought for a moment and answered, It says my accuracy and power will be enhanced when I shoot. Minare bit his lip and frowned. He immediately Kong Suyak and Kong In too, he mentally calculated. There are only 5 people in the faction. Shin Kong-jun smiled, making up his mind. There's no more time to sit around and be discouraged. To survive, we must move forward. In the following days, the soldiers continued to kill beasts to awaken. He knew, I have to keep going to awaken the others. One person stepped up, it's my turn. Seeing this scene, he was much more satisfied. Fortunately, most of the soldiers are willing to awaken, without much complaint. But there was still a coward. He sat right down, holding his hands up in front of his face, adamantly refusing and screaming. I'm definitely going to die. He looked at him and thought. Even so, a few people still refuse, trembling with fear. But at times like these, he would always step forward to reassure them. Come on, calm down. Let's go eat and talk. The other guys were surprised and confused when he invited them to eat, exclaiming, Sergeant Shin? Minare was not happy with his approach, but he didn't say anything. Strangely, everyone who went to eat with him came back, ready to take up arms and kill beasts immediately. They were even praised. He suddenly changed, too. Minare started to become a bit suspicious, watching him without taking his eyes off him. This happened several times in a row. Whoever gave up, he would run to them. Calm down, relax. Come with me. They would all ask in surprise, sir. Minare narrowed his eyes again, observing intently. After coming back, that soldier was brave enough to kill a beast again. The sound of praise rang out endlessly. Was he always that reckless? That's right, he's going crazy. He didn't notice Minare looking at him suspiciously. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore and called out loudly, Hey, Shin Kong-jun, I need to ask you something. Without any suspicion, he casually asked back, What do you want to know? As he walked closer, surprised. Why so suddenly? He frowned and narrowed his eyes, staring at him. He questioned him directly. You're hiding something, a kind of ability that we don't know about. Every time you tell a soldier to go talk for a bit, when they come back, they look braver and stronger. Hearing him say that, Shin Kong-jun froze. He broke out in a sweat, panicking, and thought to himself, Damn it, he's realized it. He explained, a little flustered. I just had to do it for the unity of the battalion, that's all. But he certainly didn't believe it. With his hands on his hips, he asked loudly, Huh? So what does that mean? With no other choice, he had to tell the truth. In his heart, he knew. He couldn't keep hiding it anymore. He raised his hand towards Minare. He was startled and confused. The two of them just stood there talking. He told him all of his secrets about the food that increases courage. After he finished, he realized Minare wasn't an unreasonable person. Looking at him, he rejoiced silently. Luckily, Minare understood me and focused on awakening the army. So the two of them split up. He managed the soldiers outside fighting beasts, while he stayed in the kitchen making food. While I decided to focus on cooking, a long notification suddenly appeared from the system. Shin Kong-jun was surprised as soon as he read, 82 points? What happened? I thought it only increased when I killed monsters, or cooked well. Looking at the number displayed on the screen, he knew, I think I can use these. He even related it to what he already knew from games. Points are used to buy items in a shop. Maybe there will be something like that here. Thinking that, he immediately tried touching the system screen. Let's see. Point shop. Suddenly a light flashed with a notification, opening point shop. Another screen appeared right next to him. As soon as he saw it, Shin Kong-jun exclaimed, This is it. He rejoiced silently. That's right. There's only so much you can do with just your basic abilities. He looked at it and wondered, why didn't I think of this before? He reached out to touch the screen. Let's see. A series of smaller screens displayed around him. He touched the rye bread item. He broke out in a sweat, awkwardly thinking, it's mostly just things for combat. The only thing I can use is the rye bread. As soon as he touched it, nothing appeared. Surprised, he thought, The system displayed a series of notifications. The functions of this bread. He couldn't help but exclaim, These seem pretty good, but they're so expensive. He closed his eyes and felt, I can't afford them yet. Thinking that, he closed the subscreens. I'll check the shop again later. Skills and traits are more important, so I have to check them out. His hands moved continuously on the screen. I'm using the special sauce, and the chef's all-seeing eye. Shin Kong-jun kept exploring, never getting bored. He remembered practicing with the big guy, Kong-in. I know a skill that allows you to master combat style naturally by using a dagger. I've tried sparring with Kong-in and was quite satisfied with the result. Now, his knife handling was very skilled. He could freely twirl it in his hand without looking. I've never even been in a fist fight, let alone a knife fight, but at least I'm pretty good at this. He looked at the knife in his hand and thought, If this is just the apprentice level, what will the master level be like? Looking at the words, apprentice's passion, on the screen, he knew. Just as Shin Kongjun's hand grabbed the hot pan, a skill appeared. It appeared when I accidentally grabbed a hot pot. I can hold a flame in my hand for about 30 seconds. This is really beneficial if I keep practicing. He smiled with satisfaction. Last but not least, the most important skill. That is apprentice cook. I've been collecting data since I revealed it to Minare, but he once gave him feedback. It tastes great. And I have to say, it's strangely invigorating, and my stats on the status board have increased. He asked in surprise. Really? In his mind, he thought, I see that the stats, like strength plus 3 attached to the finished dish, are still there. At that time, he frowned and asked further. It seems like no one else noticed. He replied, no, because soldiers who haven't awakened won't have a status window. Now he remembered. Ah, that's right. And the effects of the food they ate also don't seem to show up. Like the system notifications. The normal soldiers just eat it deliciously. It never told me about the effects of your cooking. I'm sure you would have realized my ability if you received a notification. Shin Kongjun, having never experienced it, asked Minare, so what does it feel like? He answered honestly, it's significant, because my strength stat is 9, and it really increased by 3. On paper, it's only a plus 30% boost, but it feels much better than that. He stood in the kitchen, arms crossed in front of his chest, thinking deeply. The power is definitely working. He looked at the knife and the ingredients on the cutting board. If what Minare said is true, then at least in this situation, my cooking skills are not bad at all. He touched his chin, thinking constantly, if only this kind of power could be applied to the entire battalion. Just then, someone ran in breathlessly. Sergeant Shin, we need you. He panted in panic, reporting to him, at the armory. He turned in surprise and asked, what's wrong? This chubby messenger struggled just to run. They had to wait for him to catch his breath. A new monster. Thinking about the sight of that monster, he shouted, it's completely different from those lizards. Shin Kongjun and Minare went up to the rooftop. The men up there greeted them as soon as they saw them. Hello, Sergeant. Minare frowned, annoyed, and asked the group, yes. You said it was urgent. What is it? Did another monster appear? The other guy reported, I was keeping an eye on this area when something I had never seen before caught my attention. Saying that, he handed the binoculars to the two of them. Its appearance is completely different from anything we've seen before. You'll see when you look. Minare took the binoculars. Standing behind him, Shin Kongjun realized he looked scared. The soldier pointed towards the hill. They're gathering on the mountaintop over there. Both of them raised their binoculars to look. He also couldn't figure out what kind of monster it was. Minare asked him, Kongjun, do you see it? He stared intently through the binoculars and replied, it's still just a normal lizard. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. In the distance, besides the familiar monsters they had encountered before, there was another one that was completely different. He was startled and shouted, wait, what is that? A large, muscular, dark purple monster, completely different from the ones they usually saw. Minare also exclaimed, whoa, now I see. The strange monster's whole body emitted a red glow, looking particularly more dangerous. It's moving. Its eyes were large and glowing yellow, staring straight at them. Instantly, a roar echoed so loud they could hear it. Both of them jumped, their skin crawling. They immediately lowered their binoculars, not looking anymore. Just by looking from a distance, they could feel the deadly danger from this group of monsters. Shin Kongjun broke out in a cold sweat, worried. Damn, it's heading this way. The men started discussing their strategy. That thing must be over 3 meters long. And there are normal lizards around it, too. I guess it must be the leader. Monsters that live in groups? He also felt that something was not right. It's strange. The lizards that our army has attacked only travel in groups of 1 or 2. Minare frowned, gritting his teeth in surprise and guessing. Could these have come from somewhere else? Looking at the group of beasts with their leader, it was a possibility. More than 20 of them following a different kind of lizard, if they all came at once. But there's only one different one. So they weren't too worried. Minare calmly replied, well, we'll have to use a lot of ammunition, but I don't think it will be a problem. We have Suyak after all. Shin Kongjun said nothing, silently calculated. He felt, that's right, we have more people, but thinking about the battles of the past few days, the soldiers have gotten used to using guns to shoot those lizards dead, and we know the monster's weaknesses. He still felt uneasy, but there's something wrong with this. He turned to the one who first spotted it and asked, "When did it appear?" He replied, "At dawn this morning." He asked again, "How has it been behaving?" The other guy thought back, confused. "Nothing unusual. They're just wandering around outside the camp with no signs of attacking, sir." "That's really strange." Minare also had to exclaim, "Really? Could it be that they're afraid?" Shin Kong-jun didn't jump to conclusions. He just said, "I'm surprised why they aren't attacking when they have such a large group." As soon as he said it, he himself was startled, his mind racing, thinking about the monsters with their leader. Fear filled his heart. Oh, damn it. He figured it out immediately and hurriedly said loudly for everyone to hear, "That must be it. They're waiting for an opportunity." Minare didn't understand and asked in surprise, "What?" Shin Kong-jun frowned, tense, and explained, "They're aware of an impending raid. That's why they're lurking near us, to scout." But the other soldiers looked disbelieving. Minare immediately said, "That's ridiculous." Suyak looked skeptical. "You think the monsters are that smart?" His face darkened, very confident in his own thinking. He seriously asked them back, "Do you know how smart wolves are when they hunt? They walk on 2 legs. So, they're definitely even smarter than wolves." Only Kong Yin agreed first. He nodded. "I agree with Sergeant Shin. So what if we attack them first?" The whole group was stunned. They looked at each other in unison. "Attack first." Everyone's face showed clear bewilderment. But he immediately objected. "No. We have the advantage because we're in our base. If we go out, we'll be at a disadvantage." Now I remember. We can't just attack whenever we want. Several people went out to the balcony to look towards the horde of monsters. The ninja agreed. "We can't go out. Keep an eye on their movements. We need some time to strategize." He also told him to report back to the company commander to see what he thinks. Shin Rang-yun added that everyone must be cautious. After speaking, he fell silent, lost in thought. He told them frankly that once the news gets out, the entire army will be terrified. The fear of an unknown enemy. We need to reassure them so they don't get agitated. The monsters were still there, a looming horde. Life went on as usual. Shin Rang-yun was in charge of cooking the meals. Chef's special sauce. Chef's calm bean sprout composure. He added a special sauce to every dish. The soldiers chatted as they ate. At least for now. The Legion is in a place where the monsters can't reach. Even if we go out, we'll likely run into monsters. The man next to him agreed. So, it's better to stay here. He used different sauces for each dish. Chef's special sauce. Chef's comforting octopus kimchi solace. After eating the food he cooked, the soldiers' mindsets and thoughts also changed. At first, I was a bit scared, honestly, but I think I'm used to it now. After fighting for a while, I feel more at ease to, little by little, day by day, the sauce gradually changed everything. Chef's special. Confidence. Belief stirred into braised meat and vegetables. One bite and you're hooked. It works instantly. The men confided in each other. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried, but I have faith in my family. I'm still alive, so they must have survived somehow too. They changed day by day, according to what he fed them. Shin Rang-yun silently observed them. Somehow, the soldiers' morale remains high, so the defensive line hasn't wavered. Now, there's a significant change in the army. The awakenings have been successful. A total of 20 people. That's nearly 1/5 of the entire battalion. He and a man who first discovered the monsters were on the upper floor. He turned and asked him, "Nothing's changed, right?" The man reported, "Yes, they're still just loitering outside the barracks." However, looking at the monsters still in the distance, he knew their numbers had more than doubled since the first time they saw them. The other man suddenly broke into a nervous sweat, his voice trembling. "I don't know what will happen when there are more than 100 of them." Shin Rang-yun turned to reassure him. "We have quite a few awakened snipers, so it should be fine." Recalling all of them, out of the 20 awakened people, 3 were snipers. It's an insane feat to be able to hit a target accurately with a standard K2 rifle. He smiled confidently. "If we counterattack, we might not be defeated. If we keep growing at this rate, we'll win." In the food storage, Shin Rang-yun held a notebook, taking inventory of the food supplies himself. "We'll run out of military rations next week, and we'll have half of our people awakened." Looking at the few remaining canned goods, "By that time, the army should be stable without needing my power." He quickly wrote in the notebook, "That's all the inventory I need to do." Just then, the entire room went dark. Startled and confused, he looked around. "What, a power outage?" He frowned, immediately on alert. How could this have happened? The maintenance unit said the generator was still running fine. As he walked around, checking, he wondered, does this affect the entire base? Suddenly, a jolt went through him as he thought of the monsters. Wait, what if they make a move? The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. He rushed outside, yelling, damn it, we're in trouble. He even threw down the notebook, in too much of a hurry to delay. He shot out into the courtyard, tense and clenching his teeth. This is dangerous. With a rifle in hand, he climbed onto the roof. I thought that the snipers could handle it, but that's only true in situations where our visibility is guaranteed. He figured it out. If there's no light, the entire military area is now pitch black. Then the snipers, they'll be completely useless. In the dark night, the commander's shouts boomed. Hurry, get to your positions. Hey, sniper, get to the rooftop. Somewhere you have a clear line of sight. The men quickly yelled, Roger. Captain Kim Hyung-seol was also present this time. He urgently pointed and shouted, the rest of you are awakened. Focus on your assigned tasks. He sounds all high and mighty, but in reality, he can't do anything. The soldiers stood in their designated spots, guns in hand, ready to fight. Everyone was tense. One person reported, Lieutenant Kim, sir, all non-combatants have gathered in the armory. He pointed and ordered, all right, seal the entrance. They had to shut the door tight and bolt it carefully. The ninja looked at the scene before them. Leaning on his hand, he asked Shin Rang-yoon, brother, what's the situation? We're almost done deploying the soldiers. He told him, luckily, we still have some flares. That way, the snipers will be able to see. I don't know if this will be effective, but despite their preparations, he still couldn't feel at ease. Sweat poured down his face. The monsters aren't infinite, but if we don't subdue them quickly, we'll be in big trouble. He hastily looked around. Where are the awakened? The ninja replied, I've arranged them around the snipers. Mages are distinguished between defense and offense. While soldiers take up defensive positions, their morale has improved since lunch, combined with your morale boost. Looking over at the people focusing on deploying their powers, everyone was in position, weapons ready, waiting for the monsters to attack. Everyone's in position. The ninja turned and asked him, so, where are you going from here? He held up a long knife. I'll use this. As soon as he saw it, the ninja exclaimed in shock, you're going to fight in close combat. Wouldn't it be better to attack from behind? He smiled, raising the knife confidently. Hey, brother, I was the first one to awaken here. The ninja frowned, confused and reluctant. But that doesn't mean I won't stop you. He had no faith in that tiny knife at all. Just then, an alarm sounded. The monsters were approaching. The ground shook violently with their every step. The ninja quickly pulled out a flashlight and shone it. Shin Rang-yoon also looked into the distance in alarm. His mouth agape. They're here. Flares were quickly fired, brightly illuminated a corner of the sky, lighting up the entire barracks. The snipers could see now. Captain Kim Hyung-seol held his binoculars, looking into the distance, his face pale with fear. He couldn't believe his eyes. The monsters were getting closer and closer. The flares were ready, but the captain was too scared to move, frozen until a soldier had to shout a reminder. Captain, give the order. He snapped out of it a little, but was still clearly trembling with fear. He roared the order. All soldiers, open fire. The soldiers began to fire frantically at the beasts below. They could do nothing but shoot indiscriminately, hitting as many monsters as possible. They fired nonstop. Many beasts were hit, but they knew no fear, and just kept charging forward, covered in wounds and screaming horribly. Growling, not a few of them died, their mouths constantly letting out hissing sounds. Seeing them fight frantically without a hint of fear, Shin Rang-yoon thought with satisfaction, good, my cooking skill is working. But he still couldn't rest easy. He knew that if it weren't for the flares, we'd be in trouble. We need to be more careful. Just then, a distinct purple monster was rushing through the horde, heading straight for the barracks. Someone shouted an alarm. The chieftain is here. Its two eyes glowed yellow, bearing a set of sharp, white fangs. People pointed and shouted, that's the most dangerous one. Snipers, focus fire on it. Magazines were being changed constantly. Others kept urging them on. Sniper Suhook raised his rifle. I'll take it down. Shin Rang-yoon saw this, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He thought in confusion, wait, what the hell? He now had an analysis system in his eyes. Where did this come from? The system displayed a notification. Your skill, Chef's Eyes, has been activated. Information on the chieftain appeared right before his eyes. Lizardman Chieftain. extremely rare and the strongest among lizardmen. No one dares to compare themselves to it or challenge its decisions. He read it, astonished and gritting his teeth. A lizardman chieftain? I really can't let my guard down with that one. It rushed forward like an arrow. Even the snipers had a hard time hitting it. Someone shouted, "It's too fast." And it's dodging every bullet. Seeing how cunning and agile it was, he couldn't help but think, so they're all the same species. In the end, Shin Rangyun frowned, angrily staring at it without looking away. It doesn't matter how strong it is. It's foolish to stand on the front lines. As the commander, seeing it stand up on two legs, its whole body radiating power, no one could mistake it for anything but the leader. He thought, it's just making itself a target. It's just asking to be shot. Suddenly, it tilted its head back to the sky, opened its mouth wide, and let out strange sounds. A wave of power spread out from it. The other monsters all stopped. Once they heard those sounds, they became even more agitated than before. They began to spread out and continue their attack. The sound echoed throughout the barracks. The soldiers who heard it all clutched their heads in extreme discomfort. They're being attacked from a distance. Even Shin Rangyun had to cover his ears tightly, unable to bear it. What kind of attack is this? He forced his eyes open to look at the chieftain. The system displayed a warning. You have been exposed to the battle cry of a powerful peer. He understood. A battle cry? So all the lizardmen's strength, speed, and health have been increased. The soldiers stared, gritting their teeth in utter confusion as they read the notification. Temporarily, all lizardmen will also be granted bullet resistance. They froze in horror. All surrounding creatures that are not lizardmen will be made confused, losing focus and accuracy. Fighting them was already exhausting. Now, they've been powered up, while the soldiers have been weakened. It was one difficulty piled on another. The ninja looked at him, confused. Rangyun, what's wrong? He didn't know how to explain this. Sweat dripped as he gritted his teeth, trying to think. This is dangerous. The soldiers were now in disarray. Screams echoed everywhere. What's wrong with me? I'm so dizzy. Are you all right, Lieutenant? All the snipers have been affected. Captain Kim, Hyung Seol, couldn't do anything. Just stare wide-eyed and mouth agape, shouting, what? It has that much of an effect. He wasn't awakened, so he couldn't read the system panel and had no idea what was happening. Just then, someone pointed ahead. The monsters are over there. He quickly looked over. On the other side, the monsters, having been powered up, were rushing forward like lightning. They were many times more aggressive. Everyone just stared, stunned. Soo-hook couldn't focus to shoot anymore either. Helpless, he clutched his head, thinking tensely, damn it, it's just like the notification said. This confusion is making everyone lose focus. His hand tightened on his rifle. Our defenses are weakening. Captain Kim whipped around and yelled at the others. What the hell are you doing? He roared, cursing them out. Get back into defensive formation and start firing. Damn it. These unawakened soldiers. Under Captain Kim's command, they couldn't do a thing. They'd already given up and stopped firing after just a short time. Below, the horde of monsters charged up tirelessly. But unlike at the start of the battle, the encampment's gunfire had significantly decreased. The monsters that weren't hit got even faster and more aggressive. Shinhong stood still, observing. He realized our firepower had greatly diminished. It must be the effect caused by that special lizard. The sniper's continuous shouts rang out. Our shots aren't effective anymore. Give all the ammo to the snipers. The regular soldiers can't fight anymore. He also knew, on the other hand, that the shots from unawakened soldiers couldn't even scratch its skin anymore. Minaret, clenching his lightning-infused fist, shouted angrily. If it had that kind of power, why didn't it use it before? They were only just realizing these things now. They were caught completely off guard. Shin Rangyun turned to explain to him. The notification said it was only a temporary effect, so the effect should wear off soon. It was probably waiting for the right moment to attack. Looking at the beast, it was now like a commander, silently observing from a distance. He couldn't help but be amazed. That monster really thought that far ahead, huh? He quickly patted his shoulder and instructed, gather all the awakened ones quickly. He yelled, letting him know, ranged attacks are meaningless now. We need to prepare for close-quarters combat. Minare's face went pale, sweat pouring off him as if he'd taken a shower. This was the last thing he wanted. Very quickly, the awakened ones were gathered. He gave each of them a small biscuit. They took them, surprised, and said in unison, one for each of us. No one understood what was happening. In the middle of a battle, they were suddenly gathered and given snacks. They couldn't stop wondering, Sergeant Shin, what is this? Is this some kind of snack? Shine Hoas me did. He decided to reveal his long-held secret. I'll reveal it to everyone now. He thought back to the times he had cooked, his glowing hands adding spices. Some of you might have already guessed. My cooking skills could transfer power to others. All of you have eaten something that I cooked before you awakened, right? A prime example is Gang In. His personality changed completely. The soldiers started buzzing with commotion. So that's why I suddenly found my courage. We gained strength through the food. Shin Rang-un looked over at Ninja. To be honest, I didn't know what the monsters would do, so I prepared this in advance. So this special item is for all of you. The power will be adjusted according to each person's ability. Ninja also nodded in confirmation. That's right. So there's nothing to be afraid of. If we hold on, we have a chance. They encouraged each other. Let's fight so we don't lose this place. The soldiers all agreed, shouting, yes, sir. Their rallying cries echoed as they charged forward. His eyes lit up with determination. Now the entire battalion has been powered up. He directly patted the shoulder of the biggest guy, Gang Yin. You take care of the leader monster. He didn't hesitate and immediately ate the biscuit. His spirit flared up instantly, his eyes blazing with determination. I'll smash it to death because high-quality ingredients were used. The food's effect was also enhanced. The snipers were holding off the monsters by themselves, while the awakened ones were in their meeting. They were already running out of strength. A desperate shout. Damn it! What is everyone doing? Glaring furiously, he roared. I can't hold on much longer. They're closing in. The awakened ones quickly ate the biscuits he gave them. Stats will be maxed out for one day. Everyone's spirit soared. Even Ninja was no exception. His lightning became visibly stronger. The attack enhancement effect has been applied. The monsters got closer and closer, their eyes glowing red. The soldiers' warning cries rang out. They're here. They jumped directly onto the ramparts. The two sides clashed head-on. Captain Kim was scared stiff, unable to do anything. Now it was time for the awakened ones to take the stage. They fought with all their might, nearly overpowering everything. Gang In focused on charging straight for the leader. He swung a powerful fist. A single punch straight to the face of a monster, blocking his path. The monster was knocked aside. Other monsters continuously charged at him. He still couldn't get close to the leader. Punching continuously, he took them down with his bare hands. The others were also fighting continuously, using all of their own abilities and strength. Everyone used what they were good at. Two monsters charged at Gang In at the same time. A shouted warning. To your right. Stay close to me, everyone. Ninja rushed forward, shouting, don't spread out. They continuously charged in, punching and fighting. The sound of human screams and monster growls. A chaotic scene. Shin Rang-un couldn't just stand by and watch either. He quickly grabbed his knife and entered the fray. One man, one knife, sending monsters flying. His grip on the knife never loosened. But it was clear that the force of his slashes on the monsters was no longer as effective as before. He told himself, looks like I need to eat something too. Looking towards the other soldiers, who were also being beaten by the monsters. He knew that lizard leader had made them stronger. He quickly took out a biscuit and ate it. I can't face them alone, even if I am a top-tier chef. A system window appeared before his eyes. You have eaten a courage cookie, made with the passion of an apprentice chef. When a dish is made for a specific person, the effect of the dish increases significantly when that person consumes it. All stats have increased for one day. He slashed wildly at the monster while shouting, hurry up and die. The chef's special sauce. You are applying the average courage effect. You can now control the flow of the battlefield. With your average courage, his whole body seemed to glow, fighting tirelessly. The power of his slashes also increased. He felt that the normal lizards were no longer a threat. The brave warriors are now dominating the situation. Enemy stats will be revealed and their morale will collapse. His gaze darted towards the leader monster. It's running. The leader monster was turning its head, weaving and darting away. Its two eyes glowed yellow, its mouth agape, full of sharp teeth. It looked terrifying. Your comrade has unlocked new skills. It's Gang In. His power is increasing more and more. Frenzied combat apprentice. The effect of average courage has dispelled chaos. He is no longer suppressed by the leader's power. From before, the men shouted to each other, let's go, brothers. Gang In seems to have gone berserk again. his whole body glowing. He tilted his head to the sky and roared. A battle for survival awaits us. The encampment gate can no longer hold back the monsters. They're jumping the fence in droves. The soldiers screamed warnings. The monsters are approaching the entrance. All soldiers assemble at the entrance now. It takes 2 or 3 regular soldiers to fight one monster. Gang In will clear this path. Everyone else, focus on fighting whatever comes at you. They could only use their strength and persevere. Gang In was now the strongest. He no longer knew fear. He just charged forward like a moth to a flame, his 2 eyes glowing fiercely, teeth gritted and bared. He looked no different from a monster himself. He had caught up to the leader monster. The 2 faced each other, glaring. The monster's 2 eyes blazed. Baring its teeth, it charged, its mouth wide open, teeth sharp as razors. Their fists crashed into each other, evenly matched, neither side giving an inch. Seeing this, Ninja burst out laughing. Isn't this just amazing? His own body felt stronger too. It felt like his stats had doubled. What did you do? Shinrangun was also fighting the monsters over there. His skills seemed ill-suited for combat. But with just 1 knife, he defeated the monsters, just like the other awakened soldiers. Ninja excitedly gave him a thumbs up, smiling happily. With this power-up, we'll definitely overwhelm them at this rate. We'll clear them out in no time. You're going to be a core member of our unit. As expected, but he couldn't bring himself to be happy. Observing his surroundings, he frowned and reminded them, don't let your guard down. We need to hold these lizards off for as long as possible, while Gang In takes on the leader. So let's focus on range support. Ninja took out a lightning staff, cooperating perfectly. Got it. Leave it to me. And so the 2 of them, each with their own weapon, charged forward like lightning, killing all the small fry monsters, leaving the leader for Gang In to focus on. Just hold on a little longer. Victory is within sight. Everyone was trying their absolute best to kill as many monsters as possible. The snipers also, from up high, fired continuously, coordinating with those below. Sweat poured off Shinrangun like a shower. He stared intently towards the leader and Gang In. Over there, he was fighting alone, still not having gained the upper hand. He punched the monster in a relentless barrage, but it didn't seem to faze it. Suddenly, it reared up, its mouth making a continuous clicking sound. Its eyes widened, its fan-like tail whipped out, and in a flash, wrapped tightly around Gang In's neck. Its tail wrapped around his neck, slammed him hard onto the ground. His eyes blazed red, gritting his teeth, trying to endure. But he was still thrown towards a fence. His body collapsed in a heap. The beast roared, growling, flicking out its snake-like tongue menacingly. Suddenly, its whole body jerked in shock. Another soldier had rushed out of nowhere and grabbed it. Others joined in, grabbing its arms and legs, shouting, "Get it!" They were all injured, but they still pooled their strength to help Gang In hold the monster down. One opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on it. The monster writhed in agony, but couldn't do anything. Its whole body was wrestled to the ground by 2 men. It couldn't stay on its feet. At this point, Gang In had recovered and shot back to his feet. He walked over, brimming with power. Good job. His eyes were bloodshot, spitting fire as he gathered all his strength. He flew towards it and sat right on top of the monster. Each punch came down on its face like a sledgehammer. He punched furiously, tirelessly, roaring madly. He delivered one powerful punch after another. Blood spurted from the monster as it screamed in pain. It could no longer resist. It was just getting smashed to pieces by Gang In. Not only was he punching, he seemed to have gone into a frenzy, using his teeth to tear at its flesh. The scene was truly gruesome, bloody and mangled. The monster's body was beaten to death before it could even gasp. The entire area fell silent. There were no monsters left alive. Everywhere, there were monster corpses. We have achieved total victory in our first battle against the monsters. Shinrangun looked at the soldiers and quickly asked, "Is everyone okay? Don't let your guard down. There might still be some monsters left. Senior members, quickly confirm the status of your unit members." The soldiers finally let out a sigh of relief, hugging each other and laughing happily. "We won." He finally felt more at ease. "We won." Looking at the ordinary people before him, even in a situation where these soldiers' guns had been neutralized, we did it. 17 flashes of light appeared. A system notification popped up. Control secured over Area 17. His eyes widened in amazement. He frowned, staring intently at the system panel. This is... The other awakened ones could also read the world event. Occupation combat status. After reading, everyone exclaimed in confusion. 423rd Battalion. Gang-in also stood there dumbfounded, reading the information. Large-scale area occupation. This is the first human base on the slope to be established. Great achievement. Reward. First place. After reading it, he was stunned for a moment. It seems the effect of the sauce dish hasn't worn off yet. He still looks ferocious. The sun is rising and the sky is getting brighter. They have been fighting all night. Everyone looked exhausted, but now they were all ecstatic. He burst out laughing. We got the number 1 spot. The sky was bright and the ground was littered with the injured. Those who were still healthy worked together to carry the wounded to the treatment area. The entire camp became noisy and bustling. In an infirmary, screams echoed continuously. The area for the seriously injured was already overloaded. Stay with me. Get more water. Sergeant Park, get in here. Everyone was in a great hurry. Bring the more critical ones over here. After the battle, the busiest soldiers were the awakened. With healing abilities, they continuously worked to heal the injured. No matter how severe the wound, they found a way to heal it. Fortunately, the healers and the on-duty doctors were able to handle the situation. Sweating profusely, the number of injured was overwhelming. While treating, they squeezed their eyes shut, praying, "Please, God." Finally, a burst of joy. The wound has healed. Now help the others. Minja and Shin Kongjun stood outside the infirmary door, watching and talking to each other. I think we're starting to get things under control. He turned to look at him with a grateful smile. You did great, senior. But the other man immediately refused the praise. No, it wasn't me. It was Kong In and Soo-hyuk. He thought of the two of them, injured, sleeping like the dead in their beds. His admiration grew. Both of them were exhausted and collapsed. He looked at him and asked, "By the way, have you seen the battalion commander?" Minja replied, also confused, "I don't know. I thought he was there when the battle started. Where could he have gone? It will be very difficult for us to clear out the armory." Hearing that, he felt a little sad and thought to himself, "Just as I thought. How disappointing." The sound of people talking. "Have you checked everything? How far can we be safe?" Shin Kongjun replied, "I think we'll be safe throughout this entire mountain range." Minja couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "The entire mountain range?" He pointed to some points on the system panel. "Look, it says we've taken control of the mountain range." Looking at the long mountain range ahead, "We've stationed ourselves on the highest peak of the range. Besides us, the only other force spread across this area is the trolls." He looked at the other guy and exclaimed, "Ah!" The other man was still staring at the screen. "If you think about it, could it have something to do with who is occupying the most strategic position?" The soldiers were all working. They needed to clear the corpses of the monsters. "If you're right, we've defeated the trolls on this mountain. So are we considered its owners?" He immediately agreed. I guess that's what it means." Shin Kongjun smiled at him. "I think that's good news for us." Minja put his hands on his hips and asserted, "But that's not all." He asked in surprise, "What else is there?" According to him, "I'm not entirely sure. But I bet the trolls have been heavily damaged considering all the casualties from yesterday's battle. So maybe we should launch a counterattack." He seemed very intense, determined to voice his opinion. "At this point, we can wipe them out." But the other man didn't think so. That would be very difficult. Minja couldn't understand. Why? He calmly explained to him. Yesterday's battle was quite complex, but overall, we had the terrain advantage. There's a big difference between being in a defensive position and having to overcome one. Thinking of the monsters rushing to attack, he knew that even in a defensive situation like that, one mistake could cost us everything. Minja was silent for a moment, thinking, but he still didn't fully understand. He spread his hands, trying to persuade him. "But we are also aware that, combining this with the buff that you gave us, wouldn't it be easier?" As soon as he heard this, Shin Kongjun immediately grimaced. He raised his hand to stop him, firmly refusing. "It's best if you don't count on that buff anymore." The other man was even more surprised. "What? Why?" "Well, considering what I have to do, the quality of ingredients, and personal taste. Each of these dishes was cooked for at least 47 hours. It's truly very elaborate and time-consuming." The other man didn't expect it to take so long. His eyes widened. Really? So these aren't simple dishes, huh?" He added to let him know. "Besides, I had to prepare a large amount of food over a long period of time. If I have to start from scratch, it won't be possible if the ingredients aren't of guaranteed quality and the number of awakenings increases. Well, I guess an average one could still be made." Now he understood. He thoughtfully considered it. I hadn't put much thought into it. Well, we need a plan for the future. He immediately agreed. Okay. Looking towards the other soldiers working, Minjar raised his hand and shouted to them, "Come back when you're done." A few of them replied, "Yeah, there's still one more truck." He asked excitedly, "There's still more?" It feels like the troop supplies are endless. Looking at the monster corpses on the ground, we can't burn them all, and where can we bury them? Shin Kongjun opened the system to check. By the way, have you thought about the benefits? The other man asked in surprise, "The benefits from first place? I've seen them, but I don't know which one to choose." His eyes lit up as he read through the 7 benefits. "I've looked at them, but I'm not sure either." Minja let out a smug laugh. Finally, he encouraged him. "You should choose." Unexpectedly, he handed over the decision, which made him a bit surprised. "What? I can't believe it. I think it's pretty important. But I'm just—" The other man cut him off. "It doesn't matter what you choose unless you have intel, and I'd feel more comfortable if you made the choice." Thinking of the soldiers who always trusted him, he knew the rest wouldn't complain if he told them you were the one who chose. Shin Kongjun was tense. He squeezed his eyes shut, sweating as he thought hard. And we can't even ask the commander. Since he's not here, he had to make a decision. "All right then, I'll choose it. I'll choose the mobile fortress, Vimana." Minja asked in surprise why. He turned back to explain. "The name itself explains its purpose," he said decisively. "I want to know if we'll get a giant vehicle or something." The other man asked back, "Do we need vehicles?" He thought about having a walk out of here and replied, "Even if we don't need it now, we'll need it soon. Eventually, we'll run out of food, so at some point, we'll have to leave this place and move on." Looking at the blue sky and the high mountains before him, he felt a sense of wonder. "I don't know exactly what it is, but it will be helpful in some way." The other man didn't object anymore. He was fully supportive. "Okay, that's a reasonable argument. We'll use benefit number 2. Go ahead." Shin Kongjun smiled happily. The other man smiled back, full of trust. The two looked at each other, no more words needed. They always trusted each other's decisions. Seeing that no one else had any objections, he made his selection. "I'll choose it now." He tapped the screen. A system notification appeared. "You have selected the mobile fortress Vimana benefit. The summoning power of Vimana will be granted to Shin Kongjun." A surge of power wrapped around his arm. His whole body could feel it. He knew this was the summoning power. "Yes, I'll summon it now." He eagerly shouted, "Summon Vimana." The two stood silently, waiting, but nothing happened for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Not enough space to summon. Media soted in surtavis. Really? Not enough space. It's that big. But he guessed. Is it because there are too many corpses here? So the two of them decided to go find a more spacious place. "Then how about the training ground over there?" "Yes, that's right. Let's go check it out." With that, Minja waved for the soldiers to stay. "Finish up here, all right?" They replied without any objection. "Yes, sir. We'll get everything done." The two of them left together, both wondering just how big is it. The sun began to set behind the mountains. After a whole day, they still couldn't summon it. Even the area next to the barracks wasn't big enough. The two gave up and headed back. "I can't even check it out. It's so frustrating." Shin Kongjun sat on his bed and opened the system to check. "At least I got some experience. I get experience points every time someone eats my food and uses the buff." He snacked while staring at the system. He thought to himself, "Aren't things getting better? I feel like I'm getting stronger. And the army's awakening is going better too." Just then, a knock came at the door. That guy, Kim Hyung-suk, just pushed the door open and walked in. "Hey, Kongjun." He had a wicked smile on his face. "There you are." He quickly threw down his bag of snacks. Startled, Liu Kim. He stood ramrod straight, giving a perfect military salute. "Reporting, sir. I was resting in room 3. He looked at him, waiting. The lieutenant looked at him with a smile, saying nothing for a moment. Lieutenant Kim Hyung-suk placed a hand on his shoulder. "I heard you went through a tough time. Good job." He stood stiffly, flustered as he replied, "No, Lieutenant. I only did what I could." Seeing his modesty, the lieutenant gave a fake, praising smile. "There are many who wouldn't have done so well, especially since you're a cook." Hearing him talk made him feel sick. He thought to himself, "I don't need these compliments," remembering the terrified, frozen expression on his face when the monsters arrived. He felt a silent contempt from a supposedly righteous officer. Shin Kongjun frowned, thinking uncomfortably, "You talk a good game, but when things got tough, you left everything to the soldiers and ran away." He was very dissatisfied with him, but he couldn't do anything to him. At least, not for now. Suddenly, the lieutenant reached out and grabbed his wrist. Thank God that you and Minja trained the awakened so well. I want to check my contacts just in case. He put on a regretful expression. I don't have any good news yet. But hearing this, he felt a jolt of surprise. What about the 2 drivers that you sent to the upper units? At the mention of those men, Kim Hyung-suk slumped onto the bed. His face showed no sympathy as he replied arrogantly, I don't think they're coming back. It's been 10 days. We should have heard some news by now. Hearing that made him furious. He clenched his teeth. He imagined his 2 comrades driving through the forest. Imagine if I were one of the ones sent out. There's no way you could have survived that. The lieutenant looked at his bag of snacks. By the way, I heard today we're closing the mess hall and eating combat rations. He nodded in response. Yes, sir. That's the plan. I'll bring your meal when it's time. The lieutenant stared at him, a smirk on his face. Come on, can't we have some real food? The warriors are seriously injured. They can't even eat right now. And yet, he didn't seem to care about them at all. He firmly refused. I'm sorry, but I'm in a difficult situation right now, and we're trying to conserve food. Everyone will have to eat combat rations. Seeing how firm he was, he still put on a cunning smile, his tone a warning. So what? No one can argue with me. Because I'm the boss. And you cooked so well for those kids who were about to awaken. His face darkened, and he didn't argue anymore. He wondered to himself, in turmoil, I don't know if I even want to do that. Thinking about using his ability to cook for everyone, he explained, it's special care to help them relax. Because the awakening process is extremely dangerous. He told him, Lieutenant Kim, if you also wish to awaken. All right, he cut him off, changing the subject. Then what did the awakened people eat? He glared at him, as I reported last time, in case of a monster attack. This time, before he could finish, he uninterestedly cut him off again, questioning what? Using food to enhance their strength? Then what's the difference if I eat it? This bastard is truly outrageous. He refuses to awaken, refuses to contribute any effort. And now he's even competing for food with the contributing soldiers. His hands clenched tightly, trying to suppress his helpless anger, blaming himself. I really can't do anything about this. His provocative gaze met his. He frowned, glaring back at him, but could only try to calm himself. He is the only officer left in my battalion. He knew well that if there's anything left of the military in the outside world, and one day we make contact with them, sadly, he will become an important piece. Shin Rangjun gritted his teeth, trying to endure it. I have no choice but to endure this. He could only straighten his back and tell the truth. You can have some of the reserve food. Suddenly, he shot up and shouted, Hey, forget this. I'll eat the combat rations. He looked in surprise at the man who was now standing, hands on his hips, speaking loudly. However things are going, I'll just go with the flow. You shouldn't be an awakened one like that. Having said that, he ignored his dumbfounded, wide-eyed stare and walked straight out of the room. Shin Rangjun silently watched him go, biting his lip to hold back his words. The door slammed shut. Only he remained in the room. Only after he was gone could he let out a sigh of relief. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. Ever since the mountain range became our territory, monster attacks have been cut in half, or even less. We still encounter them occasionally, but they are very easy to defeat. I subdued them as tools to awaken more people. Cheers rang out in the room. Really? That's great. Does that mean things are stabilizing? We did all the hard work while you were lying there. A man sitting on a hospital bed laughed and replied, Yeah, I've heard all about it from the injured new recruits. Thanks for your hard work. Rangjun, sitting in a chair talking to him, replied modestly, Everyone worked hard. Looking at his bandaged leg, he asked, So, can it really not be treated? Taejun looked a bit sad, but still forced a wide smile. The medics and priests said that if it had been treated right away, I would have been fine. But too many days have passed. He now has to use a wheelchair, but his spirits are still very high. Luckily, I'm still healthy, even though I have trouble walking. He frowned, looking at him with some regret. Thinking back to how he was before, he felt, it's my fault. If only I hadn't asked him to awaken me back then. I'm sorry. He tormented himself with the thought. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, Shin Rangjun, it's not your fault, so don't make that face. All the other patients looked at them as Taejun said loudly, If we hadn't tried so hard to awaken, we would have been eaten by those monsters right then and there. Everyone listened silently as he spoke. This injury just happened during that process, so you don't have to blame yourself like that. In fact, the other soldiers who didn't awaken were injured much more severely than him. So this truly wasn't his fault. He smiled cheerfully and patted his arm encouragingly. You are the reason we're still here. His eyes welled up with emotion. Tae-jun, he looked at him, then suddenly said, come outside. I want to show you something. Outside, it was already pitch black. He sat in his wheelchair. He stood beside him. A blue light emanated from him. My job is an astronomer. He asked in surprise, an astronomer? What is that? He tilted his head back to look at the starry sky and explained, well, I guess it's like reading the constellations, to get a glimpse of the heavens and foretell the rise and fall phenomena for travelers. It's complicated, but you just need to understand that much. He also looked up at the sky with him and asked in amazement, predicting the future by reading constellations, or something like that? He smiled at him and confirmed, yes, that's the gist of it. Shin Rang-jun's eyes widened with interest. He teased, calling him a human fortune teller. Tae-jun continued, it might not seem directly related to combat, but I can detect danger for us in advance. It can actually be useful for planning and strategy. He didn't expect him to say, that's why I wanted to see you. Hearing that, he knew something was up. No way. But he nodded seriously. That's right. I've discovered 2 things. He listened, mouth agape in surprise, to every word he said. At this moment, under the sparkling starry sky, Tae-jun, like a fortune teller, foretold some events of the future. We will have some visitors tomorrow. He asked in disbelief, visitors? You mean? His hands gripped the armrests of the wheelchair. He smiled faintly without saying anything, finally reminding him of one more thing. And it's best to hide your claws. Shin Rang-jun was so astonished he just kept staring at him, but that was all he could say. He said nothing more, just smiled faintly and mysteriously. The night sky was still full of stars. No one knew what would happen tomorrow. The night passed, and the day broke. In a lush green forest, a voice shouted, there's a military base there. A civilian pointed towards the barracks. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Really? Let's go check it out. A crowd of civilians was racing towards it. There must be soldiers there. They looked utterly chaotic, with even the sound of children crying. Mommy! A woman hugged her child tightly, comforting them. It's okay. We can survive now. The crowd ran as fast as they could towards the barracks, jostling each other. Come on, everyone. They ran straight to the gate of the barracks, shouting, over there. Several soldiers stood gathered on the roof, looking towards the forest. The soldier who spotted them said, there are about 20 of them. They're dressed rather poorly, and at their current speed, they'll reach our unit in about an hour. On the morning of the 11th day after we were attacked, Shin Rang-jun and Min-ra were lying on a cliff, using binoculars to look towards the forest. We spotted people coming up the mountain. Min-ra looked at him, confused. They're ignoring the no entry to military zone signs. Where did they come from? Looking at the large crowd, the two asked each other, what should we do? Min-ra guessed. Maybe they have nowhere else to go. He thought so too. These civilians must have traveled a long way to get here. Let's just welcome them. He didn't object and agreed immediately. Right, we have to save them. He lowered his binoculars, lost in thought. This was just what Tae-jun had told him yesterday. Could they be the people Tae-jun mentioned? Soon, the crowd had entered the military zone. A soldier stood before them, raising a hand to stop them, shouting loudly, everyone, please calm down. Please form a single line. Order. He handed them a notebook. Please write your name here, ma'am. Other soldiers were grabbing drinks from the military zone supplies. The soldiers seemed reluctant, but still had to say, we have water, so please feel free to drink. Shin Rang-jun and Min-ra were also there, watching. He said, I count 25 people of all ages and genders. He turned to discuss with him. Now, let's move everyone from the 3rd floor, dorm down to the 2nd floor, and let these people stay in the 3rd floor dorm. Should we increase the number of people on the night patrol? Hearing what he said, his eyes lit up in agreement. Good idea. Then let's go clean up the 2nd floor. Just then, Kim Hyung-cheol appeared again. He was greeting a soldier. All right. Thank you for informing me. Seeing him, he got fed up and narrowed his eyes. Isn't that the commander? Min-ra didn't show a hint of joy either, saying flatly, is he here to take command? Kim Hyung-cheol walked up to the crowd of civilians. He spread his arms wide and said loudly, hello everyone. I am Lieutenant Kim Hyung-cheol, currently the commander of this unit. You are all safe now, so please rest assured and follow the soldiers' instructions. An old man in the crowd suddenly spoke up loudly. So you're the one in charge here? I was worried because I only saw regular soldiers. He immediately replied, yes, sir. Don't worry, I'm here now. Other civilians also began to question him impatiently. What is the current military situation? I want to know more. Is there food for us here? The crowd became a noisy mess, everyone talking at once. The children are starving. Who could stand this noise? He roared, all right, everyone, don't worry about a thing. Just fill out the paperwork, and we will prepare everything. After speaking, he turned to the soldiers and ordered, what are you standing there for? Get to it. The soldier could only obey. Yes, sir. He was all talk, but when it came time to act, it was someone else's job. He immediately asked, where are Min-R-A and Shin Rangjun? Min-R-A smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. It's time to speak up. The two had to run over. Sergeant Min-R-A, here, sir. Seeing the two, Kim Hyung-chul immediately said to the civilians, they are experienced soldiers. If I'm not here, go to them. He put on a professional air, frowning as he asked, Sergeant Lee, is there room for them in the living quarters? He replied, flustered. Why, yes, sir. Hearing this, Lieutenant Kim shouted, all right, good. He still wasn't doing anything himself, just delegating the task. I'll leave you in charge of guiding them. The two of them froze, staring at him with blank faces. He wasn't doing anything at all, yet he spoke as if he were. I'll contact you later to make sure you're doing a good job. Report any problems immediately. But they couldn't argue. They could only say, yes, sir. After giving the job to Min-R-A, he looked over at him. In Rangjun, everyone must be hungry, so prepare some food immediately. I'm sure there won't be any problem adding 25 more servings, right? He was speechless. Yes, sir. The two were truly dissatisfied, but couldn't say a word, especially not in front of the civilians. Arguing wouldn't look good. In his heart, he knew clearly. 99 soldiers plus 25 survivors. Increasing the number of meals by a quarter of the original amount is not good. I just lied to them. But how would Lieutenant Kim and the civilians know this? He shouted loudly, all right, the soldiers will take care of it right now. Follow their instructions. The crowd was no longer as noisy as before. They had calmed down. They said to each other, okay, we understand. As expected of an officer, he works lightning fast. I think we're safe now. Kim Hyung-chul was smiling and cheerfully chatting with the civilians. Truly, the person who doesn't have to do anything is always at ease. In contrast, Min-R-A and Shin Rangjun had to shoulder everything. He was so angry he grit his teeth, glaring. Look at that smile. Am I the only one who hates him? He couldn't hold it in either, but could only advise him, well, all we can do is obey his orders. Looking at the now stable situation, he said to him, when our soldiers were giving directions, they didn't even bother to listen. It's completely different with that Kim Hyung-chul. He stood there, smiling and talking, and that's that. But overall, it's effective. He said, but with Lieutenant Kim here, they listen to him. Maybe they only care about his rank. Min-R-A now realized it too. Yeah, the civilians were even crowding around him, calling out, Lieutenant, thank you so much. Kim Hyung-chul, then just enjoy it. Haha, a soldier's duty is to protect the people, and I'm just doing my duty. Everyone is safe now. The crowd kept cheering. We'll survive thanks to you. Even though he knew his reputation was important, Min-R-A still couldn't contain his anger. He crossed his arms and glared. Greedy and doesn't even want to fight. He's only good with words. Shin Kang-jun could only advise him. This isn't the time for us to talk. I'll go to the mess hall. You stay here and help them, okay? He agreed immediately. All right, you go on. Call someone to help you, too. He hurried off at once. I'm off. The barracks area was now much more bustling. A soldier led a group of people up to the third floor. Everyone was happily enjoying themselves. But there were also some difficult people, like an old man, for example. He yelled, questioning the third floor. Isn't that the highest floor? How can an old man, like me, be expected to climb all these stairs? Kang In tried to encourage the old man. Please bear with it, sir. The monsters will attack from the first floor first, so this is the safest place to be in the entire building. But the old man adamantly refused. No, I don't feel comfortable here. The soldiers were getting a headache. They were tired of these types of people. Then there were people who saw the bathing area. Wow, we can finally take a bath. We can finally take a bath. The soldier explained, a bit flustered. There's no hot water, so please bear with it. The woman spun around. What? I can't stand taking cold showers. Fortunately, there was someone reasonable. Just deal with it. This isn't a hotel. These people were refugees acting like they were on vacation, even arguing and making demands of the soldiers. The dining hall was now also full of civilians. The children ate happily, their eyes crinkling with smiles. I finally get to have a full meal. Another old man chimed in. That's right. This is so nice. Looking at the meal on their trays, people praised it with delight. I never expected steamed rice to be this delicious, but it's really delicious. Is this really the military food I know? Shin Kong-jun rested his chin on his hand, listening to the endless praise, smiling with satisfaction. He thought to himself, I'm still a bit surprised because it all happened so suddenly, thinking of the scarce ingredients. But I'm also worried about the ingredients. Even though it's just a percentage, it has already increased by 25%. We're almost out of regular food and have to rely on emergency and combat rations. Ugh, thinking about this, he couldn't feel happy. He broke out in a worried sweat. At this rate, we'll have to go outside in just over a month. Just then, someone approached. That was a wonderful meal. He also politely smiled in return. I'm glad everyone enjoyed. The tall young man laughed and praised. It was more than just good. He laughed out loud. Haha, thank you. The man suddenly stared at him intently. You're really good. What's your job? The moment the question was asked, he immediately became wary. Job. The system showed his job as cook, but he didn't answer right away. Thinking carefully, how can he ask a soldier what their job is? I was about to say I'm a cook. Shin Kong-jun cleverly replied. Do you mean before I joined the army? Ah, I was a university student. The men nodded. Ah, that makes sense. The food is delicious. He watched them talk in silence, a sense of caution rising within him. Watching them leave, he couldn't help but wonder. That's strange. Randomly asking a soldier about his job. He knew jobs weren't what they used to be. Now, they were more exclusive. They only appeared in the status window, which only the awakened could see. He broke out in a sweat. At least I'm a cook. If other soldiers heard that question, they would have bluntly said they were a warrior or a healer. Suddenly, he remembered his conversation with Tae-jun. That meaningful look. He suddenly thought, is this what Tae-jun was talking about? Min-ra walked down the hallway of the living quarters, looking extremely sullen and annoyed. We've had to worry so much because of the monsters. Now, we also have to take care of these survivors. He was thinking about the voices of the soldiers talking amongst themselves. How do we get stuck in this mess? That's right. I can't even get any rest. One of them, grimacing, bluntly expressed his dissatisfaction. I can't stand it. Lieutenant Kim just makes things worse. Now we have to worry about everything. Another said, I'd rather have the sergeants in charge. Their way is much better than Lieutenant Kim's. He was hiding behind a wall, hearing everything. These soldiers were venting their frustrations. Yeah, and we've been through a lot together. I feel a strange sense of camaraderie with him. Hearing these things, even he was bewildered. Camaraderie? They seemed to really like him and Shin Kong-jun. One person spoke up. I wish Lieutenant Kim would just disappear somewhere when we're in a fight. He's not even there. And yet he's so happy to welcome the survivors. It's ridiculous, and everyone sees it. One person frowned and said, he has a high rank. There's nothing we can do. But the other one didn't give up, although they knew the ranks were different. They couldn't suppress their dissatisfaction. We're the ones fighting the monsters. A commander like that will harm us, not help us. Isn't that right, Sergeant? At that moment, Min-ra realized we all feel the same way. He thought as he walked, I've always felt uneasy about Lieutenant Kim. He won't fight with us. He silently made a decision in his heart. Who would follow? A commander who always disappears from the battlefield. Standing in front of the door, he hesitated for a moment. If this continues, the army's morale and unity will collapse. He pressed his lips together, his brows furrowed with determination. We need to do something as soon as possible. On the rooftop, the soldiers gathered together. People wondered, Sergeant Min-ra? It seems everyone's here except for the injured. Another asked, hey man, are we having a secret meeting? Someone else agreed. Yes, this is necessary. Everyone looked at each other, wondering. Just then, a serious voice rang out. I'm sorry for calling everyone here so late. It was Min-ra. He stood above them, his eyes scanning everyone. But I don't think this can wait any longer. I can't just stand by and watch everyone struggle. A glint appeared in his eyes. He declared, I met with Lieutenant Kim. As soon as they heard that, the crowd stirred, looking at each other in astonishment. What? Really? What are you talking about? Seeing that everyone seemed panicked, he calmly reassured them. It's not a big deal. I just told him to put himself in our situation, and why he doesn't at least consult us, the ones fighting in the trenches, before making big decisions. He paused for a moment, looking around. Feigning disappointment, he said, but, as you can imagine, it didn't work. He recalled that moment in Lieutenant Kim's room. He had spoken bluntly to him. They said that, you should try to listen to our advice. But the Lieutenant Kim, clearly wouldn't listen. He even pointed and scolded back. He said that's not something a soldier would force him to do. Hearing that, they knew it was just like him. The soldiers fell silent, disappointed. Finally, one burst out, that bastard. He never pays any attention to us. He doesn't even want to fight with us. Shin Kong-jun also stood in the crowd, watching this agitated scene with growing bewilderment. Damn it. Min-ra wasn't surprised. He knew the soldiers didn't like Lieutenant Kim either. He narrowed his eyes, adding fuel to the fire. Right, this isn't an issue that can be taken lightly, because our very survival is at stake. That's why I arranged this meeting. Everyone stood still, listening to him. My first proposal is... The men waited in silence, full of curiosity. Min-ra said harshly and bluntly to remove Lieutenant Kim. The words had barely left his mouth when everyone around him began murmuring, looking at each other. What? You want to do that? Wait, is that really a good idea? Shin Kong-jun couldn't help but shout, questioning him. What's wrong with you? What the hell are you talking about? We can't just remove a lieutenant. He didn't expect him to react by scolding him. He narrowed his eyes and questioned back. You don't agree with me? Kong-jun, think about it. How long are you going to let him drag us down? Sweat broke out on his pale face as he stammered. No, he's still an officer. Even if he makes strange requests, we have to discuss and decide together. Just thinking of that defiant, finger-pointing posture of his, Min-ra grew furious. I wonder if it was just a one-time thing. Perhaps, when more survivors join us, our group will be much larger than it is now. He also agreed, that's right. He just continued, and what will happen if he's always the one representing us in those meetings? At this, Shin Kong-jun fell silent, not knowing what to say. Min-ra's eyes widened as he shouted in anger. Then we'll have a lot of people thinking he's our leader. The thought of Lieutenant Kim manipulating everyone made his blood boil. We'll get to a point where we can't do anything on our own. What do you all think? Am I wrong? He just yelled. If he had the strength, we would all listen to him. But we all know he doesn't. A few soldiers, seeing the logic, spoke up. That's right. He's right. It's scary to think about Lieutenant Kim being in charge of us all the time. Another one gossiped. I shared a dorm room with him once, and it was the worst. Their grievances against the man all came bursting out. However, they were still hesitant in their hearts. But we're comrades. We can't just ignore this. He did a lot of things when the world was still normal. Min-ra looked helplessly at the speaker, Kong. He still spoke his mind. I don't know, but isn't a civil war the ultimate form of modern warfare? What a dangerous idea. Hearing this, Min-ra reluctantly agreed. A good point. And that's exactly why we have to carry out a plan of our own quickly. Both Kong-in and Shin Kong-jun were surprised, wondering what. Min-ra stood between the two. He stated his plan. Without Lieutenant Kim, the highest ranks in our unit will be the two sergeants, Park Tae-jun and Shin Kong-jun. He added, even ordinary soldiers can act as commanders when there are no officers. Everyone fell silent, listening with wide eyes. Min-ra suddenly extended his hand. That way, if we have to face an army from the outside, he just put his arm around his shoulder and smiled. No one will have a problem with you leading us. Kang-yun, he hugged his shoulder and declared to the men, the reason I called you all here to discuss this matter is that we need to eliminate him without getting caught. But others immediately showed their doubt. What the hell did you just say? A cook can't become a commander. Min-ra was resolute, determined to persuade them. Why not? He's the one in charge of the corn. And most importantly, our food. But he patted his back, glancing at the soldiers. My second proposal, which is the most important, is that Sergeant Shin should take charge. After saying that, he even yelled, if any of you have any objections, speak up. Shin Kong-jun, speechless, looked at him, tried to stop his mouth. Stop it. They'll never accept a cook as their commander. The soldiers began to look at each other, discussing. Sergeant Shin, he always thinks of us first. He has motivated us so much. With his food, it seemed the situation was more favorable than he thought. They were even praising him. We can trust him. If it weren't for his corn, we'll probably just end up as bait for the monsters. Then the ninja, seeing no one objected, asked again, anything else? So everyone agrees. He tried to speak up to stop him. Hey man, but he paid no mind to his objection. He just placed a hand on Shin Rangjun's shoulder and declared, "From now on, our commander will be Sergeant Shin Rangjun." He frowned and reminded him, "You're disrespecting the chain of command." He turned to look at him with a smug smile. "Just accept." Suddenly, a light flashed. A display screen. A notification appeared before all the awakened people. Guild formation. You have successfully formed the Minium Raid Unit. A guild of 30 players? Gang In exclaimed in surprise. A guild? The system explained again. Guild. A guild is the first step to becoming a full-fledged force, beyond the scope of a party. It is a level of bond that far exceeds the casual gathering of a meetup. Large area party. Second guild in row. Small area. First guild in Juk 17. Minare also frowned in amazement. The system continuously displayed achievements. Comrades. Comrades have a Trailblazer reward. Second reward. Group skill. Token. Shin Rangjun touched the screen. You are the commander of Guild 423 from now on. He just stood there stunned, looking at the words on the system. Panel. Bewildered to realize he had actually become a leader. It was getting dark on the rooftop. People were still standing around talking. So that's that. The soldiers shouted in unison, cheering him on. You'll have to command us from now on. Sergeant Shin, good luck to you, comrade. Shin Rangjun felt extremely awkward. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he closed his eyes and thought carefully. If they're going to do this, I have to do it right. So he began his new role, standing before the crowd and speaking seriously. All right then, my first request as your commander is that we don't eliminate. Lieutenant Kim Gang In stared at him silently. The ninja even yelled, Rangjun. Everyone voiced their opposition. But this is a hopeless situation. You know what we're going through. Please accept this decision. Seeing everyone's harsh reaction, he quickly laughed, trying to soothe them. Everyone, calm down. Please listen to me. The crowd fell silent, staring at him. If we start picking people off just for our own benefit, we might live in body, but we'll be dead in spirit. They listened, not quite understanding what he was saying. Shin Rangjun's eyes lit up. To keep our humanity, he said sincerely. He imagined the soldiers with their arms around each other, laughing carefree. We shouldn't kill anyone unless they attack us first. He was dead serious. I want everyone to promise me this. Hearing him speak, the ninja had to look over, smiling to himself in admiration. So this is what he, Asterisk, thinks. What a good leader, Asterisk. They knew they hadn't chosen the wrong commander. Then they clamored again, asking, we'll follow your request. But what about Lieutenant Kim? If he's not the commander anymore, why should we let him live? When he does nothing, his calm voice cut through everyone's words. We still need to kill him. The soldiers were baffled again, looking at each other. What? But, he explained to them, he's a man who only causes damage. However, getting rid of him would be a waste. His eyes glinted with a cunning spark. We can make use of him. Now they looked at him with incredulous eyes, speechless, wondering where Lieutenant Kim was. Finally, the meeting was over. A man stood at the window, looking down at the soldiers below. He chuckled and turned back to report. Looks like the soldiers are back, sir. The blond man who had spoken to Shin Rangjun earlier was lying on the bed, his head resting comfortably on his arm, strolling around in a group at midnight. Don't you think there's something wrong with that? The blond man sneered contemptuously. They're just a bunch of kids in their 20s. His underlings sitting across from him listened in silence. One of them spoke up. Their commander seems strong, but he's not with them. The blond man asked coldly, have you checked on the things I asked you to? An underling smiled, nodding. Yes, sir. I checked with a few soldiers, but it's been a while since anyone has awakened. He recalled the scene of him talking to the soldiers. Many of them had split up to ask around to avoid suspicion. A large man sitting on the bed, propped on his hand, said, I peek, and they're also using guns to kill the monsters. The blond man burst out laughing with delight. His eyes lit up. Good. That means this is a good opportunity, since no one new has awakened. I think it's time we made our move. The men immediately looked at each other. One asked hesitantly, so should we go? The blond man's face grew stern as he gave a cautionary order. Just in case. Let's wait a few more days. Be careful not to get hurt. They all shouted in unison, yes, boss. The next day, voices could be heard. I'm ready to eat. I prefer to wait until the kids get back. Shin Rangjun stood in the kitchen. He held the silver ring in his hand, looking at the system notification. The token represents your position in the guild. It grants you a bonus, stat depending on the size of your group. Shin Rangjun was overjoyed. He clenched the ring in his hand and smiled happily. I can't believe this is my first piece of equipment. Looking at the neatly arranged dishes on the table, providing a bonus to all group members will have a powerful effect. At this thought, his face fell slightly. It's a shame I don't have a good item to equip it on. Just then, a shout was heard. Oh my God, our military ranks are gone, but our guild name and titles are still there. Still confused, he turned to look at Minare, disbelieving. But am I really the commander? He smirked and replied, it's fine. Look at their reactions. It's true. No one is objecting. Thinking about the things he had done before, he was very satisfied. And there's already a rumor that you're strong enough to kill monsters with just a sword. He also asserted, they're not against you, because they know you're trustworthy. The situation is unstable on many fronts, and we also have a strong leader like you. Looking at the large, aggressive figure of Gang In with his bloodshot eyes, the ninja covered his mouth and whispered, we have the berserker Gang In, who's overwhelming, but he's too gentle and sometimes too aggressive to be a leader. He asked doubtfully, is that so? He confirmed, that's right, so you're the only option left. In the dining hall, a soldier saluted him and shouted, loyalty. Shin Rangjun looked at him, amused, and asked, oh, you're here already? Did you tell everyone what I asked? He reported honestly, yes. When someone asks about our profession, we shouldn't act suspiciously or mention the status. Window, hearing him repeat his instructions correctly, he praised him satisfied. Good job, he added. I also told them to avoid talking about awakening as much as possible, so they should be fine. He always kept in mind what Tae-jun had told him. You should probably keep your mouth shut, he thought. Tae-jun said he doesn't know exactly what will happen, so we need to hide it as well as we can. Although they were hiding it, he still told the soldier, but that doesn't stop us from increasing the number of awakened people. He straightened up and declared, yes, we'll be relying heavily on the awakened marksmen to defeat the monsters, so that's not a problem. Hearing that was a relief to him. Thank God the awakened sharpshooters seem hard to distinguish from the regular armed soldiers, he suddenly reported to him. But it seems there's another problem. He was interested. The soldier was sweating, looking a bit tense. The survivors keep insisting on talking to us. Especially, there's a woman who keeps asking for the soldiers' help. She said she needs to tell us a story. Shin Rangjun immediately asked, is it important? Recalling that encounter, the soldier replied, I don't know, but she seems to be the leader of the survivor group. He told him, so we thought you should be the one to talk to her. Sergeant Shin, but if Lieutenant Kim finds out and criticizes us, he fell silent, stroking his chin in thought, not saying a word. He thought of Kim Hyung-seo. Lee, asterisk, the problem of Lieutenant Kim to me. Asterisk, he asked in surprise. What are you going to do? He patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, I've got a plan. While he was still confused, he pointed, but take care of this first. Choose 3 representatives from the survivors and tell them to come to the meeting room on the 2nd floor of the residential building. After dinner, he also specifically instructed and warned them not to tell anyone. The man obeyed. Yes, sir. Before he left, he added, good luck. A hot, delicious bowl of spaghetti. Shin Rangjun looked at the bowl and thought, now it's just a matter of time. I'm planning to organize a few things. Late at night, he carried the bowl of spaghetti down to the basement alone. A few soldiers saw this scene and talked among themselves. What's under the kitchen? The other replied, you don't know? There's a basement under the dining hall. Seeing him go down there, they were even more surprised. Really? The other man informed him. It was built to supply hot water and electricity to the dining hall. It has a boiler and a generator. It's pretty big, so it's also a storage room. He even ventured a guess. I think it's being used for something else now. The other man chuckled. Who knows? Down in the basement. He kept walking deeper inside, holding the hot plate of spaghetti. As he walked, he thought, anyway, the ninjas. Idea to use this place as a prison was brilliant. He felt it was perfect for a prison cell. At that moment, Shin Rangjun stopped in front of a room. Frowning seriously, he gently opened the door and went inside. On the single bed in the room, a figure appeared. As soon as he saw him, the man shouted in alarm, Rangjun. He smiled and replied, that's right, Lieutenant Kim. Kim Hyung-seo looked exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes. He was sweating bullets as he looked at him. At that time, the wooden door was shut tight. Shin Rangjun, Minare, and another soldier were hiding outside the room. They quickly grabbed the doorknob. In one swift motion, they pushed the door open and rushed in. In the room, Kim Hyung SEO was sitting in front of a computer screen, completely unaware of what was about to happen. By the time he turned around, startled, it was too late. From outside the door, Min Ra, wielding his lightning fist, rushed in to attack. A single bolt of lightning was enough to take him down. Lieutenant Kim's whole body was electrocuted. He slumped in his chair. His eyes rolled back, unable to do anything. Before passing out, he only managed to see two faces, Min Ra and Shin Rangjun. Finally, he fainted, knowing nothing more. By the time he woke up, he had been locked down here. He repeatedly shouted, begging Shin, "Rangjun, listen to me. I'll apologize to all the soldiers I've ever wronged." He exclaimed in surprise. What? He just started confessing all his sins on his own. "The other day, I spilled coffee on the Jada device and broke it. So I blamed on the guard who was on duty. He could only listen, speechless. I made a mistake during an inspection and pinned it on the other soldiers." Looking at the dark room with only a simple, worn-out bed, he thought, "I bet it's uncomfortable being stuck in a cell with nothing to do. You must be wondering why we put you in here." Lieutenant Kim just kept babbling. "What else? Was it when I made a soldier do my work in the warehouse, and that person got hurt? This guy has done so many bad things." He was getting tired of hearing it. So many stories. He looked desperate. "It was all my fault. So please help me. You don't look well." But I thought I was close to them. But Shin Kong-jun, with a sad and helpless expression, holding the bowl of pasta, replied, "I tried to persuade them, but most of them were against it. More people hold a grudge against Lieutenant Kim than I thought." This guy had no idea this was all his subordinate scheme. He was stunned in disbelief, his eyes wide, unable to accept it. His hand trembled as he listened to him speak. "I don't think that's a possibility." He collapsed onto the bed, dejected and hopeless. Watching him, silent and despairing, sweating profusely, Shin Kong-jun knew he was in a hopeless situation. He must be remembering the cases of officers being killed by their own men during wartime. Letting him sit in silence for a moment, he held out the bowl of pasta and offered, "But don't worry. I will try to persuade the other soldiers somehow. I know you've been through a lot while being confined, so here is some food for you." The lieutenant looked up at him, aggrieved. "But Kong-jun," the other man gently interrupted him. "You like Italian food, don't you? I made some pasta." In this situation, having someone care for him was a great comfort. "Thank you so much." The lieutenant took a fork and poked at the pasta. He took a small bite and put it in his mouth. As soon as he took a bite, his eyes lit up and he praised it nonstop. "Wow, this is delicious. So delicious." He ate continuously like a starving man. He ate so heartily it brought tears to his eyes. "I finally feel alive again." Seeing this sight, Shin Kong-jun couldn't help but smile to himself. It seems feeding him was a good idea. He just stood there watching him eat, lost deep in his own calculations. "Go on, enjoy this happiness." The man, oblivious, chuckled while he ate. He couldn't stop laughing. One day, the ninja looked at Shin Kong-jun suspiciously and asked, "Are you cooking tiktajek meat?" He replied without any hesitation, "That's right. We're running out of food." The ninja was shocked. "No, but is it even okay to eat monster meat?" At the time, he himself didn't know if it was okay. He could only admit, "I don't know. But right now, I don't have a better food source." The ninja felt nauseous just hearing it. Looking at the food in front of him, he had an idea. "So I experimented with a few new things. And I discovered that, perhaps because it contains magical power, the flavor and effects of a dish were enhanced." The other party listened in disbelief and asked, "Really?" He nodded. "Yes, I've tested and confirmed it." Not to mention, while cooking, the system gave him the title of pioneer, a title given to someone who makes a completely new breakthrough in their field. Effectiveness of job-related skills and talents increased by 100%. He shared, and I received this title. Yes, he also told him, "I think I can try this monster dish with Lieutenant Kim." The other man seemed skeptical. "Lieutenant Kim," he reassured him, "that's right. Just leave it to me." Soon, the pasta was ready. Tiktajek rose pasta filled with happiness. He looked at the bowl of pasta, his eyes shining, and smiled faintly with satisfaction. Now, in the dining room, he couldn't help but smile. Kim Hyun-cheol ate while praising it endlessly. "I haven't had a decent meal in so long. I feel great." Seeing the empty plate, Shin Kong-jun replied politely, "I'm glad you feel great." The lieutenant was in a daze, drooling and smiling foolishly. Not a scrap of pasta left. From that day on, Shin Kong-jun cooked in the kitchen every day. Still the tiktajek dish for Lieutenant Kim. While cooking, he thought, I'm glad I can feed you every day to make your tongue and brain addicted to my food. Suddenly, he raised a hand to his chin, contemplating. Kim Hee-cheol's eyes bulged as he shouted in disbelief. Wait, is this the only thing I get to eat today? He had calculated everything. I'll stop abruptly and replace it with tasteless field rations. Denied his tiktajek meat, he went berserk, slammed the bowl and screaming. Kong Jun, you bastard. Is this how you treat me? Go and bring me a proper meal. He paid him no mind, resolutely opened the door, and walked out. Standing on the cellar door, he was extremely pleased. Just as expected, this is enough. Smiling smugly. Time to get to work. The ninja and Kong and watched him from a distance. The two looked at his strange smile and wondered, what the hell is Kong Jun thinking? He's serving Lieutenant Kim 3 meals a day. Kong agreed. That's right. He sweated, trying to understand. It's as if Lieutenant Kim is a huge fan of tiktajek meat. Kong frowned, thinking of the monster. By the way, Sergeant, Shin told us to catch him and awaken tiktajek. The ninja exclaimed in surprise. What? Another one? He broke out in a nervous sweat. He can't possibly be. The sky was still so blue. But things were starting to change. In the dark cellar, a cry rang out. Screaming and crying. Not this. Lieutenant Kim was still throwing a tantrum, yelling, this is an order. Bring me a proper meal right now, Shin. Shin Kong Jun stood there, watching him, and replied firmly, unyielding. That's not right. Lieutenant Kim, if you want to eat something better, that's not the attitude you should have. It was the first time he'd been treated like this by a subordinate. He couldn't take it and glared. What? You really? Shin Kong Jun looked at him with a blank expression, thinking to himself, the feeling of emptiness you feel when the happiness you've experienced from eating for days is gone will be immense. He was still the same, just screaming and threatening all day. I'm telling you this as your superior. My orders are absolute. Seeing this, he decisively turned to leave. If you don't change this attitude, then I'll just have to come back tomorrow. Think carefully about it until then. Kim Hee-cheol's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew he was out of options and quickly called out, wait. He dropped to his knees and began to beg. Please, I'm begging you. You can't do this. No matter how much I eat, I still don't feel full. He even clung tightly to his pant leg, bowing his head low. This was exactly what he wanted. That's right. He couldn't take it anymore. He just kept crying. Please cook something for me. I'll do anything. He'd waited so long for him to say this. He nodded slightly, his eyes wide, his voice menacing. All right, then I'll cook for you, but on one condition. Sweating profusely, he looked up. The door opened, revealing a tiktajek inside. Because the job each person gets upon awakening is random, Lieutenant Kim could be a winning lottery ticket. As soon as he saw the monster, he flinched in fear, stammering, "That's a." He had always avoided fighting monsters. He screamed in terror, "A tiktajek." He calmly replied, "That's right. If you want food from me, you need to kill that monster." Fresh blood pooled on the ground. Kim Hee-cheol panted heavily. His hand, clutching the knife, trembled uncontrollably. In front of him, a status window appeared. Class, Apprentice Commander, Level 1. Innate skill can increase the stats of soldiers under your command by 10%. Kim Hee-cheol stared in shock at the status screen before him. Does this mean I'm awakening? Shin Kong Jun walked over to look at Kim Hee-cheol's status window. Oh, this percentage increase. It's better than I thought. Kim Hee-cheol looked at him and asked Kong Jun, what is this? Explain it to me. Shin Kong Jun smiled, looking at the horrified Kim Hee-cheol before him. The lottery ticket I scratched to test my luck was a winner. In the kitchen, Shin Kong Jun opened his own status screen and continued his research. There are two main ways to increase people's stats: fixed value buffs and percentage-based buffs. A fixed value buff is more effective if the target has low stats. On the other hand, a percentage increase is effective for targets with higher stats. So, with Lieutenant Kim's talent, it could be effective in increasing the stats of the entire corps. I can learn a lot from this experiment. Shin Kong Jun also received an achievement called Irresistible Flavor for successfully bringing someone under your complete control through cooking. This is one of the best achievements you can ask for as a chef. Achievement reward: high-grade ingredient, Dragon's Heart. You have gained a lot of experience. You have been upgraded to Apprentice Chef Level 10. You have been promoted from Apprentice Chef Level 10 to Sous Chef Level 1. So, my old max was 9. Now, my stat increase is about 2%. instead of 1%. And now, the apprentice talents are replaced with intermediate ones. Even with apprentice skills, I had reached a professional level. Compared to before, I wonder what it will be like now. He looked at the carefully prepared food in front of him. Combat ration preparation complete. Oh man, I love this skill. He reached out, took a ration bar from the tray, and tried. This is the new combat ration skill. It allows you to make preserved food for battle. It has less energy than a normal meal, but a longer shelf life. And it contains a lot of calories in such a small size. It's also easier to carry. The taste isn't bad either. Perfect for when I have trouble supplying food for the whole team. Who would have thought the useless Lieutenant Kim would become so useful? Now we're talking. The kitchen gradually fell silent. Shin Kong-jun raised an eyebrow and looked out the door. Another day with a very, very blue sky. In the military personnel's dormitory area, Shin Kong-jun easily spotted a few familiar faces moving about inside. Of course, Lieutenant Kim wasn't with them, as lately he's been sick from the food Shin Kong-jun cooked, and Min-chai will go in his place. Kong-in asked blankly, huh? What? You mean because of the food you cooked? Shin Kong-jun pointed to Min-chai and said, everyone don't worry, just listen to him. He's the most educated person in this unit, and a good speaker too. Min-chai nodded slightly, but his expression was a bit reluctant. Do you think I don't know that? You're just dumping the responsibility on me? Shin Kong-jun grinned and said, I told you everything yesterday. Now you just have to do the same. I agree to be the commander, but don't expect me to take all the responsibility. Min-chai sighed in resignation. All right, let's go. Let's do our best, guys. Everyone stay calm. At the dormitory, Min-chi's group, Shin Kong-jun and Kong-in, entered the room. The civilians had all gathered here already. They're certainly early. No one said much, just nodding slightly in greeting. Shin Kong-jun's group also slowly sat down. Shin Kong-jun observed them closely. There might be someone among them who wants to harm us. As per my hunch, I need to hide my abilities from them. So I'll just have to settle for talking to get as much information as possible from them without having to reveal anything about myself. Min-chai was the first to speak. Hello, everyone. I'm Sergeant Min-chai, and I will be leading this meeting. The people on the other side were clearly surprised because they thought that Lieutenant Kim was supposed to be leading the meeting. Min-chai said, he said it would be better for me to come as one of the people in charge of the operation. Don't worry. I guarantee I will run this meeting smoothly. Lee Sing-ah nodded slightly, seeming to trust Min-chi's words. Her reaction was a bit unusual. Only the big guy sitting next to her was somewhat defiant. Ahem. I don't think I'll be talking to a regular soldier. You'd better bring him here. Please, come over here. Min-chai calmly responded. 2 soldiers were sitting in front of him. These are the top members of the division, responsible for the unit's daily operations. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Park Won-sang said, of course. I want to ask why it took 3 days to prepare for this meeting. Min-chai's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but he could only manage a smile and reply, well, it was to let everyone rest and regain their strength. After all, everyone was exhausted from their long escape. And we also wanted to give you time to think about what you wanted to know, as well as to choose a representative. And as usual, we were also busy with our military duties. Park Won-sang, as if intentionally provoking him, then asked, so you're saying your work is more important than us? Please don't think of it like that. Why not? You just said it. Shin Jang-chun sighed helplessly. Occasionally, they would meet people like this, people who think they're kings and queens, because the taxes they pay are what pays our salaries. You're a soldier. You should put the people first. What could be more important than us? At this moment, the girl sitting next to him, Lee Sang-ah, suddenly said loudly, Hey, Park Won-sang. The man was clearly intimidated. The others were also a little scared. It seemed the person with the most authority here was this girl. Lee Sang-ah said, They've taken the time to talk to us. I understand your frustration, but it would be best if you kept quiet for now. Park Won-sang said, Fine. Shin Jang-chun secretly smiled. Oh, it could only be her. After scolding the man, Lee Sang-ah calmly looked at Min-chai, sitting opposite her, and said, I'm so sorry. Mr. Park was a bit out of line. Min-chai said awkwardly, No, it's understandable. After all, we did waste your time, but we didn't want it to be this way either. Lee Sang-ah smiled and said, Yes, I know that. I am Lee Sang-ah. Before all this happened, I was the owner of a small clothing store. Min-chai forced a smile and said, I see. I'm glad you were able to bring some order to the unit. Yes, well, before we begin, to gather more information, I think it's necessary for us to understand each other's situations. Could you tell us a little about what happened to your group? Lee Sing-ah nodded. Yes, I'd be happy to. Shin Jae-chun couldn't help but praise him. Min Chai, you're doing a great job. His gaze was fixed intently on Lee Sang-ah, observing her. Lee Sang-ah began her story. Well, as you know, about 2 weeks ago, monsters suddenly appeared. At the same time, we lost all internet connection, TV, and even our phones. We were attacked by many monsters, and some people were injured, but survived, eventually turning into zombies. It was extremely chaotic. Shin Jae-chun and Min Chai were both horrified. Wait, what is she talking about? Zombies? The military personnel in the room started murmuring among themselves. After all, they had never heard the term zombies like this before. Min Chai, bewildered, leaned closer to Shin Jae-chun and whispered, "They're talking about the lizards, right? We haven't seen any zombies." To be honest, Shin Jae-chun couldn't believe it either. Seeing their reaction, Lee Sang-ah couldn't help but ask with some suspicion, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with me mentioning zombies?" Min Chai quickly laughed it off. No, nothing at all. It's just that we don't call them zombies. Really? But we're certain they're zombies. So what do you call them? Min Chai became even more flustered. His brain CPU went into overdrive thinking. We mean the living dead. That's what we call them. What on earth is he thinking? Shin Jae-chun thought to himself, that sounded a bit off, but the others seemed to believe it immediately. They even suggested they should all start calling them the living dead. Min Chai quickly said, now that I think about it, calling them zombies is probably more accurate, so let's just stick with that. Lee Sang-ah's eyes widened in surprise, but she didn't ask any more questions. If you say zombies, we'll call them zombies. Although they were a bit clumsy, all in all, they got through that hurdle. Min Chai continued the conversation. So what happened next? Please continue. The story Miss Lee told went like this. After escaping the zombies, she joined a group of survivors she happened to meet. And while they were looking for a safe place, one of them told them about their military base. It was the old man sitting next to Lee Sang-ah. Kong and John looked toward the old man and asked, "How did you know about our military base?" The old man said calmly, "A friend in the construction industry told us that he had worked at a military base near our town. I remember him saying that the base was located deep in the mountains." Lee Sang-ah continued, "We didn't know the exact location, but we figured we had to go there anyway. So why not take a chance? Those who have been dealing with the lizards for a long time were amazed to get past all those monsters." Min Chai exclaimed involuntarily. That must have been a long journey. Shin Jae-chun couldn't sit still any longer. He actively raised his hand and asked, "I have a question. I don't see any of you carrying any weapons, just holding iron bars in your hands. So, how did you manage to escape from those monsters?" Lee Sang-ah said, "You probably won't believe this, but we awakened superpowers." There it is again. Some of the soldiers looked worriedly towards Lee Sang-ah. As for Shin Jae-chun, he watched her with that same sharp gaze. There it is again. Without any potential, how could they awaken? Lee Sang-ah said, "Out of 25 people, I was the only one to awaken. Thanks to that, we were able to get here." An interesting revelation, Shin Jae-chun thought to himself. But is it really possible with just one person? Lee Sang-ah pushed her chair out and stood up. "You may not believe me, but I can prove it." Perhaps the men didn't expect Lee Sang-ah to be so direct, so their expressions were a bit surprised. Conveniently, it looked as if they were surprised by Lee Sang-ah's superpower. She smiled at them and nodded slightly. The eyes of everyone in the room were fixed on Lee Sang-ah. She held a large pair of tailor's scissors and said, "These are sewing scissors. They're used for things like fixing curtains, so they're a bit bigger than regular scissors." Shin Jae-chun thought in surprise. "I heard she worked in a tailor shop. So, is that where she got her ability?" The scissors in Lee Sang-ah's hand snipped a few times, as if testing their sharpness. Lee Sang-ah closed her eyes, concentrating the energy in her body. Her body seemed to glow with a faint red aura. She lunged, aiming the scissors at the edge of the table in front of her. Her brown hair was blown back by the powerful energy. Lee Sang-ah frowned and applied force. The table in front of her was cut clean in two. There were even some moisture spots around the tabletop. Of course, everyone had already stood up, so no one was hurt. It's just that Lee Sang-ah, as if she had OCD, had cut the table in two with perfect symmetry. Min Chai jumped up, looked at the severed table, and said in shock, How was that possible?" Shin Jiang-chun, however, suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Lee Sang-ah spoke calmly. As usual, I was working in my shop when some very strange-looking people started attacking us. The situation at that time was terrifying, but I tried to stay calm and grabbed the scissors that were near me. In a moment of crisis, I stabbed a zombie. After it died, a blue screen appeared telling me I had awakened and giving me a superpower, and now I can take care of those zombies with just one snip. Lee Sang-ah said, and of course, she didn't mention how she had cried out of fear at that time. Shin Jiang-chun frowned slightly. She stabbed a zombie? Could zombies be another condition for awakening? He cautiously probed. Didn't all of you fight zombies? So, why is it only you, Miss Lee? Lee Sang-ah said, I wonder about that too. I don't know what the required condition is. Those who knew the inside story were a little anxious and confused. Could it be that they killed a zombie, but didn't successfully awaken? That's really strange. Shin Jiang-chun frowned slightly. Tae-chun once said that someone might harm them. What the hell is this? Is she the only one who has awakened? Or are they just hiding something? Is there anything you want to tell me about the awakening? Lee Sang-ah said, yes. I don't know the exact criteria, but I think it's just a random awakening upon killing a zombie. I felt I should share that information with you. Min-chai nodded and said, that's very helpful. Thank you so much. If you're ever in any danger, please call us. We'll make sure to help you. Shin Jiang-chun gave a faint smile. He thought to himself, I don't think they have any ulterior motives, because if they did, they would be putting themselves in mortal danger. Min-chai smiled brightly at Lee Sang-ah. I want to tell you about the current situation in our unit. In addition, I will ensure that everyone is properly supplied. Lee Sang-ah smiled and said, that's wonderful. Looking at Min-chai's face, he's definitely a fan of Lee Sang-ah. He looked towards Kong In-jon and said, Kong In-jon, clear the table and find a replacement, please. Shin Jiang-chun smiled. It seems I can't dig up anything else here. In that case, I'll set a trap out on the training grounds. Shin Jiang-chun sat on a large crate, deep in thought. The zombies. Miss Lee said countless monsters are running rampant in the city. That means we'll never know what to expect. He sighed and looked up at the blue sky, lamenting, this is such a headache. At that moment, footsteps approached, followed by the voices of some girls. Sergeant, we've finished washing the dishes. He stood up and smiled. Ah, thank you. You really didn't have to do that. The other girl said, we need to do something useful. Besides, we're taking turns. Shin Jiang-chun opened the lid of the crate that he had just been sitting on and said, I just made some snacks. Have some. You made snacks. Inside the crate were two rather delicious-looking ice cream bars. Shin Jiang-chun smiled and said, consider it a reward for helping me with the dishes and cleaning. The two girls were both delighted and surprised to see the ice cream. Is this ice cream? Did you make it yourself? Shin Jiang-chun smiled and said, there are some leftover ingredients, so I used them to make something new. I try to make it taste like what I've had before, so it's probably not that great. Let me try some. You try it too. Shin Jiang-chun anxiously watched the two ice cream bars in their hands. It's happiness-flavored ice cream with the chef's special sauce. I'll start spreading the rumor about getting rewards. After completing work, the two girls took a bite of the ice cream. The flavor slowly melted in their mouths. And then, what was bound to happen, happened. An explosion of flavor. The quieter girl also brightened up considerably. One of them said cheerfully, wow, this is so delicious. What flavor is this? I've never had anything like it before. You think so too, right? Yeah, that's right. I never expected it to be this good. Are you smiling? Me? Ever since Mom and Dad died, you stopped smiling. It's just that, for some reason, I feel strangely happy. I finally get to see you happy again. Don't cry. Isn't this a good thing? Sorry, I can't help it. Shin Jiang-chun looked at the two girls in front of him. Are their emotions changing? After losing her parents, she must have suppressed her emotions a lot. She acted cheerful, but that must have been exhausting for her. The emotional change, along with the ABI, it's temporary, but it affects a person's mind for a long time, even after the ability ends. Just like how Kong In was no longer afraid after the dish gave him courage. If the ice cream really works, Shin Kong-chun thought to himself, I'll set more traps. That evening, after the meeting, Shin Kong-chun and Min-chai had a quiet meeting. Min-chai said, the guy who kept asking what we do for a living. I got his room number. Shin Kong-chun asked, anything else? Min-chai said, there are 5 people in that room, and they all knew each other before the incident happened. But just because they're friends doesn't mean They're accomplices, right? Shin Kong-chun asked worriedly. But just because they're friends doesn't mean they're accomplices, right? Min-chai nodded. MHM. But what if they are all involved? Shin Kong-chun looked into the distance. So what do we do now? We can't just kill them all and then act like nothing happened. Min-chai nodded. Right. If this gets out, there will be trouble. We can't have the survivors causing a riot. But we can't just wait around forever either. If they're awakened, then that's a real threat. Shin Kong-chun said in a low voice. If I could just feed them the snacks I make and make them spill their plans. Wait, didn't we decide at the meeting that the survivors would help the unit? Min-chai said, Machem, and they agreed, but only to clean the living quarters and the dining hall. Shin Kong-chun said excitedly, Hey, I've got an idea. How about I take someone to the living quarters and assign them tasks? Then I'll observe what they do. Like you did with Kong-in and Lieutenant Kim. Shin Kong-chun nodded. Yeah, I'm confident I can do it. Min-chai nodded. MHM, if you're that confident, then go for it. But are you sure it will work? Kong-chun, besides the ability to grant strength, you have another ability, don't you? Shin Kong-chun flinched slightly, looking at Min-chai with a hint of worry in his eyes. Did he figure it out? Min-chai said, I know what it is, but I won't force you, because you'll use it soon enough anyway. However, it could be harmful if you rely on it too much. Shin Kong-chun nodded. Yes, I'll be more careful. Min-chai pursed his lips, looking at him. Shin Kong-chun forced a smile. I understand how he feels. No one would eat my food if they knew about this ability. I need to use it sometimes, but I'll have to be careful not to get caught. Min-chai said, All right, let's pick a day then. A few days later, in the kitchen, Shin Kong-chun successfully approached one of the men from that room. After spreading the news about the ice cream, he laughed and said, Ha ha ha, great. Then he took out the ice cream and offered it. Here, have some. The man grinned and asked, is this the legendary ice cream? Shin Kong-chun asked curiously, Has the rumor already spread that wide? Jang Jung laughed and said, Anyone who hasn't tried it must be so jealous. Everyone at the cafeteria keeps bragging about how good it is. Shin Kong-chun chuckled. I feel sorry for those who applied for the dormitories. Jang Jung didn't hesitate to take the ice cream stick, laughing. Well, everyone will get their turn eventually, so it's fine. I bet they're just waiting for the day they get assigned to the cafeteria. He took a bite of the ice cream, feeling extremely happy inside. This taste, it's truly impeccable. Now I understand everyone's reaction. Shin Kong-chun nodded and smiled. Is that so? Of course. I put a lot of effort into making it, so it has to be delicious. The one you're eating is a special version. So, I didn't skimp on the ingredients. It's Misugaru ice cream, made with sincere heart from an amateur chef. Jang Jung gave 2 thumbs up and smiled. It's delicious. The taste is great. It's been a long time since I had something sweet, and he had already finished the whole ice cream. Shin Kong-chun smiled. I'm glad you like it. Now, shall we get started? He smiled and asked, Can I ask you a few things? Jang Jung was surprised. You have a question for me? Go right ahead. Shin Kong-chun asked. You asked me about my job last time. Remember? Jang Jung nodded. I did. Shin Kong-chun asked, Why did you ask? Jang Jung furrowed his brow slightly. Well, I needed to confirm. If there was an awakened person in the squad, it wouldn't be strange for a military unit with guns to succeed in awakening. In that case, I would have to change my strategy. I was relieved when you said you weren't one. He suddenly stopped short. What am I saying? What's going on? Even if I don't want to talk, I have no choice. Shin Kong-chun said with a smile. I have a feeling that might be the case. Jang Jung grew more and more confused. What the hell? My mouth is moving on its own. Shin Kong-chun asked again. What would you do if there was an awakened person in our squad? Jang Jung said, First, I would have to check the balance. If there are too many awakened in the unit, then we'd have no chance in a direct confrontation. Direct confrontation. So I would lay low and wait for an opportunity. Well, I understand. The existence of an awakened is also a scary thing for us. Shin Kong-chun asked, So you mean you'd have to hide better? You let your guard down because there were no awakened here, and you even ate the food that I gave you just like this. Jang Jung said, Yes, that's right. Damn, what are you doing to me? Damn it, I'll be in big trouble if I stay here. Shin Kong-chun said, Wait, I still have a few more questions. Jang Jung froze. Just ask. He was feeling more and more afraid. I can't move. Shin Kong-chun asked, How many comrades do you have? How many of them have awakened? And who is considered the leader? Jang Jung said, All 5 of us in the same room are comrades, and we've all awakened. The leader is probably Park Won-sang, the representative of our room. Park Won-sang? All 5 of them. And if it's Park Won-sang, then it's the guy who kept complaining about Lieutenant Kim not showing up. He still remembered his face clearly. This is clearly a disaster. He asked again, what are the 5 of you planning to do? Jang Jung said, We were planning to take over the unit. First, we had to confirm if there were any potential awakened or other hidden threats, other or not. And after observing for a few days, we decided that there were no awakened or equivalent threats in this unit. So we decided to proceed with a takeover tonight. Shin Kong-chun's pupil shifted. Tonight, Jang Jung, still with his back to him, chuckled. That's right. The operation will begin as soon as I get back. Shin Kong-chun gritted his teeth. This can't be happening. Jang Jung snapped his fingers. A flame appeared and circled around him. But considering the situation, we have to do it now. Flames raged around his body. Jang Jung rushed toward Shin Kong-chun to attack preemptively. Perhaps now, he had realized that the person standing before him was not an ordinary person at all. Shin Kong-chun frowned slightly and stepped back. A fire user? Flames roared around Jang Jung as he yelled. I was confused because I didn't know what was happening to me. But then I realized there's no need to be afraid. You're just a cook. Shin Kong-chun furrowed his brow. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect him to rush at me like this. A vicious look was clear in Jang Jung's eyes. He growled. Looks like we were tricked by you. It's a shame our identities were exposed. But once we kill you and start the operation, it'll all be over. Then he threw a fireball towards Shin Kong-chun. The fireball blazed intensely, heat radiating from it. Around Shin Kong-chun, an aura of energy began to glow. You're underestimating the power of a chef too much. It's a job that's quite familiar with fire. Lower firepower. Cooking has always been tied to fire. Holding a steel pan in front of a hot flame and tossing it. That is the fate of chef. He waved his hands, crossing them, gradually enveloping himself in the flames. The flames roared furiously in front of him. Shin Kong-chun swung his hand forcefully. It was as if a gust of wind swallowed the flames whole. You've picked the wrong opponent. The fire shattered into tiny fragments and then vanished into thin air. Seeing Shin Kong-chun unharmed, Jang Jung stumbled back in panic. That's impossible. How could he do that with his bare hands? Shin Kong-chun narrowed his eyes and let out a breath. Well, now I don't have to hide it anymore. My true ability, chef's eyes, low-level cooking recipe, perception of primate processing techniques. Jang Jung's 2 weaknesses appeared clearly in his eyes. In front of Shin Kong-chun, a status window appeared. He held a kitchen knife in his hand and said, "Prepare yourself." Jang Jung was caught off guard and stunned by his opponent. So for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Either their experience wasn't high enough, or they weren't ready to deal with a soldier. Shin Kong-chun pursed his lips. His body moved through the space. As light as a feather, he lunged forward. The blade in his hand flashed brightly in the air. A sharp sound of flesh being cut. Fresh blood soaked his clothes. Outside, the sky had turned to dusk. The other 4 men in the room were all waiting for Jang Jung, but they had been waiting for quite a while, and were getting a little impatient. One of them looked at Park Won-sang and asked, "What are we going to do now?" "Boss," Park Won-sang said, "we can't wait any longer. Let's proceed without him. Jang Jung will join us later." Hey, are we really going without Jang Jung? Jang Jung is the strongest among us. This bunch. Park Won-sang frowned and snapped. Hey, we still have 4 awakened here. We've already confirmed that there are no other awakened among the soldiers. Another man said, but we can't be sure. We might have missed something. Tisk tisk. Park Won-sang was clearly annoyed. Jang Jung is already at level 6. That's an indispensable power for us. His ability to use skills is also very special. As the leader, I shouldn't be swayed. He scowled and asked, "Don't you trust me? Stick to the plan. Jang Jung will join us later." Yes, yes. Hurry up, Park Won-sang said and left. We need to get everyone out of the dorms. Outside the dorms, everyone had been herded down here. A few people looked annoyed. Some waited in silence, but their eyes were still fixed on the 4 men, curious about what was happening. Lee Sang-ah was silent, seeming to not understand what was going on, and she never expected to find herself in this situation. She stepped forward to question them. "May I ask what you're thinking, Mr. Park Won-sang?" Park Won-sang said, "It's nothing serious. You see, I have an illness. If I'm not the leader of a group, I break out in a rash all over my body." Lee Sang-ah frowned. What kind of... He had always been particularly crude and violent. Li Seng'an knew that well. She had always seen him, using violence against a few others. But when she confronted him about it, in front of an awakened person, he was relatively polite. Why is he like this now? Li Seng'an frowned. Perhaps you're not satisfied with just being the boss of our group? Our group is only 5 people. Too small. This group of survivors is a bit too small. Park Won-sang said coolly. This whole unit. Only then will I feel satisfied, I think. Li Seng'an frowned worriedly. Do you really want that? The others also heard these words. Confusion and anxiety began to grow in their hearts. What's happening? A fight? Oh, it seems so. There are soldiers here too. Why are they doing this? Upstairs, the other soldiers happened to see this scene through the window. They immediately ran downstairs to ask, hey, what are the survivors doing outside? Well, we're not sure. They suddenly came down and started arguing. We tried to stop them, but they told us not to interfere in their business. We need to report this and keep an eye on them outside. Li Sang-a and Park Won-sang were still in a dispute. She said, I had a feeling you people would cause trouble one day. I have no other choice now that things have come to this. Li Sang-a pulled a pair of shear-like blades from her pocket. I don't want to use force against you, but you've gone too far. Li Sang-a frowned, blades in hand. The crowd once again murmured in fear. Ms. Sang-a has taken out her blades. Are they crazy? Do they have a death wish? Park Won-sang calmly said, oh, how crazy. I know very well the power of those blades. Li Sang-a frowned, her long hair fluttering in the wind. The atmosphere grew tense. Even though I've drawn my weapon, he hasn't changed his attitude. Do they think they can handle me with just the 4 of them? No way. A bold guess suddenly formed in her mind. One of them stepped towards her. The guy rolled up his sleeves, smiling arrogantly, and said, Boss, leave it to me. I'll break those blades. That woman is very strong, Park Won-sang said. He then turned to look at the other guy. Tiat, go help him. Tiat smiled and said, yes, boss. So, Li Sang-a was in a 2-on-1 situation. So, they're quite confident even knowing my abilities. Li Sang-a frowned and shouted, are you hiding the fact that you are awakened? Park Won-sang bared his teeth in a grin. Hey, you just realized? If you knew, you must have expected this outcome. Awakened? All of them. The crowd buzzed. How long have they been deceiving us? Park Won-sang tilted his head back and said loudly, it seems Sang-a has no intention of backing down. Go and crush her. Yes, boss. Jungmin's skill is turning his hands to stone, and Tiat's is controlling golden marbles. The 4 of them could fight without holding back, but Li Sang-a couldn't, because there were people behind her. I need to lead them away first, Li Sang-a thought. She dashed forward, wanted to buy time to lead them away. But Jungmin chased closely beside her, preventing Li Sang-a from carrying out her plan. Li Sang-a frowned. She crossed her 2 blades and held them up to block, parrying a stone fist punch from Jungmin. The blades vibrated intensely. Li Sang-a was knocked backward. She dug her heels in, kicking up a cloud of dust with her steps. Li Sang-a stared in shock at the scene before her. It seems they've been hiding their true strength for quite a long time. Just as the punch ended, the golden marbles rushed in, surrounding Li Sang-a, attacking her from all sides. Li Sang-a was so pressured she had no room to breathe, let alone counterattack. Damn it, they're on a completely different level than the zombies. 2 awakened. Do I even stand a chance? The other ordinary people all watched this scene worriedly, but Park Won-sang was very confident in his plan. He gloated. Looks like we'll easily handle our biggest obstacle. Jungmin continuously threw a barrage of punches at Li Sang-a. She could only defend one-sidedly. Tiat rushed in to support from behind. He frowned and admonished, hey, enough messing around. Get serious. Li Sang-a, while defending, looked for an opportunity to counterattack. Their teamwork is clearly terrible. There might be an opening if I can take advantage of it. Li Sang-a was knocked back, her body staggering as she lost her balance. Tiat charged forward, shouting, move, I'll finish this thing. He thought, we've reached level 4. There's no way we'll lose to a girl. A tailor with no combat ability. Suddenly, a loud gunshot rang out. Everyone's attention was drawn to the gunshot. Their eyes turned to where the shot came from. Park Won-sang asked worriedly, what's happening? A group of people emerged from inside. It was the soldiers from the barracks. They had gathered their forces before coming down. In their hands, of course, were several guns. One of them was still faintly smoking. The gun was cocked once more. Suyuk held one of their guns. He frowned and shouted, "What do you think you're doing? All of you freeze." The other soldiers also took out their guns, aiming at the 3 people fighting. Li Seng-a immediately stopped, and the other 2 were no exception. After all, guns were still a threat to the awakened. Suyuk led the squad forward and asked, "Are you going to stop now?" Park Won-sang stepped back and asked, "And if we don't?" Suyuk frowned. "I will open fire." Park Won-sang smirked. Interesting. Soldiers shooting civilians. With so many people around? Suyuk calmly replied, "This is a special situation. If you are a threat, I will shoot." The man scanned the surroundings and assessed the situation. "Is this the captain?" "There are quite a few awakened and hiding." Park Won-sang said with a laugh, "If you want to back us into a corner, then we'll have to get serious." Suyuk frowned, thinking to himself, "You intend to confront soldiers pointing guns at you. The awakened are certainly strong, but they're not strong enough to beat guns yet." Park Won-sang walked towards them, taunting casually, "Go on, shoot. The enemy is right in front of you. What are you hesitating for? Stop right there." Suyuk shouted. Park Won-sang nonchalantly said with a smile, threatening to shoot a bunch of kids who've just turned 20. Now it was the soldiers' turn to back away. Instinctively, a few of them slightly lowered their guns. "This guy is crazy, Corporal Suyuk. Please make a decision." "Ugh, this is so annoying," Suyuk exclaimed in frustration, then raised his gun, aiming straight at Park Won-sang's chest. "We clearly warned you." Park Won-sang smiled, casually walking forward as if it were nothing. Suyuk, worried, put a little pressure on the trigger. Everyone was filled with panic and terror, because it looked like a massacre was about to happen, right in front of them. Actually, even Suyuk himself was worried. This was the first time he'd had to point a gun at someone, even if it was a troublemaker who posed a threat to everyone. The space seemed to freeze with no other sound, but the echo of footsteps staring down the barrel of the gun. Park Won-sang showed no change in expression. Suyuk frowned, a cold sweat breaking out. His heart was pounding in his chest. A few ordinary civilians fainted from the pressure. The rest covered their ears tightly. Then Park Won-sang suddenly laughed and said, "You're really going to shoot? I take back what I said about you being just a kid." Suyuk stared at the gun in his hand, growing more and more confused, because no matter how he pulled the trigger, the gun wouldn't fire. "Why? Why isn't it working? It was working just a moment ago." Park Won-sang sneered, "It's not broken. You'll understand once you know my ability." A dark, gloomy aura emanated from Park Won-sang. His ability, Saboteur, level 5. Physical resistance, attract magical fire, low-level evil knowledge, and also low-level fire control. This skill allows him to interfere with surrounding flames and phenomena related to fire. It was an ability, but they couldn't figure out what kind of ability could stop a gun from working. Park Won-sang kindly revealed, "I can control fire, and in the end, a gun is just a gun. It can only fire when the gunpowder explodes, right? But anything that can burn or explode is useless against me." He laughed loudly. Suyuk frowned, worried, understanding in an instant. Indeed, with so many soldiers around, they wouldn't act rashly. "I let my guard down." The other guys also grinned and said, "That's our boss for you. Did you hear that? Your weapons are useless." Li Seng-a frowned, worried because she didn't know the full story. If things continue like this, the unit will fall into their hands. Park Won-sang looked around once more and shouted an order. "Now, everyone kneel. If you obey, we won't treat you badly. From now on, I'm taking over this unit." But the soldiers holstered their guns and couldn't help but laugh. "Just fire control? What's that? I thought you had something really amazing." I panicked for nothing. "Corporal Suyuk, so what should we do now? They have 4 people. So shouldn't we have 4 people too? Why bother? Why don't we just overwhelm them with numbers?" Suyuk said, "All right, send in 2 more people." Park Won-sang was doubtful, but then he still casually trusted his own assessment. These kids don't seem to understand the situation. Against ability users, the number of ordinary people is meaningless. Stop your foolish actions and surrender. Suyuk sighed softly. "You're really noisy. Hanin and Day One, you two handle it." The 2 of them eagerly stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves, ready to fight. The dark black energy radiating from Park Won-sang grew stronger and stronger. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Fine, we should kill a few of them to set an example, shouldn't we? Let's start with this confident little brat." A thunderous punch came from Hanin. His body was enveloped in a faint red light. It looked incredibly formidable. Hanin charged and punched Park Won-sang right in the jaw. His cheek caved in. His eyes rolled back as if he was about to faint. An awakened user. Park One-Sang gasped out his final words. His gaze fell upon the soldiers. You tricked us. But by the time he understood, it was too late. He collapsed to the ground. The air grew heavy. This was a situation they had never imagined. There's an awakened among the soldiers? Lee Sang-a watched in astonishment. Park One-Sang was taken down with a single punch. With just one punch. Knocked out with just one punch? So weak. Daewon laughed, asking, what was he thinking acting like that? Seeing Park One-Sang get punched in the jaw. Too pained and shocked to get up. The other soldiers were also surprised. It's true, we've gotten really strong. Alright, Suyuk said loudly. The incident has been resolved, so please calm down. Are there any survivors who need medical treatment? If everyone's okay, you can return to the barracks. Drag those other two back as well. Suyuk ordered loudly. The 4 conspirators were beaten up, not daring to resist again. The situation changed in an instant. Just then, Min-Shai and Kong In-Jon ran over to ask, what happened? Suyuk said, Sergeant Lee, you're here. I was on the outskirts with Gwang In when I got the report and came running. Suyuk said, it's nothing serious, but I heard the survivors were fighting. Suyuk nodded. Yeah, a couple of guys were acting foolishly. Min-Shai looked towards the 4 who had been subdued. So, there were 5 more awakened besides Ms. Lee Sang-a. Not only did they lie to us, but they also tried to take over the unit by force. But when the battle ended, they couldn't do a thing. Kong In-Jon worried. He's the one from the meeting. Min-Shai was silent. Just as Shin Gang-shun had predicted, they acted without knowing that we had already set a trap. Suyuk reported, we couldn't find a 5th person, sir. Min-Shai said, about that. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of soldiers from behind suddenly shouted, Sergeant Shin Gang-shun. All eyes immediately turned towards him. Shin Gang-shun was carrying that guy, Chan-jung, on his shoulder, panting from exhaustion as he walked. He looked at the people in front of him and asked, so, is everything settled? Then he threw Chan-jung onto the ground. Min-Shai smiled happily and said, good job, Gang-shun. The others came over to look curious. Shin Gang-shun laughed and said, I don't know how he ended up like this. Your combat skills improve every day. He's just unconscious. Seeing Chan-jung beaten unconscious, the other 4 didn't dare make a peep, because he was the strongest among the 5 of them. Gun-jang gritted his teeth and swore, damn. Min-Shai leaned in close to Shin Gang-shun and whispered, hey, you went a little overboard. Shin Gang-shun gave a strained smile and said, I tried my best. The skill, component discrimination, starts by cutting off the airway and drawing blood. But the downside of this talent is its high bloodlust. Luckily, I managed to switch it to preparation, or fish's enlightenment. It helped me take him down without finishing him off. From now on, I can take people down without killing them. If even the strongest one is like this, then how weak are the rest? Suyuk said awkwardly, I think we're the ones who've become too strong. Is that so? Kong In-Jon said, I think their average level is only around 3. Meanwhile, our unit has about 5 or 6 people who awakened a bit earlier at their level. Besides, Sergeant Gang-shun, isn't your level over 10 already? Shin Gang-shun nodded. That's right, Kong In-Jon said. Plus, we also have a token. Suyuk nodded. That team skill token. Shin Gang-shun said, since the stat increase is a fixed amount, the lower the level, the more advantageous it is. It turns a level 1 into a level 5 instantly. The effect gradually diminishes. Anyway, you all did a great job. It seems you can handle things on your own without me now. Kong In-Jon said, that's not it. It's true we've gotten a lot stronger. But it's not just our own effort. That's right. Min-Shai came over and put an arm around Shin Gang-shun's shoulder. We've come this far all thanks to Gang-shun. You're like the mother of this unit, aren't you? Shin Gang-shun forced a smile. That's a bit. While they were laughing and relaxingly, Sang-ah suddenly came over and asked, you guys are awakened too? Ms. Sang-ah, it seems you're all right. Lee Sang-ah tucked her hair behind her ear, smiled, and said, yes, I'm fine. Thanks to all of you. Shin Gang-shun came forward and asked worriedly, that's a relief. You must have been terrified, right? Lee Sang-ah smiled. A little, but thank you for protecting me. If it weren't for your help, we would have been in big trouble. Shin Gang-shun bowed his head and said, I'm sorry. We had to keep a secret until we knew their true identities and plot. Lee Sang-ah smiled and said, I know. So the whole unit. No, Shin Gang-shun said. I think only about half the unit has awakened. But isn't that? Does that mean over 50 people are awakened? Oh my god. Shin Gang-shun thought silently to himself. It's best to let Ms. Sang-ah know everything. He asked, "You said you were a tailor, right?" "Yes," Shin Gang-chun said. "I'm a cook, but I do other jobs too." The next day, in the basement they used as a holding cell, Shin Gang-chun came by to check on the situation as usual. "Hey, everything okay?" "Yes." Han Min nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. We thought they would try to escape, but they've been quiet. Maybe they know it's impossible." "All right," Shin Gang-chun asked, "which room is their youngest guy in?" "The room at the end of the hall, sir." Shin Gang-chun smiled and wondered to himself, "Where should we conduct the interrogation, I wonder?" Han Min asked worriedly, "Can you handle it alone?" "Of course." Shin Gang-chun patted his shoulder. "After all, that's my special skill." Then he opened the door and stepped inside with a friendly greeting. "Good morning, Mr. Chanjung." Chanjung shot up and backed away nervously. Shin Gang-chun said, "I just came to talk. If you don't attack me first, I won't do anything either." Chanjung was still a bit anxious, but not as tense as before. Shin Gang-chun smiled and said, "I came because I have a few things to ask. Will you listen?" Chanjung immediately dropped to his knees on the floor. "Of course. You can trust me. I beg you, please spare my life." Shin Gang-chun forced a smile, a bit surprised by the situation. He must be a bit traumatized. Was my punch too strong? He offered an ice cream, wrapped in a cloth to keep it cold, and gave it to Chanjung. "If you listen to me, you won't be beaten anymore. But first, eat this." Shin Gang-chun said with a sincere invitation. It didn't take long. Shin Gang-chun returned with all the information. The effect of the confession ice cream was incredible. It has the effect of making one brutally honest. After eating the ice cream, Chanjung spilled everything. "We used to be criminals operating near the Kangwon area. The spread of information about the awakening among the survivors made it difficult for us to expand. Finally, we decided to join forces under Gunjang's command and take over other units. So, you hid the fact that you were awakened and joined Li Sang-a's group?" Shin Gang-chun asked. "But taking over someone else's force is not an easy task," Chanjung said. "One of the guys in my group knows how to deceive. He can instigate and drive out even the most capable leader, making them seem like vicious criminals." Shin Gang-chun clenched his fist. "These cunning people try to expand their influence this way?" Shin Gang-chun asked again. "So that's why our unit was targeted?" "That's right," Chanjung said. "If we were going to take over another force, it made sense to aim for a bigger target. Plus, we thought it would be advantageous to get guns. It would give us an edge over other forces. Now I understand why Taechun's prophecy told us to hide our strength." Shin Gang-chun thought to himself, while focusing on chopping ingredients. If they knew this was a strong force, they would have been more cautious, instigating and expanding like cancer cells. He sliced an onion in half. Bringing survivors into the unit is indeed a dangerous move. Shin Gang-chun ran a hand through his hair, sighed, and wondered, how should we deal with these people? That afternoon, Kim Huncheol ran up and eagerly reported to Gang-chun. "Sir, I have reassured the survivors as you instructed. Any problems?" "None," Kim Huncheol said. "Some were a little worried, but I persuaded them. Persuaded them until they were laughing, in fact." Shin Gang-chun smiled at him. Just as expected, a sergeant's words are more persuasive than a regular soldier's. It really is a useful ability. Kim Huncheol suddenly stretched his hands forward and asked anxiously, "Gang-chun, you handled your work well, right?" Shin Gang-chun grunted, then said, "Thanks for your hard work." "Right. Since I worked hard, can you give me a little snack?" The corner of Shin Gang-chun's mouth twitched. His addiction symptoms are getting worse. Seeing his silence, Kim Huncheol quickly backed away. He hurriedly said, "Sorry, was I being tactless? It was just a joke. 3 meals a day is more than enough." Shin Gang-chun nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I understand. You did a good job, so I'll make you something. We have plenty of lizard meat, so it's fine." Kim Huncheol couldn't help but drool. He said excitedly, "Thank you, Gang-chun. I'm so grateful. I'm really looking forward to what you'll cook." Shin Gang-chun said, "Please wait in the dining hall. I'll bring it to you." Kim Huncheol was so happy that flowers seemed to bloom around. He left the kitchen, humming and skipping. "I'm really at a loss for words." Shin Gang-chun rolled up his sleeves. He suddenly wondered, should I make those 5 guys addicted just like Sergeant Kim? No, they'll just be a burden if left as they are, and I can't just kill my fellow humans. Right. I need to act now. A sharp kitchen knife nimbly chopped the ingredients into small pieces. Those guys could only eat the food he cooked. the moment they shed tears, frantically eating the food he cooked. Shin Gang-chun also received a new title. Reformation, you have completely subjugated a vicious group with the power of food. You are gifted a title as a reward. Title, Reformation Chef. The effectiveness of your cooking increases by 30% against monsters and barbaric professions. Everyone will now join this unit as new members. That's what he told the 5 of them. And of course, after being tamed by him, they were as obedient as puppies. They followed every order given. They even helped with transport work in the unit, cleaned the kitchen, washed the dishes cleanly, and focused on training according to the newcomer program. It was another beautiful day. Occasionally, Shin Gang-chun would go to watch the new members training. Kong In-jong grinned and said, "It seems they've adapted well. They're a bit old, but it's not like we haven't had older people join before." Shin Gang-chun smiled and remarked, "Good. Everything seems to be settling down." He laughed and said, "They'll still be rookies until they are fully reformed." "Yes, sir," Kong In-jong said enthusiastically. Just then, Min-chai ran up from a distance, panting and shouting loudly. "Shin Gang-chun, I was looking for you." "What is it?" he asked. Min-chai said, "There's something you need to see." Shin Gang-chun furrowed his brow slightly. "Is there a problem?" He and Min-chai went to a storage area with 4 large oil drums. "These are all the oil drums we have in the unit. Most are already empty, except for the fuel for the vehicles. The generator can only run for about another week. This is serious. We're running out of food and electricity." Shin Gang-chun frowned and said, "With limited resources and more mouths to feed, this was inevitable. The arrival of the survivors threw off all our plans. We can't survive here for long. So what should we do now?" Min-chai frowned thoughtfully, looking quite perplexed. Shin Gang-chun was calmer. He had already been thinking about this. He said, "We're leaving this place." That night, in a private meeting room, the 5 earliest awakened members of the unit were gathered. Min-chai said, "Now, I understand why you told us to skip dinner. They have this in the unit? This is amazing." On the table was a variety of delicious meat dishes, prepared in various ways. Shin Gang-chun said, "That's right. Everyone, hurry up and eat." Min-chai asked curiously, "But didn't you say that we were short on ingredients, and yet we're eating like this?" Shin Gang-chun was silent for a moment, but then smiled and said, "Actually, this is lizard meat." The hands reaching for the meat froze. The 4 of them had just taken their first bite. They wanted to spit it out immediately, but it was too delicious to spit out. "Sergeant Shin, what? They want to join us. If we let these civilians join, won't we be overloaded?" "Sergeant Shin, we're already having a hard time." Because of Lee Sang-ah's proposal, the higher-ups held an urgent meeting. Park Tae-chun said, "But we can't just abandon them either. If we leave, they will all die." Suyuk said worriedly, "Do all the others agree to this?" Shin Gang-chun nodded slightly. "Yes, they all agreed to join us. There are certainly many risks associated with this choice, and they have no way of predicting the sudden dangers they might face." However, Shin Gang-chul thought to himself, "We must join forces to protect them and survive together. That is our duty as soldiers." "All right," Shin Gang-chul said, "it's decided. Now I need to figure out the details." Sometime later, Lee Sang-ah came to them and gave them a huge gift. Her promise to work hard was not an empty one. "Did you make these uniforms yourself?" Shin Gang-chul asked in surprise, looking at the neatly arranged clothes in the crate. "That's right," Lee Sang-ah said. "These are uniforms made from monster leather. This commander's combat uniform is made from the hide of pack leaders, and the regular combat uniforms are made from lizard hide." She has the skills of an expert tailor, he thought. "So you requested the monster byproducts to make this?" "Yes," Lee Sang-ah said with a smile. "As you said, they have excellent defense, although their scales provide a bit too much defense. So I only reinforced critical areas and parts that would less restrict movement." Lee Sang-ah held out a set towards Shin Gang-chul and asked, "So, would you like to try one on?" Lizard leather uniform. A leather armor meticulously crafted by a novice tailor. This suit is made from the byproducts of lizards, which are known for their tough defense, especially the commander grade type. The power of the pack leader remains. Therefore, the uniform receives several different buffs, such as impact resistance enhancement and attribute resistance increase. Attribute, impact damage reduction, strength and agility increase. "This is amazing," Shin Gang-chul said in surprise, touching his uniform. If I combine this with my own strength, the effect will be truly incredible. The suit fits you well, Li Seng'a said cheerfully. Shin Gangqiu didn't deny it. The fact was the suit was very comfortable. Her current profession is tailor. She is very efficient at producing gear. Shin Gangqiu touched his suit and asked, "Why did you make this suit gray?" "Well," Li Seng'a said, "I thought we might go to a city someday. It will be better to have different versions. Not just green." "Yes, that makes sense." Li Seng'a continued, "I made versions for officers and soldiers, with different performance levels. The combat uniforms, made from pack leader hides, are for commanders, like Lieutenant Kim and the other squad leaders." "About that," Shin Gangqiu frowned slightly. He lowered his voice. "About that, I am currently the commander of our unit." "Huh, what do you mean?" Shin Gangqiu. She fell silent. "It's a bit late, but I should tell her. Once she knows our secret, Li Seng'a will be completely on our side." After hearing this, Li Seng'a frowned slightly. "Shin Gangqiu said worriedly, "Only the higher-ups know about this. So please, Miss Li Seng'a, keep this a secret." Sometime later, outside, the soldiers were called out, and all the uniforms that Li Seng'a had made were distributed. They were all greatly amazed by the new effects on the uniforms. "It can even boost our abilities? This leather lets me move so lightly. It even helps reduce impact." From their expressions, it was clear everyone was very excited. Su Hyok was so happy he was practically skipping. They ran up, smiling, and said, "Thank you so much, Miss Li Seng'a." Shin Gangqiu said, "I can't believe you made so many combat uniforms so quickly." Li Seng'a said modestly, "It's thanks to everyone's help." Kong In-jong cheerfully patted his chest. "This is really reliable. I added inner armor since the warriors need extra defense. For the awakened shooters, I added magazine pouches. For someone like Gangqiu, who uses a knife, I attached a knife sheath to the belt." Only now did Shin Gangqiu notice the sheath on his belt. Carrying it was always a hassle. "Thank you. I've set aside the sets for Lieutenant Kim and Tae-chan," Li Seng'a said. Shin Gangqiu nodded. "Yes, I'll give it to them right away. What about you? You should try on a uniform too." Li Seng'a was surprised. "Should I?" Shin Gangqiu replied. "Of course. You are a squad leader, the representative of the civilian survivors. But being a representative doesn't mean I've joined the unit, right?" Li Seng'a asked worriedly. Shin Gangqiu smiled and said, "No, actually, we're about to leave." "What do you mean?" "When we're out," Shin Gangqiu said, "other people will take refuge here. We need you to manage those survivors. I think you're the right person for the job." Li Seng'a was a bit surprised. "I see. It's become a more important position than I thought." "You'll do great. Don't worry too much," Min Chai said with a smile. "My experience tells me you'll adapt quickly." Shin Gangqiu thought to himself, "In fact, I also felt it was a burden when I was suddenly appointed commander. But humans are adaptable creatures, and she'll surely get used to it quickly." "By the way, Su Hyok, did you bring it?" Shin Gangqiu asked. "Here it is." Su Hyok took out a pistol and gave it to Li Seng'a. "Is this a handgun?" she asked in surprise. Su Hyok explained, "It's called AK-5. Normally, it's issued to high-ranking officers, or special cases like warrant officers. We lost our company commander, warrant officer, and army doctor in a monster attack. So we kept these 3 handguns, since no one owned them yet." Li Seng'a held the gun in her hands, trying the grip. A worried look was clear on her face. "But I don't know how to use a gun." Shin Gangqiu smiled and said, "Su Hyok can give you a crash course." And so, Li Seng'a had no choice but to learn. Then Kong In-jong asked, "Who will keep the other 2 handguns?" "One was given to Lieutenant Kim," Min Chai said, "for an officer's dignity, and because he lacked combat skills." "Right," Shin Gangqiu said, taking out a handgun. "And I plan to use the last one. I've been using a sword, but it has its limits. I'm also an awakened. Of the production type, like Miss Seng'a, I'm a bit lacking in combat skills. So this sidearm is quite necessary." Min Chai lightly tapped Kong In-jong's chest and asked with a smile, "What's the problem? You want one too?" "For you and me, a gun would just get in the way." "But it looks cool," Kong In-jong said, pouting. "Your frame doesn't suit such a small gun." Min Chai teased cheerfully. The others burst out laughing, and Li Seng'a laughed along with them. A few days later, the awakening operation continued as usual. The conditions have now been met. 100 individuals have awakened. 100/100. successfully formed a 100-member corps. An awakening screen appeared in front of all of them. The content read, "A corps is a social organization with a formal structure, unlike a party. Establish positions and create rules to maintain order." Shin Gang-cheol smiled to himself. It's time to go. When the proposal to abandon the base and leave was brought up, many expressed their concerns. As expected, isn't it very dangerous? How can so many people survive in the wild? There are so many monsters lurking out there. Although they didn't object directly, many soldiers trembled with anxiety. Of course, there were also those who understood the situation and actively supported it. It was difficult to reach a consensus. What should we do? Min-chai asked Shin Gang-cheol. What else can we do? Shin Gang-cheol replied, we need a dose of courage. He glanced at Min-chai, signaling, we have no choice. Yes, all the survivors have gathered here. Many people are feeling better now. Min-chai looked at Shin Gang-cheol and said, thanks to you, everyone has united. Let's move on to the next step quickly. Yes, that's right. Shin Gang-cheol nodded, thinking to himself, there are a lot of things to decide. Elected as corps leader by majority vote. 1-to-1, you can appoint deputy leaders to share the corps' duties. Deputy leaders can partially participate in corps management and communicate remotely via group message. Shin Gang-cheol nodded slightly, looking at the status screen in front of him. It's organized logically. At the top, it read, Corps name, undecided. Please choose a name. Main area, slope number 1 Corps. Sub area, slope 17 number 1 Corps. It seems we're Corps number 1. With 100 awakened members, it won't be easy. Also, we received a dragon's tooth as a reward for our achievements. I'll deal with that later. For now, let's focus on selecting deputy leaders and naming the corps. Shin Gang-cheol picked up the megaphone and signaled for everyone to quiet down and listen to him. As you all know, our corps now has 100 awakened members. We are the first corps in the country. Everyone did well. Since we have become stronger, we must move forward with confidence. The crowd below cheered in response. Shin Gang-cheol continued before leaving the base. There are a few things we must arrange. As the corps has grown, we need to appoint deputy leaders. Deputy leaders, not more than 5. Deputy leaders are key members who help the leader run the corps. Those designated as deputy leaders get an increased buff effect from the manifestation skill, and deputy leaders can use the chat function. Shin Gang-cheol glanced at the status screen. We need to choose 5 people. Once we're outside, it will be difficult to move as a group of 100, so we need deputy leaders to command smaller units. The soldiers' lives are at stake, so they cannot be appointed carelessly. Although as the leader, I can appoint them at will. I want to hear everyone's opinion. Before deciding, the crowd immediately huddled together, murmuring. Some also showed worried expressions, but fortunately, there wasn't much opposition. The high-ranking members he had in mind certainly included Lee Sang-ah. She was an absolute must. And of course, the other 3 were Min-chai, Su Hyuk, and Kong In-jong. But there was one last problem. Tae-hun. He glanced at his comrade, sitting in a wheelchair beside him. Below, they were a bit worried. They expressed, isn't there anyone better? Sergeant Park is a good person, but he can't even walk properly. Shin Gang-cheol fell silent. Their words were understandable. Shin Gang-cheol raised the megaphone again and announced, everyone don't worry. Sergeant Park Tae-chun will not be leaving the base. What? What does that mean? Aren't we abandoning the base? Min-chai frowned and asked, Sergeant, what do you mean? Sergeant Shin. Shin Gang-cheol smiled at them, then calmly explained. This mountain range is our only stronghold. If the entire corps leaves this place, we will lose the occupation effect. Also, remember the message we saw when we first gained control. While maintaining control of the territory, you will receive occupation points. Occupation points are obtained by controlling territory. The more you control, and for longer, the more points you get. We still don't know what these occupation points are used for, but it seems this game takes the form of a territorial war. I believe this will be a crucial factor later on. Park Tae-chun suddenly reached out his hand and asked Shin Gang-cheol, may I? Shin Gang-cheol nodded slightly and gave the megaphone in his hand to Park Tae-chun. He calmly wheeled himself forward. As you know, my job is an astronomer. The brighter the stars, the more I can use my abilities. There are few places with a better view of the stars than our base. I will stay on this mountain to maintain control and relay the information gathered through my abilities. I will serve as a radar to scan and see if the ground unit's path is clear. Therefore, I've decided to stay here with the 7 soldiers of the radar team. He then gave a slight nod and a smile to Xin Jiangchun. Xin Jiangchun nodded back. The two of them had an unspoken understanding. Thanks to Tai Chun speaking up, there were no more objections. Thus, 5 vice commanders were chosen, and a new command structure was established. And finally, the most important part, naming the Legion. The people below buzzed with even more discussion about the name. In the end, a few people suggested a name related to steel, since the first 2 monsters they faced were also steel lizards. After some discussion and putting a few names to a vote, the name with the most votes was the Steel Legion. Min Chai said, "We're ready to depart. The question now is, where should we go?" Su Hyuk said, "Based on our unit's position, it's either east or west, right?" Min Chai nodded. "Correct. The western Kangwon area has large cities like Chuncheon and a lot of open land. Because the area is vast, there are likely other military units. On the other hand, the eastern Kangwon area has cities like Gangneung, and it's near the sea. That's also where the 12th Corps, our superior unit, is stationed." Xin Jiangchun mused. "Should we expand our base of operations? Or should we go find our superior unit?" Min Chai sighed. It's a tough choice. Then, he glanced towards Park Tai-chun with an unspoken trust. Then, let's just leave it to him. A few days later, the sky had not yet fully brightened. Only the faint glow of dawn could be seen in the distance. The gate of the military base slowly opened. The Steel Legion, led by 1 commander and 4 vice commanders, advanced outside, and so, their journey officially began. Kong and John looked curiously at the map in front of him. What are those symbols? Those parts marked with an X. Min Chai said, "Are where monsters have recently been spotted. Tell me, about how many are there?" Su Hyuk, listening, was startled. "What? That many? Perhaps we'll have to stay on the defensive for a few more days. The number of monsters scattered across the mountains must be quite large. What a headache." Min Chai held his forehead and sighed. "This is a real headache. Are these monsters just crawling out of some hole? Their numbers aren't decreasing at all. They're only increasing. Furthermore, recent reports indicate that, besides the lizards, there are also monsters with strange forms. At least we have information on the lizards. Dealing with other types of monsters will be tough." He muttered, "Difficult indeed." Xin Jiangchun thought for a moment, then said, "If we don't know their weaknesses, they'll be hard to deal with, especially without a marksman with high firepower." The others' faces clouded with worry upon hearing this. Min Chai looked towards Li Sang-a and inquired, "Captain Li Sang, how did you get here? Were there any obstacles on your way?" A few of Li Sang-a's recent memories returned. At that time, in that group of people, she was the only awakened one protecting them. Of course, there were monsters that ambushed us along the way, but not as many as you just mentioned. Only about 1 or 2. They weren't lizards, but I managed to deal with them somehow. Min Chai said, "If Captain Li Sang-a alone could handle them, then it shouldn't be too difficult. Moving the troops won't be a problem." Xin Jiangchun nodded slightly. "It's due to the Alpha's influence." Min Chai frowned. "The Alpha?" Xin Jiangchun said, "Yes. Think about it. 2 days after we defeated the Alpha, we started finding survivors. The reason survivors were able to reach the mountain was because the number of lizards had dropped sharply." That makes sense," Su Hyuk said worriedly. "So, the conditions now are much worse than before, right?" "Correct. With so many soldiers and supplies to move, stealth is impossible." Xin Jiangchun agreed. "So leaving the base requires great resolve. We have no choice. We must prepare thoroughly." The convoy moved quickly according to the prearranged plan. There were 5 vehicles in total. Around the vehicles were the soldiers, and inside were the civilians. Kong and John directed from the rear. He shouted, "Begin perimeter defense. Soldiers to the front of the vehicles. Let the survivor transport go first. We'll cover the rear." Min Chai, with hands on his hips, watched the convoy slowly move. He wondered, "We're following the plan, but will it be effective?" Xin Jiangchun said, "In any case, maintaining a complex formation is very difficult. But we have combat experience, so we should manage. It's a formation based on RPGs consisting of tanks, DPS, and healers. The large vehicles form a barrier at the front and back, with melee soldiers positioned around them. Inside, the ranged awakened ones will provide cover and protect the vehicle carrying the survivors. The problem is, We don't know where the attacks will come from. On top of that, the narrow roads make escape difficult. Xinjiang, Chun said, we will immediately intercept any attack. Minchai mused, still unable to shake his unease. It's best to use the vehicles to get off this dangerous mountain road quickly. Xinjiang Chun thought to himself, I understand his concerns. The roads where the unit is stationed are mostly unpaved. Not to mention, there are sections with cliffs. Moving in the usual way is too dangerous, so it's best to get out of here quickly. But moving like that could lead to us being completely wiped out. Formation is complete, sir. Someone rushed over to report. Xinjiang Chun smiled and nodded slightly at the person. All right, let's move out. Good work. The convoy slowly entered the narrow forest. No one dared to move quickly here because they didn't know if a loud noise would cause something to happen. While moving, they also split into squads to patrol the surroundings, frequently reporting the situation back to the convoy. Inside the truck where the survivors were, a guard was also posted. Minchai and Xinjiang Chun played the role of central command for the route they were on to deal with any unforeseen situations. The group pressed on under a starry sky. Night enveloped everything. The forest was eerily quiet, but that's probably because we're not in their territory. Sooner or later, we'll run into a horde. Kong and John silently remained vigilant. The forest was dead quiet. Suddenly, a very thin wisp of smoke drifted around. The comrade next to Kong. Injon jumped and hurriedly asked the sergeant, You see that, right? Kong and John nodded. Yeah, they're here. Quick, inform the main unit. Roger. The two soldiers rushed off, while Kong and John stayed behind, raising his weapon to face the enemy. No one dared to delay. In the distance, as the sky began to lighten, a monster appeared. Then, countless more steel lizards also charged out. Under attack, their eyes shone brightly in the darkness. The blazing red of their eyes was like the color of blood. Veins bulged on their armored bodies. They charged forward ferociously, sweeping through the area. In just a moment, they swarmed and surrounded the moving convoy. The commander quickly gave an order. Order the survivors to stay inside. Soldiers, get into position. Stay calm. It's just like when we fought at the base. Xinjiang Chun shouted. Focus on their weak points to conserve your strength. No firearms. The noise will attract more of them. Roger. After Xinjiang Chun gave the order, everyone quickly used their abilities. Kong In John roared. Come and get it, you bastards. Minchai also prepared to fight. It must be said, it had been a long time since they had to fight like this. Li Sang-a drew her scissors, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Xinjiang Chun agilely drew the dagger at his side, his gaze wary as he looked ahead. So, this moment has finally come. The mages in the center quickly activated their magic. A series of magic circles of various colors appeared. The steel lizards seemed to pay no mind to them. They charged forward one by one, wanting to break through the soldiers' defensive line. A few people faltered and stepped back. Kong In John took a deep breath and roared to reassure them. Soldiers, hold your positions. Don't let them through. 4 large trucks were huddled together, protecting the 3 smaller civilian trucks in the center. Around them, soldiers were fighting with all their might, preventing the monsters from getting close. The monsters attacked relentlessly, leaving no time to rest. A loud shout rang out. The monsters roared in unison, as if calling for more of their kind. Kong In John charged forward, swinging his fist and smashing it into the body of a lizard. Its body flew backwards, hitting several other lizards that were charging. Kong In John shouted, You bastard, long time no see. Then he delivered a punch so hard it caved in its cheek. After just a bit of fighting, he was already drenched in sweat. He yelled, declaring, Only your leader is a match for me. Then he charged at another one nearby, swinging his fist up. The steel lizard's body shook violently. It was hit so hard that it bared its sharp, white teeth as its body was violently thrown backwards, crashing into a large tree trunk. Just as he finished one, a group of other lizards rushed to attack him from behind, or so it seemed. They directly ignored Kong In John and rushed forward, trying to climb onto the trucks, using the corpses of their own kind to advance. They were truly a cunning bunch of lizards. One of them succeeded in getting on top, using the high ground to attack what looked like the weakest soldier. At the most critical moment, a bolt of electricity struck from a distance. Minchai had quickly arrived, striking the lizard's face. He shouted an order, Kong In. Don't just rely on the barricade. Kick them away so they can't climb onto the trucks. We can't let them get near the survivors. The soldiers gave their all, unleashing their abilities. Some created shields, while a few others took the opportunity to attack from behind. However, it was still difficult to protect everyone completely. Sometimes lizards were smashed against the trucks, or soldiers were thrown into them. The repeated impacts and jostling frightened the people inside. The children screamed and cried, and the people were filled with panic and fear. They could only huddle inside the trucks, anxious and terrified. At that moment, Li Sangye stood up to reassure them. Everyone, don't worry. I'm still here. The soldiers have plenty of combat experience. They will definitely win. Despite saying that, she was still a little worried about the situation outside. Outside, everyone was fighting with all their might, using their full abilities to fight. Min Chai held a long electric cable in his hand. He swung it powerfully in several circles through the air. Sparks flew from the cable, flashing in the air. He charged forward, using the electric cable to strike straight down on the body of a steel lizard. But in a moment, his gaze shifted to a lizard next to it. Just as one fell, he immediately rushed forward, using the cable in his hand to thrust straight into the head of the other steel lizard. It roared in pain and slowly collapsed to the ground. From its body, sparks of electricity still crackled around it. Min Chai panted. Using this move so many times had drained a fair amount of his stamina. But before he could rest, something strange caught his attention. A pitch-black, swamp-like shadow. He quickly yelled, "Hey, Zhang Chun, look over there. Another horde is coming." Shin Zhang Chun, who was fighting a steel lizard, heard this and quickly took a moment to look. In the forest, a swarm of steel lizards was rushing toward them. Their numbers were likely even greater than the first wave, because this second wave was also attacking from behind, even coming from the direction of the unit. Min Chai cursed in anger. "Damn it, where did they come from?" Shin Kong Chun said worriedly, "Once a battle starts, noise is unavoidable. It's only natural for monsters to react. But many of them were already exhausted." Min Chai said, panting, "If we use guns, it will attract even more of them." Shin Kong Chun nodded slightly in agreement. "They're still far away, so we must prepare quickly. We'll lure them out and then escape." He came here with high determination. A moment later, a few reports of good news came in. The monsters at the rear have been cleared. 2 survivors remaining in the area. Shin Kong Chun quickly gave the next order. "Good. Soldiers who have finished clearing, take out your combat rations. We need to be fully equipped. There's another wave coming." Did everyone hear that? Using the dried meat distributed by the unit, everyone quickly took out the jerky they had been issued, stashed away in their pockets. Fighting so hard had indeed made them hungry. Shin Kong Chun looked at Min Chai, who was climbing onto the truck bed. He smiled and said, "Hyung, you eat too. We still need to switch places with Kong and John." "Got it." Min Chai nodded and took out the dried meat. Shin Kong Chun himself did the same. As soon as he swallowed the meat, a notification appeared. Dried lizard meat infused with the chef's courage. Low grade, made from magically infused ingredients. The dish's effects are enhanced. Increases all stats by +5 upon consumption. Significantly increases combat ability. Stamina is also restored. And then they had to plunge into another battle. Shin Kong Chun looked into the distance. "All right, is everyone ready?" Regarding the dried meat, one had to recall his true abilities. The moment they had started planning to move. Of course, Shin Kong Chun's familiar kitchen could no longer be used. Once outside, creating a suitable environment for cooking would be very difficult. Field cooking was both inconvenient and quite dangerous. The smell and smoke would reveal their location to the enemy, and cooking equipment would be limited. But eating was essential. This caused Shin Kong Chun some frustration until they could establish a stable base. At the foot of the mountain, they would have to rely on field rations. However, with this quantity, it wouldn't be enough to supply the civilians. If they were lucky, it might last a week. But that was if they were lucky. Shin Kong Chun tried searching through his status window for other unused items. Fortunately, he had the skill to create combat rations, which he unlocked at level 10. This meant he could create emergency food supplies for battle. Combat rations had lower stats than regular meals, but they had a longer shelf life. They were small, but provided many calories, were also quite tasty, and were easy to carry. Thus, the dried lizard meat infused with the chef's courage was born. Since they had to move, dried meat was the perfect choice for portability. The supply of lizard meat was also not lacking. He could even turn packaged food into combat rations. That was a wonderful thing. Everyone, hold your positions. Wounded soldiers rotate out. Hurry, they're almost here. Use the lizard corpses to block the vehicles. Team leaders, check your members and report the damages. He jumped down from the vehicle to go about his work. Minshai asked worriedly, "Where are you going?" Shin Kongshun didn't answer and hurried off. As he observed, the fixed stat increase and combat ability from the dried meat were helpful but still not enough. Therefore, they needed another massive buff. He ran to the vehicle where Lieutenant Kim was sitting. He looked worried. Shin Kongshun said urgently, "Do it now. It's time to use your commander's ability. You need to use the skill we practiced last time." "All right, I understand." Kim Hoon-suk stepped down from the vehicle. And of course, he was still a bit scared and tense. It was clearly visible on his face. Kim Hoon-suk pressed his lips together. Then, an aura of light rose from Kim Hoon-suk, spreading throughout the area. He was still tense and a little cowardly, but what needed to be done had to be done. Kim Hoon-suk shouted loudly, "Everyone, prepare for battle." That energy quickly spread across the battlefield. The soldiers immediately felt their stats increasing. Commander's battle resonance has the ability to increase allies' combat stats by 10%. At the same time, it temporarily grants all allies the battle-ready trait. Battle-ready trait. When fighting within a formation with a certain number of allies, combat effectiveness increases, and they are immune to the confusion caused by combat. And the result was an astonishing increase in stats. Everyone became stronger. Lieutenant Kim's empowering ability raised the stats of his comrades by a certain percentage. It could also be combined with the stat increase from the dried meat, and the effect, the result of the courage infused in the rations. As soon as they were buffed to the teeth like that, another tremor echoed from the forest. The lizards had begun to break through, ready for combat from all sides. "Push a little harder. Let's defeat them and get out of here." Another exhausting battle began. Although everyone was much stronger than the lizards, their large numbers, combined with the prolonged fighting, in the long run, made it hard for them to avoid fatigue. The lizards, on the other hand, were either dead or every single one of them was full of energy. One of them swung its tail forcefully, striking the abdomen of a soldier standing nearby. Shin Kongshun caught a glimpse of it and quickly leaped towards that lizard. The dagger in his hand came down, stabbing precisely into the lizard's weak spot. Fresh blood spurted out, splashing onto his uniform. Its large body fell to the ground, seemingly completely dead. But Shin Kongshun had no time to rest. He immediately moved, rushing towards a lizard not far away, and attacked it again. His small body moved nimbly among the lizards, and he aimed precisely for their weak spots. A lizard roared, wanting to rush and attack him, but he was a little faster than it. He directly swung his knife, slicing clean through the beast's arm. Its arm was pushed back. Shin Kongshun reversed his blade's grip and repeatedly stabbed hard into the center of its chest. It must be said, after fighting, the effect of the power-up was truly astonishing. Shin Kongshun suddenly thought they had a high probability of getting through this crisis safely. Having just killed a lizard, Shin Kongshun suddenly heard the sound of praise from the soldiers behind him. "That woman is amazing." He looked in that direction, puzzled. It turned out to be Lee Sang-ah. She had already left the vehicle and was holding 2 pairs of scissors. She was single-handedly facing 5 charging lizards. Shin Kongshun forced a smile and exclaimed, "Ha, she must have felt suffocated being cooped up in a vehicle. All right, let's get this done." Team leaders report in quickly. By the time the sun set the next evening with a vibrant red glow, the battle was over. Now, all that was left was the cleanup. The lizards that weren't too badly injured will be set aside for food. Of course, some people were seriously injured and needed medical attention. A few people, with a little free time, discussed the current situation. The vehicles used for transport also had to be checked to see how they were. The 3 of them, Shin Kongshun, Minshai, and Su Hyok, went aside to discuss the matter. Shin Kongshun said, "Kong and John is dealing with the lizards, so Su Hyok, you'll take a few men and investigate the area. There must be a few hiding." Su Hyok accepted the order and quickly left with 2 men. Shin Kongshun then looked at Minshai and assigned him a task. "You check on the survivors and secure a safe route. We need to get out of here before sunset." "All right, let's hurry. Everyone be careful." Shin Kong-chun shouted to boost everyone's morale, then put away his kitchen knife. Only now could he take a temporary breath of relief. He walked towards the injured people. They were now being placed on stretchers for treatment. Fortunately, no one suffered a fatal wound. This was a great relief. The soldier in charge of reporting smiled and said to him, "Sergeant Shin's food was a great help. A really big help. Honestly, I thought we wouldn't be able to see the enhancing effect of the food after leaving the unit. But I can't believe this dried meat is so effective." Shin Kong-chun smiled and said, "Indeed, but there are still many things that need to be improved. My ability is still at a low level, so for now it's just dried meat. I need to upgrade it soon." Dried meat is just the most primitive form of combat ration, the soldier asked in amazement. "So that means it can get even better than this?" Shin Kong-chun smiled and replied, "Of course. Sounds a bit scary, doesn't it?" Shin Kong-chun smiled and asked further, "There are over 100 soldiers, right? The effect of my food increases, depending on the number of people who eat it. Anyway, we need to move out soon, so let's arrange space on the vehicles for the wounded soldiers. Okay, those who are not injured, quickly move out to your duties." Everything was more or less settled. Shin Kong-chun then went over to the people tasked with repairing the vehicles to inquire. As soon as they saw him, the two men sighed and said, "Sergeant Shin, we can't save this vehicle." Shin Kong-chun tilted his head to look. "Really? That's a shame. But we need to use all the vehicles that we have. What about the military truck?" "Ah, the military truck is really sturdy. It's still holding up." Their eyes fell on the truck whose front was completely smashed in. "Oh, we've had a rough start." A soldier sighed. "Even the military truck can't be fully trusted." Shin Kong-chun frowned. "You mean if a stronger monster attacks, even the military truck could be destroyed?" "Yes. After all, they're not armored vehicles or tanks. If we had enough tools, we could find a way to manage." And of course, they didn't have enough of those things. Shin Kong-chun lamented. "Well, there's nothing we can do. Now, go down and see if there are any usable tools." "Yes, sir." "Then we'll abandon this vehicle and just salvage its parts." Shin Kong-chun nodded and said, "All right, hurry up." After giving his orders, Shin Kong-chun bid them farewell and left. At this rate, they could leave soon. That night, the group temporarily set up tents around the vehicles. The wounded had been bandaged up more or less. At least for now, they had more time to talk things over soon. A few others were tense as they stood guard. And of course, the group of 4 high-ranking members continued to discuss their next plan. Generally, they were making good preparations, and they needed to be sure of one thing. On the next stretch of the road, there was no telling how many monsters would attack. It would surely be a lot. Until midnight, the moon hung high and full in the sky. Early the next morning, the convoy set off again. They were now on a mountain road. A moment later, the scout who had gone ahead rushed back to report, "Sergeant Shin, you need to see this." Shin Kong-chun asked curiously, "Did you see something?" "All right, let's go." He quickly ran off with the soldier. Kong and John was standing in front of a cliff. Hearing Shin Kong-chun's call, Kong and John turned to look at him. "Ah, you're here. This guardrail." It was a guardrail that had been broken in two. It was as if something had fallen off. Shin Kong-chun was shocked. He asked, "How could this have happened? Was it a lizard?" "It wasn't like this before, was it?" "Right." Kong and John nodded and said, "That's right. The guardrail was fine before the monsters appeared." Shin Jang-chun bent down to take a look. "It looks like an accident. Something must have happened here." His gaze fell on a nearby set of tracks, leading straight down into the abyss. "These are tire tracks." Shin Jang-chun suddenly thought, "It's possible a military vehicle plunged down here." Shin Jang-chun quickly leaned over the edge to search. "This is definitely a sign that the vehicle fell." Shin Jang-chun reached his hand back. "Let me borrow the binoculars for a moment," he said quickly. "Yes, sir." The binoculars were handed over. Shin Jang-chun took them and immediately scanned the area below. They were below a patch of green trees. Shin Jang-chun found a wrecked military vehicle lying right by the cliffside. It was the vehicle driven by the two men, Chiaman and Kwok Sung-ho. That's the proof of an accident. It's the liaison vehicle. The one sent to contact the higher-up unit is down there. Really? The men standing behind him were shocked. So then, Corporal Kim, Chiaman, and Corporal Kwok Sung-ho died here. Shin Jang-chun stood up, his mood souring. Damn it. So it ended up like this after all. It was a big mistake for Lieutenant Kim to allow something that everyone had opposed, even though they volunteered. He should have stopped them. Neither of them were awakened. so they would have been helpless against a monster attack. If they hadn't fallen from the mountain then, they would still be with us now. But I don't see their bodies. Huh, really? Shin Jiangchu nodded. Yes, if they had died here, I would have seen their bodies nearby. But I don't see anything. Wang Yinzhan felt a glimmer of hope and asked, is it possible they survived and went somewhere? Shin Jiangchun frowned slightly and shook his head. Falling from that height, even an awakened could be injured. After that, the monsters probably took them for food. The men fell silent. Somehow, the image of their comrades being eaten by monsters was just too horrifying. Shin Jiangchun looked down, his eyes full of anguish. He thought to himself, I'm sorry you too, but we have to hope that the monsters ate you. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this. It feels like something terrible is about to happen. Shin Jiangchun gazed down at the wrecked vehicle. One last time, he let out a silent sigh and pulled himself together, because they didn't have time for this. A moment later, after returning, he discussed the matter with Min Chai. Shin Jiangchun said, I really can't understand why it had to be like this. Putting that aside for the moment, Shin Jiangchun set down the gun he was carrying. For now, I need to get back to making dried meat. We're running low. Min Chai nodded. You're right. We have enough lizard meat now. Jiangchun, go ahead and do it. The only refrigerated truck. Countless soldiers were patrolling around the vehicle, because he would have to cook while on the move, and there was no telling what surprises might happen on the road, or if he could cook at all. Shin Jiangchun ran to the back of the truck. He reached out with his scarred and calloused hand and opened the door. He looked at the pile of lizard carcasses stacked inside. They wouldn't have been able to eat all the dried meat. While in the lizard territory, that was a stroke of luck. Just as he had a moment to prepare the dried meat, lizards from the cliffs above leapt down to ambush them. So the soldiers, who had only had a short rest, had to throw themselves into a new battle. Min Chai was leading the charge, which was quickly draining both his physical and mental stamina. Furthermore, this group of lizards was incredibly numerous. It was as if they were unkillable. Li Seng'a also joined the fight herself, along with other sub-commanders like Su Hyuk and Wang Yinzhan, but all of them were growing more and more exhausted. Wang Yinzhan, getting behind the steel lizard, he was facing, put it in a shoulder lock, and threw the lizard backwards. Inside the truck, Shin Jiangchun was still trying to prepare the dried lizard meat as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside the truck. It was the sound of an impact. Following, that was a series of shouts. They're heading that way. Shin Jiangchun tried to bring his knife down precisely, but his heart was racing with anxiety. This was already the fourth battle. He looked at the pile of stat-boosted dried meat in front of him. He hadn't had a chance to go outside since he started making the jerky, but he had no other choice but to stay put here. Shin Jiangchun tried to work faster, silently praying, everyone, please hold on. After the battle temporarily subsided, Shin Jiangchun had also finished his work. Unfortunately, they had 5 wounded, and one was in critical condition, needing special care. Shin Jiangchun frowned and said, we're getting more and more wounded. Min Chai said, thanks to your cooking skills and Lieutenant Kim's command ability, our stats have improved quite a bit, but we're still exhausted from the continuous attacks. Not to mention, the noise from the battles has attracted even more monsters. Some of the men are talking about. Min Chai lowered his voice. Shin Jiangchun also lowered his voice and asked, what are they saying? Min Chai said, well, many of them think you shouldn't be skipping the battles, even if you're preparing combat rations. Shin Jiangchun nodded. I understand. They have a point, but only he knew best. At best, the combat skills his class provided were only average, or even worse than the warrior squads. So it's better for me to just do what I can. Min Chai chuckled and walked over, cheerfully slinging an arm around Shin Jiangchun's shoulder. Exactly. These kids, they don't even appreciate the work you're doing. Don't worry about it. I'll make them stop talking nonsense. Min Chai smirked. Shin Jiangchun managed a reluctant smile in return. He wondered if it would be as easy as he said. A moment later, a soldier scouting ahead rushed back toward them. Sergeant Lee, report. There's something strange up ahead on the road. All right. Min Chai frowned, looking ahead. What is it? Jiangchun, let's go check it out, right? He nodded and followed, seeing the look on that soldier's face. It seemed to be something important. Min Chai was a little worried. For some reason, the sense of unease in his heart was growing stronger and stronger. On the road ahead, 2 dark figures slowly appeared. They didn't look human at all. Their bodies were crippled, their steps unsteady, as if they were already corpses. And on their bodies, they still had guns. Min Chai froze, staring straight ahead. Shin Jiangchun also felt his heart beat faster and faster. His expression turned grim. He recognized the military uniforms on them and their guns. Min Chai swallowed hard, fearfully saying, "Don't tell me." They're wearing military uniforms. The soldiers behind them also began to murmur. Even though they're in uniform, they look so creepy. Wang and John quickly raised his binoculars to observe and report it. "Sergeant Lee, they might be from our unit. Their names are Kim Chiaman and Kwok Sung-ho. It's Corporal Kim Chiaman and Corporal Kwok Sung-ho." Shin Jiangchun was stunned. Even though he had suspected it, he couldn't help but be shocked. The two drivers who left earlier? I was hoping this wouldn't happen. Wang and John lowered his binoculars and said in fear, "Sergeant, they're aiming their guns at us." "What?" Shin Jiangchun and Min Chai simultaneously looked towards the two figures. The other soldiers instinctively retreated. Those two had completely lost their minds. But the fact they could still use items like guns made them many times more terrifying. The zombies' dart gun muzzles were aimed at their former comrades. Bulletproof shields were brought up. Everyone quickly scrambled behind the shields. Wang and John shouted orders as he ran. "Everyone down and prepare to defend." The scene instantly descended into unimaginable chaos. Shin Jiangchun, with a dark expression, looked at the two. They mercilessly pulled the triggers with just one hand, continuously firing upon their former comrades. And for some reason, after such a long time had passed, their guns still had ammo. Muzzle flashes continuously lit up the air. The clang of metal rang out as bullets hit the shields. They hid behind the defensive line, with no opportunity to counterattack. They could only cower, terrified and anxious. Groans of pain escaped their throats. Bullets were flying, even hitting someone inside the military vehicle. Then another person standing nearby, who hadn't taken cover yet, was also hit in the shoulder. Shin Jiangchun looked over in alarm. Someone had already fallen. He rushed over to ask, "Private Park Min-cheon, are you alright? Hang on, we'll get medic right away." Park Min-cheon reached out and grabbed his elbow, saying, "I'm fine." Shin Jiangchun pressed, but Park Min-cheon winced in pain, but still managed to say, "It hurts like hell. But this uniform saved my life. Thank goodness." Shin Jiangchun was so relieved he was on the verge of tears. At that moment, a few others maneuvered over and said, "Sergeant Shin, let us handle this." Shin Jiangchun nodded. "All right, check on him thoroughly." Understood. He couldn't help but admire once again the lizard hide combat suits that Lee Sang-ah had made. They were truly amazing, even with the zombies. Indiscriminate gunfire. It wasn't a life-threatening wound. The two figures shambled closer to them again. They raised their guns once more, intending to keep firing at close range. But they couldn't pull the triggers. Seeing this, a few soldiers reported, "Sergeant Lee, they've stopped attacking. They must be out of ammo." Min Chai stood up, clutching his head. Of course, they can't be smart enough to know how to reload. He quickly commanded the unit to fight back. "Warrior team, attack. Finish them all before they have a chance to react." "Yes, sir." The soldiers charged forward. Wang and John led the charge, a red aura of energy surrounding it. Those with weapons and combat skills charged first. They let out a war cry, and one of them used a small knife in his hand to slash across one of their necks. Then another person joined the attack, inflicting several more wounds on the other one's body. The two zombies fell instantly, which surprised a few of the soldiers. It really was as easy as pie. Then, Wang and John lunged at the remaining zombie. He reached out his hand, grabbed Kim Chiaman's scarred head tightly, and squeezed with all his might. Fresh blood spurted out. His eyes were filled with red streaks. Fresh blood soaked that military uniform. The two zombies fell. Blood stained the ground in messy patches. The soldiers surrounded them to confirm the situation. Wang and John looked at his blood-soaked hand. He frowned and swore, "Damn it. Fighting people who were once your comrades is truly a terrible thing." In the distance, Shin Jiangchun and Min Chai watched calmly. Shin Jiangchun muttered a question. "Is it over?" Min Chai frowned and said, "It seems so." But the zombies, they were too human-like. That's what's so worrying. Shin Jiangchun glanced at him. "You feel it too, don't you?" Suddenly, a flock of crows flew in from the sky. Their caws echoed through the mountains, indescribably eerie. It was truly frightening. It was just one thing after another. It really makes a person uneasy. My spirit is in tatters. What's going on? The soldiers quickly gathered together, forming a defensive posture as they were trained. The entire mountain range is in an uproar. I can feel that chaos too. Hey, Rang-chun, could it be? Minchai asked worriedly. Shin Rang-chun nodded. They must be reacting to the gunshot. All the monsters in this area are being drawn here. So what should we do? Shin Rang-chun gritted his teeth. He thought to himself, we don't have any more time to hesitate. Shin Rang-chun stood on the roof of a vehicle and said, halt the convoy movement here. Gunners, reconfigure your systems. Mages, remove the firepower limiters. We have to use all the firepower we have. All awakened individuals, get on the 2.5-ton trucks and provide cover for the vehicles from there. As for the warriors, run at full speed and take down any monster that follows you. If we get out of this mountain range, we'll have a chance to survive. Let's get out of here as fast as possible. After receiving their orders, the soldiers hurriedly ran to carry out their tasks. Shin Rang-chun then approached the driver and asked, how much longer until we can get out of the mountains? The driver said, we're almost there. If there were no monsters, we could be out of here in 30 minutes. Shin Rang-chun said, good. I'll place a gunner in the passenger seat, so you just focus on driving. Hurry up. All soldiers except the warrior team get on the vehicles. Shooters get on the roofs. And now, the civilians also obediently followed the soldiers' instructions because they knew that if they didn't, they probably wouldn't make it out of here alive today. A busy scene unfolded. Shin Rang-chun frowned, looking into the distance. He thought to himself, also stealing his resolve, I will survive and leave this place. Down in the forest, a swarm of hard-shelled bugs was crawling towards them. Shrimp-like creatures from a video game flew down from the sky. There were also massive elephants and hungry wolves with bared white fangs. The monsters rushed forward to tear apart their prey, while the soldiers tried to fight back fiercely. Down below, auras of all different colors flashed in the air. Some of the smaller monsters rammed into the front of the military vehicle, while others surrounded a soldier. And the damn flying monsters were a pain because they kept aiming straight for the moving vehicles. Don't let the front line get blocked. Warriors, protect the path ahead. Kwang and John ran up from behind. The aura around him radiated like that of a fierce god of war. He roared, get out of the way. Then he leaped into the air and threw himself alone into the horde of monsters. Using his large body, he landed blow after heavy blow right onto their sharp carapaces. The troublesome bugs were sent flying effortlessly. The vehicle is slowing down. Push those monsters out of the way now. Kwang and John quickly gave precise commands. On the roof of the vehicle, the snipers were not idle for a moment. One by one, the flying monsters were shot down from the sky like falling fruit. But they also faced the risk of their swarming attacks. It was incredibly difficult to dodge, and the ammunition in their guns was limited, while the monsters were numerous. Suhayok had only fired a few shots before he ran out of ammo. He quickly ordered someone to bring more weapons. Hearing the order, a soldier immediately scrambled up, but as he stood up, his gaze fell upon a pack of wolves charging from the front. They were frenzied, more ferocious than any monster they had ever encountered. What is that? They shouted in panic. It's a pack of ferocious wolves. Sergeant Shin, come take a look. They look even stronger than the Titch Dykes. Shin Rang-chun, who was in the truck bed preparing food, had to quickly come out to see for himself. The wolves had sharp claws and fangs, and a seemingly limitless jumping ability. They launched themselves towards the moving vehicles, and most importantly, they had 6 legs. They were so fast that the warriors struggled to keep up. We'll be in big trouble if the vehicle gets damaged. Shin Rang-chun gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, they look like they want to eat us alive. They're even wilder animals than the Titch Dykes. Traveling by vehicle is really difficult. Suddenly, Shin Rang-chun's gaze fell on the chunks of butchered meat behind him. An idea suddenly struck him. Outside, the warriors were having a hard time with the monsters, mostly on the defensive, because fighting against them was truly an incredibly difficult task. They're so strong, and they couldn't hold out for much longer. What on earth are these monsters? Suddenly, their movement stopped, because they were distracted by the countless chunks of meat flying towards them from behind the soldiers. It was Titch Dyke meat, which Shin Rang-chun had just butchered, so it was still dripping with fresh blood. Immediately, the wolves charged forward, snatching the pieces of meat, and abandoned their fight with the soldiers. They frantically snatched the meat and tore at it as if they had been starving for years. What the soldiers exclaimed in astonishment. They're going crazy for Titch Dyke meat. Sergeant Shin, they're reacting. A soldier in charge of reporting said. Shin Rangchun nodded and quickly replied, yeah, we have a lot of Titch Dyke meat, so just keep throwing it, just as I thought. Shin Rangchun looked outside. Their attacks were very fierce, but when they saw the meat, they calmed down immediately. Unlike the Titch Dykes, they don't have the intelligence to plan their attacks. Though strong, they're more like wild animals in nature. When they see their prey, they will hunt it down relentlessly. Of course, Shin Rangchun wasn't confident that the Titch Dyke meat could hold them off completely. So he activated his chef's godly eye. If he could find their weak spot, this fight would be easier. Analyzing ingredients. Low-level cooking secret has been acquired. Complete knowledge of how to butcher with a single strike. Shin Rangchun smiled. So that's their weak spot. After knowing the weak spot, without a doubt, the pack of wolves was quickly eliminated. And of course, that was thanks to using the Titch Dyke meat as bait to make it easier to target their weak spots. Shin Rangchun breathed a sigh of relief. We've made it through this crisis. If I use the Titch Dyke meat, I can also easily subdue the other monsters. Thanks to that, we can overcome this crisis easily. By adding the chef's special sauce to the Titch Dyke meat, I can achieve the desired effect. Consuming. It will cause the consumer to fall into a comatose state. It's also clear that the better the quality of the dish, the higher the effect. Activating chef's godly eye skill. Shin Rangchun continued to observe them. After luring the monsters with the meat, their main weakness is their legs. The warriors charged forward and attacked them. Everyone, aim for the weak spots Sergeant Shin described. Yes, once he figured out their weak spot, victory was no longer in doubt. After this wave of attacks, the sun began to set behind the mountains. But finally, they saw the end of the road. We made it. It was truly a joyous occasion. In any case, their stamina was depleted, but luckily, they managed to escape. Minchai grinned, struck a peculiar pose, and said with a laugh, Rangchun, we did it. Hey, yeah. Shin Rangchun managed a pained, strained smile. He could feel his head ringing, and his consciousness was fading. He wondered, did I overuse my skills? His eyes and head were in terrible pain. So this is what it feels like to be completely out of energy. Shin Rangchun collapsed straight to the ground. Hearing the thud, Minchai turned her head in confusion. Shin Rangchun's collapse sent Minchai and everyone else into a panic. Shin Rangchun suddenly woke up, drenched in sweat. His eyes were clearly marked with exhaustion. As soon as he woke up, he heard Minchi's voice by his ear. Rangchun, you're awake. Are you okay? No. Shin Rangchun sat up. I feel like I'm about to die. Minchai laughed and said, you seem fine to me. Sorry. Shin Rangchun asked again, where are we? He was sure this place wasn't a vehicle, and their journey must have taken them out of that mountain. Minchai smiled and said, we found an abandoned farmhouse, so we set up camp here. Before Shin Rangchun could ask anything else, Minchai held out a large bowl in front of him and ordered, here, eat. I made it from combat rations. Inside were all sorts of unevenly chopped meat and vegetables, with a few scattered sprigs of green onion on top. This soup was the type where you just throw everything in and boil it. He held the bowl of soup, a little unwillingly. He took a sip, then turned to ask Minchai, did anything else happen? Minchai shook her head. No. As soon as we left the mountains, the monsters that chased us were all taken care of. Don't worry about anything and just focus on recovery. Shin Rangchun still wouldn't sit still and recover. He asked again, did you clean up all the monster corpses? Minchai grinned mischievously. Of course, the meat and hides are valuable resources. Kwang and John and the others are out collecting them. After that, Sang-ah will be the one to process them. Shin Rangchun gave a weak smile. Everyone's worked hard. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, panting, to report the news. Sergeant, the scout team has returned. Minchai stood up and said, Rangchun, you just rest. I'll go. But Shin Rangchun reached out his hand and grabbed Minchi's elbow. He smiled and said, no, it's time for me to get up. Shin Rangchun quickly discussed the next plan with Minchai. Taichun wanted them to head west. According to his speculation, that place would have more favorable conditions. It seems more spacious, and Incheon is also a familiar place. But for some reason, going in that direction feels like a suicide mission. Suhyok said, I can guess as much. For what I've seen, that place is basically a living hell. The chaos caused by the monsters has attracted even more monsters, and the people killed by the monsters have turned into zombies, wandering everywhere. A city with only zombies and monsters. That's really bad, Minchai said thoughtfully. Shin Rang-chun, on the other hand, was quite calm. He said, yeah, it's like a giant monster nest. Going in there is no different from seeking death. Shin Rang-chun frowned and said, he's right. The numerous buildings and vehicles will limit our visibility, and moving along the roads is also a problem. So, are we giving up on that area? Shin Rang-chun looked at Minchai and replied, maybe we could try again, after we've strengthened our own forces. Into the city, while we have injured people, is a bit reckless. Right now, our 2 doctors are almost exhausted. If there are any more injuries, they will surely die from exhaustion. So what should we do now, if we absolutely have to move? Shin Rang-chun looked thoughtfully at the map. Minchai and Su Hyok exchanged glances, also waiting patiently. Suddenly, a light seemed to flash in Shin Rang-chun's eyes. He asked excitedly, what about that place? The barracks at our unit? Minchai said excitedly, the barracks? Oh, that's a great idea. There might be useful things there, since it was the officers' quarters. And unlike the urban areas, the barracks is in a location completely separate from them. So that's quite convenient for us. And it's not too far from here. So moving there should be relatively safe. That's a good plan. Currently, they were only staying temporarily in a farmhouse, so securing a base of operations is very important. The barracks would be more suitable for a base than this place. With a decision made and no one objecting, Shin Rang-chun had everyone gather quickly. A commander needs to make a plan before sunset, strike fast and win fast. And they decided not to take their full force to the barracks. Instead, they split into 3 teams of 10 people each with a commander who could use a communication skill, consisting of Minchai, Wang Yin, and Shin Jang-chun as the team leaders. Also, because the 3 of them couldn't use guns, Su Hyuk, the gunman, had to stay behind to protect the farm. Before leaving, Shin Jang-chun thoughtfully instructed Su Hyuk to conserve ammunition as much as possible. Another person among the commanders, Sang-ae, decided to join the team. She was one of the few from the unit who had managed to escape the city alive. Shin Jang-chun did not object. He would make use of the knowledge and survival experience of Sang-ae. In her group, there were also 2 more survivors. Of course, Su Hyuk had initially objected to them, but Shin Jang-chun was very confident. He said with a smile, anyway, they've realized their mistake, so let's give them a chance. The 2 of them flashed a bright smile and said to him, as long as there are snacks, we'll do anything. Shin Jang-chun forced a smile, silently praying in his heart, hoping nothing terrible would happen. The next morning, the expedition team began to move out. 30 people leaving together would attract too much attention, so they split up and took 3 different routes, planning to regroup at the barracks later. Without delay, everyone shouldered their marching packs. Wang Yin's and Minchi's groups left first, and Shin Jang-chun's group was the last to go. He watched the other 2 groups disappear, then looked at Lee Sang-ae and said with a smile, let's get going. The survivors who stayed behind also ran over to see them off, and so the last squad set off. The sight of them marching on the mountain path was indeed a bit reminiscent of the peaceful marching days of the past. On the way, Shin Jang-chun took the opportunity to ask Lee Sang-ae for some information. He asked her in a low voice, I've heard that recently survivors mostly operate in the cities. Why is that? Lee Sang-ae said, actually, they don't have any other choice. Really? Wherever there's food, that's certainly where people will go. Monsters and zombies are scary, it's true, but hunger is even worse. I'm extremely grateful because since joining the unit, I've been provided with plenty of food. But before that, every day was a struggle to find food. She must have been through a lot. He thought to himself, then asked, are there any other difficulties in the city? Lee Sang-ae, as if reading the worry in his mind, immediately asked, are you concerned that the buildings will block your line of sight? But I don't see it that way. We can use them for cover and movement. Even if we're spotted by monsters, we can still escape. By using the buildings in open plains, we'd be easily caught and killed by monsters. Shin Jang-chun fell silent. What they had considered a disadvantage, the city survivors saw as an advantage. What a difference in perspective. Shin Jang-chun asked again, do you think there are still living people in the city? Lee Sang-ae said with some uncertainty, it's possible. When I was there, I often came across a few other survivors. There are probably still some people hiding out there. In truth, he was only asking Lee Sang-a to confirm his hope that they weren't the only survivors left. After all, the main reason they had decided to leave their base was to secure resources and expand their forces. Just as Lee Sang-a's group had joined their unit, they needed to expand the unit anyway, through other survivors. But if we're careless, bad people will sneak in. Damn, what a headache. The more he thought, the more troubled he became. Suddenly, Lee Sang-a's footsteps slowed. She quickly held out a hand, motioning for him to stop. Shin Jae-chun looked at her questioningly. What is it? Lee Sang-a looked around cautiously, frowned, and said, It sounds like labored breathing. I think there are zombies nearby. Hearing Lee Sang-a, they cautiously hid behind some bushes and observed silently. Sure enough, there were some zombies wandering around below, and luckily, they hadn't noticed Lee Sang-a's group yet. But without Lee Sang-a here, he feared they would have been exposed. Lee Sang-a whispered, You said you don't know much about zombies, right? Shin Jae-chun nodded. Yeah, what about you? Lee Sang-a said, Most zombies are weaker than monsters, but sometimes they retain habits from when they were human and do things we can't predict. Do you see the one moving in the drain pipe? Only when Lee Sang-a pointed it out did he notice. Indeed, there was a zombie hiding in there. Shin Jae-chun frowned and asked, What's it doing down there? Lee Sang-a said, It's hiding, waiting for a chance to attack. Like a trap. Is there no other way? Any way to detect them beforehand? Lee Sang-a replied, Zombies often make a sound like they're having trouble breathing. With an awakened hearing, we can detect them by focusing and listening. Focus and listen. Shin Jae-chun was a little worried. If listening was the only way, then he needed to come up with a strategy to deal with it. Lee Sang-a added, You've all probably heard about zombies, right? We need to concentrate to hear their breathing. We have to listen as we move. Shin Jae-chun put his backpack on the ground. Then he turned to the others and gave an order. All right, everyone, leave all your gear and muskets in one place and use your greatswords. Because the more people who go, the more trouble there'll be. So only the team leaders and a few others will go. The rest of you protect the area near our camp, as well as our equipment. Now move out. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone moved quickly. Of course, Shin Jae-chun, Min-chai, along with Chan-chun, and Lee Sang-a formed a small group to move forward. They cautiously entered an abandoned building. Inside the building, there was a corpse lying there. Lee Sang-a took the lead to scout the way, since she was the one most familiar with this area anyway. No one said a word to each other. They were all completely silent, cautiously listening for any movement from the zombies. Based on the echoing sounds, they could hear the sounds of the zombies. But the most important thing was, because there were so many zombies, they couldn't pinpoint the exact location of each one. Min-chai asked worriedly, What should we do? Shin Jae-chun said, There are only a few wandering in the hallway. It seems like they've all hidden themselves. I've never seen so many zombies like this. Lee Sang-a said worriedly. Shin Jae-chun swallowed nervously. Moreover, their former superiors are among those zombies. He went over and whispered to Min-chai, Hey, this seems a bit dangerous. Should we assess the situation and then retreat? Min-chai nodded. Yeah, let's do that. Let's check the area around the barracks and then head back. Hey, Wang Yin, you go first. Just as he turned to look at Wang Yin, who was standing near the door, he saw a zombie falling from the sky. It lunged towards Wang Yin, its hideous mouth wide open. Saliva dripped down, and its eyes were bloodshot. Gurgling sounds came from its throat. Just one bite, and the chance of infection would certainly not be low. A knife flew out from inside, plunging straight into its temple, causing the lunging zombie to veer off course. Wang Yin instinctively ducked to avoid it. Everyone was startled by this sudden scene, momentarily unsure of what to do next. Could it be that the zombies, in just a moment, already harmed one of our comrades? Who was here? Min-chai worriedly looked at the corpse propped up in the nearby hallway. Her heart pounded in her chest with fear. Luckily, Shin Jae-chun had reacted in time. That kitchen knife was thrown by him, just saving Wang Yin from his fate. The zombie fell to the ground. Saliva dripped down as fresh blood spread. Lee Sang-a quickly shouted, Hurry! The zombies are about to swarm here. They're very sensitive to sound. And indeed, as soon as she finished speaking, countless zombies rushed in from all directions, madly chasing after them, and they could only run for their lives. No time to waste. Get outside quickly. Shin Jang-chun shouted to encourage them as he ran. After who knows how long, they finally managed to escape outside. As soon as they got outside, Shin Jang-chun learned that the one who had attacked Wang Yin was definitely Sergeant Park from their division. Shin Jang-chun frowned slightly. I've met him before too. Because I hadn't interacted with him much, I didn't recognize him in time. This might be harder than I thought. Min Chai said, even though they're zombies, they still look very human. And they were our superiors too. Seeing those familiar faces could make the soldiers hesitate during battle. When Min Chai said that, he remembered that he himself hadn't made a comfortable meal and let the guys relax for a long time. Wang Yin said, since we met Chai Min and Sung Ho on the road, the soldiers' hatred towards zombies has gotten much worse. Maybe it's best if we check out other places instead. Shin Jang-chun sighed. I thought so too at first, but I think we still need to check the barracks. What do you mean? Shin Jang-chun said, mental management. Min Chai and Wang Yin were involuntarily silent because they also understood what Shin Jang-chun's words meant. The soldiers' psychological struggle is temporary, but what if there are survivors in the barracks? And what if they can save those people? Lee Sang-ae was silent. This could definitely boost the morale and courage of the soldiers, because they would know they are fighting to save people. Min Chai asked, so you mean, instead of letting them get depressed, we should create a situation like this? Shin Jang-chun nodded. Yes, we'll go to the barracks to see if there are any survivors. I think it's necessary. Both Min Chai and Wang Yin let out a long, involuntary sigh. It's a difficult thing indeed, but what must be done, must be done. And as usual, Shin Jang-chun began to plan. We'll have to tackle this from the inside. Since we've been at this barracks before, it's not hard to draw a simple map. Those buildings are basically where the zombies are concentrated. They're most likely to appear there, so that will be the hardest part. If we get ambushed and bitten in an instant, everything will go wrong. Min Chai frowned and asked, should we unleash our maximum firepower? Wang Yin looked horrified. Are you planning to destroy the entire barracks? But on the contrary, Shin Jang-chun smiled and said, that's not a bad idea. Are you serious? Shin Jang-chun said, yeah, but that's just plan B. Then what's plan A? Shin Jang-chun gave a mischievous smile. Let's eat first, then we'll figure it out. As he stood stir-frying food on a stone stove, he suddenly thought, our combat power is inferior to the zombies. But strength alone isn't enough in this situation. The system displayed information, roasted Tai meat, ingredient grade, average. Freshness, high. Enhanced hearing will help locate enemies, as well as prey. He pondered for a moment, and realized this will help us detect zombies to some extent. It's a good thing I prepared it. Finally, the delicious batch of meat was ready. Roasted, Tai meat, imbued with the peaceful emotions of a low-level chef. Magical ingredients enhance the dish's effectiveness. The food was served to everyone. Someone exclaimed excitedly, it tastes like pork neck. They ate, drooling, happily sharing the delicious food. This would be perfect with some rice and lettuce. All stats have increased by 5. The magic of the roasted meat is seeping into their bodies. They ate happily, not even noticing that their abilities were gradually increasing. Someone raised their voice and said, everyone, open your system windows. There's something weird about my system. But when my teammates hear my voice, it's very loud. They think I'm shouting. Hey, why are you suddenly shouting like that? But unexpectedly, his voice sounded the same in his teammates' ears. So did theirs. What are you talking about? You're the one who's shouting. You have temporarily gained the enhanced hearing trait. Everyone started complaining to each other. My ears feel weird. Everything around me sounds really loud. You're hurting my ears. Be quiet. Shin Kong-chun nodded smugly. Let's go. Their whole team rushed through the deserted streets. They stormed into a building, running thunderously through the corridors. They were all prepared for a fight. One of them heard a horrifying growl. It was from the savage zombies, enough to terrify anyone. Because they could anticipate them, they fought more proactively, and it was also easy to grasp the zombies' next moves. Lee Sang-ah, with just a few sword strokes, neatly dispatched them. She swung her sword with great care, able to finish off enemies while avoiding her teammates. A team member pointed to the left and said loudly, there's one in the room over there. But unfortunately for the teammates, with enhanced hearing, that sound was way too loud. Good heavens, keep it down. Lee Sang-ah said, we can pinpoint the enemy's location just by sound. I didn't expect this ability could do this. The downside is that it hurts your ears. Shin Kong-chun realized that. Our brain functions can adapt to the heightened hearing because zombies aren't strong fighters. As long as we can pinpoint their location, everything will be fine. The team continuously found and anticipated the locations of the zombies, using the skill, trying to deal with them quickly. At this rate, we'll finish soon. A zombie suddenly lunged from behind. Its eyes were bloodshot, as if it wanted to tear apart and devour its target. But, not unexpectedly, Shin Kong-chun, with his enhanced hearing, quickly identified its position and finished it with one stab straight to the head. Taking the knife, its blood splattered everywhere. Lee Sang-ah, perhaps not understanding what happened, was taken by surprise. As the blade was pulled from the zombie's head, it collapsed and fell backward. Shin Kong-chun, having just had a scare, said startled, "Some of them attack silently. We've been here too long." He immediately ordered, "Everyone, let's move to the officers' building. Move to the next floor." The whole team heard the order and replied in unison, "Roger, let's go." The team started to move. Shin Kong-chun thought to himself, "At this rate, we can finish without any major problems." Finally, the whole platoon met up again. Shin Kong-chun went to greet Min Chai. "You're here." Min Chai replied, "You're too slow." Someone reported the situation. "Sergeant Shin, we've pretty much dealt with all of them." Shin Kong-chun, hearing the report, replied, "Good." But then he said, "At this point, I actually feel sorry for the zombies, because the zombies don't even have any attack skills. So now there's only one left, right?" Saying that, they both looked at a zombie sitting on the ground. Min Chai confirmed, "Yeah, it's our unit's battalion commander, Major Guk Hanjong." Shin Kong-chun realized with a start, the battalion commander. We now see a zombie sitting on the ground, amidst the pile of slain zombies. His eyes were blood red. He was aggressively growling and roaring. Shin Kong-chun looked at the man who was his superior, transformed from a normal person into this. He too was shocked, thinking to see the highest-ranking person in our unit in this state. Then he recalled his past interactions with him. He was completely different from the indecisive Lieutenant Kim. He was one of the few commanders, recognized by everyone for his leadership abilities. Feeling emotional, Shin Kong-chun proposed to Min Chai, "I want to send off the battalion commander myself." Min Chai just gave a small smile and replied, "All right, as the commander of the Steel Corps, finish it." Shin Kong-chun's expression was now a mix of anxiety and reluctance. But what must be done, must be done. He raised his knife, facing the zombie that was once his superior and his comrade. Now it was just a ferocious, emotionless, inhuman zombie. The soulless zombie growled. Shin Kong-chun was now ready to end it. The zombie let out a loud roar and lunged straight at him, attacking relentlessly. But Shin Kong-chun easily dodged it all, while dodging the dangerous blows. He thought, he's completely different from the other zombies. Pausing for a beat, the zombie was now extremely close to him. He silently began to execute his skill. Many light slashes of the knife, but enough to slice the enemy's body to pieces. The zombie was now cut with deep gashes, blood spurting out. "We will never forget you, battalion commander." Everyone on the team watched the fight, unable to hold back their emotions, seeing their superior, now just a soulless, fighting platinum zombie. Shin Kong-chun, with determined eyes, saw his opportunity. He swung a decisive blow, and the zombie's head was severed from its neck. The knife was covered in blood. Shin Kong-chun squeezed his eyes shut, unable to bear watching the scene he had created. This haunting battle was finally over. The team finally brought all the zombie corpses outside. They gathered them in one place and cremated them. The sight of so many zombie corpses engulfed in a sea of flames made anyone who witnessed it feel a pang in their heart. As a tribute, Shin Kong-chun read out each name. Major Guk Hanjong, Captain Choi Ri-hyung, Lieutenant On Ki-won. They were all outstanding soldiers. Everyone bowed their heads, as if to send off their comrades to heaven in the most peaceful way. Some couldn't even find tears to cry. Tears streamed down Shin Kong-chun's face, his eyes showing very mixed emotions. He took the dog tags of his fallen comrades, looking at the fire that was consuming almost all of his deceased comrades. He could only pray for them. Everyone, rest in peace. Black smoke billowed from the fire, rising higher than the tops of the buildings, then higher and higher, merging with the clouds, as if escorting the souls of his comrades to the heavens. Then he shouted to his comrades, "The funeral service has been held, so don't dwell on this anymore. From now on, just focus on the living. Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Yes, Commander. After completing the funeral rites for the deceased, we started to work on seriously turning the officers' quarters into a base. But the inside was the problem, a place that few had the courage to clean up and refurbish. Min Chai shouted an order. All right, let's start erasing all traces of the undead. This will be our home from now on. So let's work hard. Quickly move to your designated floors. Everyone was a bit hesitant, but they obeyed the superior's command. They quickly dispersed and moved to their designated areas. Li Seng'a also gave orders to her group. We're moving to the stream near the area to get water. The whole group complied. Roger. Then, each one carrying a water bucket. Led by Li Seng'a, they quickly took action. A soldier reported, Corporal John, assembly is complete, sir. John also had no time to rest. He quickly ordered his subordinates. We need to gather firewood and secure a water supply before sunset. Go, gather firewood around this area. Meanwhile, Shin Kongshun said to Su Hyuk, we need to build a defensive perimeter like the one at the base. He pointed at the map and said, here, here, and here. Ensuring a clear line of sight for the mages and marksmen is the top priority. Su Hyuk understood and followed the order. We'll start right away. With the tasks completed, the day was almost over. The sun had set behind the high mountains. The commander stood before everyone as Shin Kongshun announced, I wanted to hold a party like the 1 inch when we were about to leave the base, but we're not in a position to do so yet. Upon hearing this, everyone's face fell. Shin Kongshun continued, I know everyone is very disappointed. I completely understand. I'll try to organize one next time. Now, for the important part. We need to decide on our next destination. Min Chai patted his shoulder. Let me explain. Shin Kongshun agreed. All right. Min Chai began. As you all know, we came here to build up our strength. But right now, we lack the resources to survive, let alone expand. He wrote the necessary items on a board. 1. Food. 2. Fuel. 3. Ammunition. 4. Etc. This is the list of essentials. Everyone saw the problem. Suddenly, someone from the ranks raised a hand. I have a question. What do you mean we're short on food? Didn't we stock up on a lot of meat? Min Chai explained, yes, we have a lot of meat, but if we keep eating just that, we'll get sick of it. Besides, meat only provides protein and fat. Shin Kongshun's expression became pensive. I'm not sure how strong the mana in the bodies of the awakened is, but if our basic nutritional balance is disrupted, I'm not sure if it can maintain our health or not. Min Chai continued, eating only meat for a month is fine, but if it goes on longer, who knows what will happen? To be precise, the problem isn't food, but ensuring nutritional diversity. Hearing this, everyone was convinced. Min Chai continued, that's not all. We're also short on fuel and ammunition. We have to secure enough fuel for vehicles and generators. As for ammunition, the reason is obvious. It's time to find a solution. If anyone has any ideas, feel free to speak up. A person from the ranks raised a hand to speak. Corporal Li Gonggu. I have an idea. Oh, great. What's your idea? He said. I suggest we secure crafting materials. All the squad leaders seemed not to understand. John even spoke up, asking, why suddenly talk about crafting materials? He said, I'm sure it will be useful. Kongshun pondered securing materials. He thought to himself, I also thought about securing crafting materials. When we came down the mountain, our vehicles couldn't even fulfill their roles. If we had good materials, we could have done something about it. With that thought, he stepped down and asked, your job is a combat engineer, right? The guy replied, yes, sir. Shin Kongshun replied, then come up here and explain in detail. The soldier began to step forward. After a while, Gonggu's reasoning proved very persuasive. Securing food or fuel is harder than we think. He suggested, we should secure crafting materials. Gathering them is relatively easy, and we can find a way to travel safely on the ground. He said, so we need to craft and repair combat vehicles. Vehicles that can withstand monsters. If we can create things like catapults or battering rams used in medieval warfare. Min Chai also agreed, that's right. With stronger vehicles, we wouldn't need to move so cautiously anymore. That will make finding food and fuel easier too. Min Chai implicitly acknowledged the guy's idea. Oh, Shin Kongshun asked the soldier. So a combat engineer can make things like that? He replied. With enough time and materials, yes. Shin Kongshun was convinced by his words. In a way, A combat engineer is also a production class. He's planning to armor up the vehicles. This guy has a lot of potential. Just like saying, if my prediction is right, in this game, production, jobs are stronger than I thought. This might be a good opportunity. Shin Kong-chun agreed. But he's still cautiously warned, I'm just saying this as a precaution. But if you're thinking of taking this lightly just to test your abilities, then I'll reject it. Are you sure this is more important than anything else? The young man affirmed. I'm sure. Shin Kong-chun took another step toward the young man and clapped him on the shoulder. Shin Kong-chun, pleased, said loudly, all right, that's enough. Do your best. He was happy to have found a solution. The other things are important, but this is the priority. Then he clearly announced to everyone, that's all for today. We'll discuss the details tomorrow. Everyone go rest. You've all worked hard. Dismissed. Finally, it was time to cook. Shin Kong-chun gathered some firewood. He set up the stove, lit the fire, and let out a sigh. Phew, this should be enough to cook with, right? I'll have to ask others to help clear the tables. The kitchen in here is useless without electricity and water. This temporary dining hall will have to do. He turned to an ingredient he had already prepared. All right, let's start with that. His hand stirred with a ladle. Large chunks of fat began to melt from the heat of the fire. The monster fat I collected. While stirring, he muttered, damn, I hate to use this. I was already worried because it's about to run out, but I have no choice. He also pulled up the system notification to check. Mixed animal fat manna. This is animal fat that contains various types of manna. When used in cooking, it transforms to match the manna of the food. A cheat ingredient in the culinary world. It can make anything delicious when fried. The fat had completely melted and bubbles rose from the heat. The oil was ready. The soldier pointed at the map and said, there's a rather large steel warehouse near the officers' quarters. Minchai cautiously asked back, how do you know? He explained, sometimes the base urgently needs crafting materials, so I used to go there often. Having gotten the information, Minchai bit her thumb thoughtfully. So, we could get materials from there? The soldier, who seemed to know the place very well, replied, yes. That warehouse is huge. It should have most of the materials we need. Monsters already appeared at the end of last week, so the chance of us running into zombies there isn't high. Shin Rang-chun thought to himself. That place is very close, but it's quite far from the urban area, so only a few zombies might appear. This is the optimal location for us to deal with them. With his knowledge of the location, the young man had won Minchi's trust. She praised him highly. You're very thoughtful. Rang-chun, what do you think? I think it's a good idea. Shin Rang-chun also agreed. Yes, this is a good opportunity. Then he turned and said, Kong-in, go get ready. We'll move in 3 squads, just like when we enter the officers' quarters. And it's best if each squad has a combat engineer with them. John immediately accepted the order. I'll go prepare right away. He also ordered Gonggu, get a vehicle in good condition to the front of the officers' quarters gate. Gonggu immediately obeyed. Yes, Commander. Minchai turned worriedly and asked, isn't it dangerous to go by vehicle? Shin Rang-chun just replied, there's no other way. We have to transport enough materials. Let's move as carefully as possible. The journey was fraught with difficulties. The soldiers had to face many monsters. During the confrontation, the soldiers also suffered casualties. Someone in the squad yelled, how many are injured? A soldier reported, 3. Unfortunately, 1 is seriously injured. Shin Rang-chun hurriedly gave an order. All right, get them out of the danger zone and treat them. Kong-in, secure the route. Kong-in acknowledged, understood. Gonggu was driving the vehicle. Minchai impatiently yelled, we're already at maximum speed, but only received 2 words in reply. I know. Then Gonggu quickly stepped on the gas harder. The vehicle, along with the many soldiers run as escorts, gradually picked up speed to reach the target. The situation seemed to be getting more tense. Shin Rang-chun calculated. We minimized the combat noise as much as possible, but we still couldn't avoid casualties. As expected, moving on the road is still dangerous. He gritted his teeth. But what is that? Seeing the monsters behaving strangely, he thought to himself. Usually, monsters would fight over prey, but zombies aren't like that. They ignore food that has been touched. The vehicle and the escorting soldiers were still trying their best to reach the target as quickly as possible. After a few hours of effort, they had reached the foot of the mountain where the steel warehouse was located. Upon arrival, the soldiers couldn't help but exclaim, this place is huge. It probably has most of the materials we need. Gonggu did a quick check and reported, Doesn't seem to be anything inside. Shin Rang-chun, trusting him, said, "All right, let's move." He ordered Lee Sang-a's squad. Lee Sang-a, very competent, accepted the order, "Leave it to us." Now, he turned and said to the combat engineers, "Explain to the soldiers what you need. The rest of you, go get the materials as directed by the engineers." The whole squad acknowledged, understood. Then Shin Rang-chun and his squad started to go inside, shouting loudly, "Let's go." The soldiers following behind quickly approached the steel warehouse. The mysteriously closed warehouse door was finally opened by the group. The whole team stared blankly inside. It was clear the scene inside was strange. Shin Rang-chun witnessed the scene, and his eyes grew worried. What is this? The scene inside. Steel gates and bars lay scattered about haphazardly. It was as if this place had been disturbed before. The soldiers now raised countless questions. What a mess! Was there an earthquake or something? Everything's been dug up. Shin Rang-chun quickly calmed everyone down. Ignore. We just need to get the necessary materials and get out. Hurry up. He kept urging everyone to move quickly. Stay clear of the gate area so we can load the vehicle. Gonggu and the other soldiers also hurried to work. The squad leaders also began directing. Over here. Get the steel plates first. There are plenty on the floor. So move carefully, while highly focused. The whole squad was suddenly stopped by a loud noise. It was a terrifying sound that made them all fearful. Gonggu spoke up. What was that sound? You all heard it, right? Everyone agreed. Yes. Minchai anxiously shouted. Rang-chun, there's something in the warehouse. Shin Rang-chun seemed to have anticipated this possibility. Damn it, I knew things were going too smoothly. Everyone, to your battle stations. Everyone quickly obeyed the command. They were all afraid, drawing their weapons. They quickly assumed a combat stance. The whole group was afraid, but they were ready, waiting for whatever was coming next. A grotesque sound rang out again, making everyone shudder. Shin Rang-chun was no exception. It turned out these savage noises were coming from the steel plates on the ground. They suddenly seemed to be controlled by something. They began to float in mid-air in a ghostly manner. Not just a few, but almost all the steel plates on the ground also gradually followed suit, flying up as if an invisible person was moving them. They flew up and accidentally slammed into soldiers, injuring them. Everyone scrambled to dodge. The steel is moving. They flew up together, gradually converging at one point. Someone noticed there's a black vortex of energy at the back of the warehouse. Then gradually, all the metal materials in the warehouse were pulled towards it. People panicked and abandoned their positions, running in panic to avoid them. The steel is being sucked in. All of it gathered around a black core inside. It slowly took shape. Everyone screamed in terror. The steel is forming a shape. Look, what the hell is going on? Shin Rang-chun was extremely worried now, but it was too late to realize it was a monster. That pile of steel wrapped itself together, forming a huge metal monster. It looked like a predator with hard skin and countless sharp fangs, ready to crush any prey. Now it had awakened. Roar. It let out a great roar, as if wanting to tear the small troop below to shreds. The people in the warehouse were now in a state of utter panic. A steel bear? Damn it, it looks so strong. All the leaders now trembled before its terrifying presence. I've never seen that monster before, but we've fought plenty of monsters. Shin Rang-chun didn't flinch. He held his weapon tightly. Let's see how well we can coordinate. Facing the overwhelmingly powerful monster, Shin Rang-chun still bravely led the others. Everyone charge. The sounds of the battle inside now echoed out of the warehouse. The battle inside was so fierce that from the outside, all the glass panes in the warehouse shattered. Lee Sang-a, realizing the seriousness of the problem, also ran into the warehouse to observe the situation. She had anticipated a monster inside, but seeing the impact it was having, she wondered, just how big is this monster? Arriving at the warehouse entrance, she saw a devastating scene. The soldiers were getting pummeled by the monster inside. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God." Just one stomp from it sent 4 or 5 people flying several meters. Countless soldiers had been wounded by it, lying scattered on the floor. It's too strong. Minchai then gave a puzzling order. Damn, everyone rip the steel plates off it. John, the strongest one here, managed to get close and latch onto its back. He was trying his hardest, but it seemed to have no effect. Its body is made of many layers of steel. Our attacks are useless. Then he too was mercilessly thrown off. One of its blows took down quite a few people. It continuously launched wide-area attacks. The soldiers couldn't fight back in time. Shin Rangshun was also sent flying. Even the enhanced strength from the cooking skill is useless. Facing a monster with terrifying destructive power, it seemed he had underestimated it. It's much stronger than I thought. It attacked relentlessly. All the soldiers who tried to approach it were thrown off. Among the soldiers thrown off, many were seriously injured. Everyone kept fighting back, but its destructive power was too great. Everyone was sent flying. If we keep facing it like this, we're going to get wiped out. At this moment, Shin Rangshun pulled out a miraculous ingredient. I'll use it. The monster bait. He made his decision. After all, it worked very well when we came down the mountain. And before that incredibly powerful monster, he prayed it would work and threw it all towards the monster. The ingredient released a scent. This scent quickly reached the monster. But unexpectedly, the monster simply swatted it away easily. Even an ingredient of this caliber was swatted away. Shin Rangshun was shocked. His method had no effect. It swatted it away. The jerky I made, looking at the growling monster before him, which rendered his secret weapon completely useless. He wondered what had just happened. How could it refuse food? Is it not to its taste? Its eyes grew even more frenzied. Damn it, it's no use. On the side, Min Chai was fighting hard and ordered, Rangshun, we can't beat it. We have to retreat. Seeing the situation in front of him becoming more difficult, Shin Rangshun had to grit his teeth and accept. He shouted an order to everyone. Everyone fall back. Retreat slowly so you don't get attacked from behind. The uninjured quickly help your seriously wounded comrades. Get out as quickly as possible. Someone stood up and directed. Get the injured on the vehicle first. Retreat as carefully as possible. Shin Rangshun, at this moment, was still indignant towards the monster, thinking, how dare you throw away my food like that? You'll definitely regret this. The monster didn't attack those who weren't approaching it. Everyone realized the situation. Thank goodness, it's not chasing us. Shin Rangshun immediately deduced a territorial type. The soldiers driving yelled, turn the vehicle around quickly. Get in. They floored it, running at full speed, quickly getting everyone out of the unsafe location. Everyone had successfully retreated. The team rested temporarily at a nearby location. Min Chai said, Rangshun, forget about the materials. It's not worth the risk, and it's not worth sacrificing soldiers. The wounded soldiers were now resting and receiving first aid from their comrades, who bandaged their wounds. That's right. With our current strength, we can't take it down. Did you find any of its weaknesses? After a moment, Shin Rangshun had an answer. He told everyone, I know what kind of monster it is, but this type is a bit difficult to handle. Li Sang-a hurriedly asked, what's its weakness? He hummed and started to recall the moment. On the system panel, low-level cooking secret. Cooking method, Mac. It wraps its fragile core with heavy materials. For defense, the cooking method is very simple. Remove the shell and cut the flesh inside into bite-sized pieces. He told everyone, we have to remove all the surrounding steel plates. It seems that the black thing inside is its core. Upon getting the answer, they were utterly baffled. What? How are we supposed to do that? Shin Rangshun was still indignant. As Min Chai had said, securing materials isn't necessary. We can find steel shops anywhere. But just leaving like this pisses me off. He thought, recalling the moment his jerky was swatted away. My jerky had no effect on that monster. At first, I thought it didn't eat because it was made of steel, but the skill description says it's truly a living creature. John understood. That means it must eat something. Shin Rangshun replied, yes, but I don't understand why it wouldn't eat the food I made. Gonggu overheard the conversation. He quickly interjected, I think it eats metal. Everyone looked at him and asked, what do you mean? Explain. Gonggu then began to analyze. On the scattered metal plates, there are null marks. He pointed out a detail that everyone had missed before. Min Chai was still very skeptical. Are you sure? Shin Rangshun also asked cautiously. Are you sure they're not rust marks? But Gonggu was a professional in this field. He then explained. An engineer has the ability to identify that material. It's not just a trace. Min Chai scratched his head, puzzled. But how are we supposed to make it eat metal? Would it or something? This question struck a chord with our main character. Shin Rangshun. He shouted, that's it. Li Sang-a and Gonggu watched, confused. He proposed a very strange idea. I made some oil this morning. Let's use it to fry the iron plate. I mean, they say even a fried boot tastes good, right? The other two heard this ridiculous answer and couldn't believe their ears. Asking again, fry it? Do you think a monster will like that? He explained, we can't defeat it in a direct fight anyway. If we're fighting head on, we might as well try something before retreating. We have nothing to lose. Li Sangha agreed with this idea. That's right. Gonggu on the side also voiced his agreement. Right? Anything to make it eat, right? Having received everyone's approval, Zhang Chun became even more determined. He started giving orders. All right, let's get ready. Check if we have any intact iron plates left. Li Sangha saw through his demeanor. Why is he so angry? Does he hate that monster that much? And so, a large pan of oil with a lot of fat inside was placed on a steel plate. Zhang Chun looked at the finished product, fuming. You dare refuse to eat my food? I'll make you submit. The steel plate in the pan of oil, 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 in in the pan of white, 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 in the pan of Then Minchai saw it and said, "Oh, it's almost right on the border." Lee Sang-a made a firm decision. "Why don't we take the new car out for a spin and check it out?" Shin Jung-hyuk stated, "We're out of everything. Everything except lizard meat. We need nutritious food and medical supplies." Minchai also gave his opinion. "We can't just stay here in this situation. Let's do something." Lee Sang-a was a bit unsure. I agree, but I don't know if there's anything useful left." Looking at the X's marked on the map, she continued, "Although it's not well known, people who lived nearby still used it." "Oh, that's right. Other survivors might have passed through there. Still, let's go. It can't be completely empty." Shin Jung-hyuk also said it's very close, and it doesn't seem like a bad idea. So it's worth a shot. Let's get ready and move out. The squad received their orders. All right. Everyone departed and reached the destination smoothly. Wow, this car is amazing. This is the first time we've traveled so smoothly. It tears most of the monsters to shreds. John looked at the vehicle with worry. "But we have to clean it, all the blood and guts." Gong-gu replied, "I wasn't even thinking about cleaning." Shin Jung-hyuk observed the situation from the side. "Everyone, keep it up. Did you bring the combat rations?" A soldier replied, "Yes, Sergeant." "All right, eat ration number 3. Everyone reached into their pockets and pulled out a jerky strip. It's convenient to assign numbers based on the food's effect. Everyone took a bite and ate. A system notification appeared, temporarily acquired. The dulled senses attribute. Shin Jung-hyuk gestured for everyone to move. Everyone was in position. The large party slowly advanced into the store. Shin Jung-hyuk pointed, and John understood with a nod. His squad ran to the right flank. Minchai's squad took the left. Shin Jung-hyuk led his team straight ahead, scouring every nook and cranny of the shelves. They regrouped and began to exchange information. Just as we thought. Nothing useful here, just some toys and equipment. They clean it out completely. There's nothing left. The other survivors out here haven't been slacking. So, let's search a little more. The soldiers acknowledged, "Yes, Sergeant." A voice came through Shin Jung-hyuk's earpiece. "Sergeant Shin, there's a zombie corpse here." He was surprised. "Really? What's its condition?" The other person reported, It has a wound on its head. Looks like it was hit with an axe. It seems a survivor here took care of it." The transmission was coming from John's team. Suddenly, another sound echoed. John and his squad were likely in danger. The soldiers in other areas seemed to realize it as well. As the ground began to shake, Shin Jung-hyuk quickly he drew his weapon and commanded everyone. "Everyone don't move." He frowned, sensing something was wrong. Dust billowed from the shaking shelves. Or perhaps it was the breath of some mysterious creature. Hiding inside, Shin Jung-hyuk realized what was happening and alerted the party. "There's something inside the store." Shin Jung-hyuk thought to himself. That sound came from the butcher's corner. The sound was intermittent, and it's hiding its presence. Is this an ambush-type monster? Shin Jung-hyuk nodded, signaling to John. John's eyes narrowed. He braced himself, then charged forward, smashing through the door. John single-handedly broke down the metal door. Shin Jung-hyuk quietly acted from behind, activating his system's eyes. Instantly, the cook's eyes scanned the entire office. He thought, even if I don't know what kind of monster it is, if I can find its weakness, I can defeat it. His eyes quickly identified the target. It looks like a piece of meat already prepared for storage. It would be a dish ready to be cooked. The system's eyes identify this as a primate species. Human. Shin Jung-hyuk was genuinely shocked. A human. A noise came from within the darkness. A foot wearing a white shoe slowly stepped out. It was 2 siblings. The older sister was trying to hug and protect her younger brother. The sister desperately pleaded with one of the soldiers. "Please, don't eat my little brother." The scene shifted to a flashback. 2 people were talking to each other. "This stuff looks edible. Such a waste. Isn't that pet food? I heard these days, even people can eat it." The other person refused. "No, that's just a saying. It's not meant to be taken literally." Footsteps ran up as someone announced, "Stop. Staying here any longer is dangerous. So let's get out of here." But one person lingered. He said, "But it's a shame to leave all of this behind. We should take as much as we can." The man with his hair tied back spoke up. "We can't carry any more. We have enough food. Since we can't take it all right now, let's hide it nearby." The older man in blue asked, "What?" The girl who had just run in continued, "Let's do that. We can come back for this stuff later, right? Hurry up." The man in blue was still reluctant. "Such a shame. It would be better to take it all in one go." The man with the ponytail scolded him. "Oh my God, you're so greedy." Then, the man grabbed someone's shirt. "Soo-yeon, let's go now." The little girl agreed. Yes. Behind her, her little brother was sobbing. But then, a strange phenomenon occurred. Everyone was violently thrown into the air, getting injured. No one in the group could withstand it. Blood sprayed from some of their wounds. The man with the ponytail shouted, "Soo-yeon, run. There's something horrible here." Soo-yeon, clutching her brother and the supplies, replied hesitantly. But the man with the ponytail, sounding very rushed, cut her off. "There's no time to talk. Run. Get out of this grocery store." Soo-yeon could only wipe her tears. Suddenly, a streak of blood shot up. The man with the ponytail collapsed in front of the two siblings. Soo-yeon and her brother were petrified. The sister quickly grabbed her brother's hand and ran for her life amidst the terrifying screams. They clutched their bag of food and ran desperately, leaving behind the supermarket and the others who were fighting something invisible. The girl wept endlessly, the names of her family echoing in her mind. Auntie Seon, Brother Cheong. Everyone who heard the story was deeply moved. Shin Jung-hyuk asked, "So you escaped from the monsters and ended up like this?" Looking at their condition, he thought to himself, they ate pet food to survive. Soo-yeon hugged her brother tightly and asked fearfully, "Are you really a kind soldier, or are you just a monster in human form?" Shin Jung-hyuk stepped closer and explained, "Haha, don't worry. We're not going to eat you. It's all a misunderstanding. We're survivors too. We came here from our base after fighting off monsters." Seeing the distrust that still lingered in the little girl's eyes, Shin Jung-hyuk thought to himself, "She's so wary, but considering what they've been through, it's understandable." Lee Sang-ae, having been alerted, ran over. "You called me." Shin Jung-hyuk said, "Ah, Company Commander Sang-ae." He told her, "The kids seem afraid of us, Company Commander. Please, I'll calm them down." Lee Sang-ae accepted. "All right, helping survivors is part of my job. Leave it to me." Lee Sang-ae gently stepped forward. She held out a hand in a friendly gesture. "Hey kids, come on out now." The two siblings were still very timid. "It's okay. We're not going to hurt you." Her friendly approach worked. The atmosphere became less tense. The two children began to relax a little. Lee Sang-ae said gently, "Come here." Soo-yeon stopped crying, and a smile gradually returned to her face. The little girl started to stand up. Everyone in the room held their breath, watching intently. Then suddenly his stomach rumbled. Shin Jung-hyuk and the others were still waiting for the children to trust them. The two kids, realizing the sound was their own stomachs, looked embarrassed. Lee Sang-ae quickly broke the tension. "Ahaha, you two must be starving." Lee Sang-ae told Shin Jung-hyuk, "I think we should give them something to eat first." He nodded decisively. "All right, let's make something quick." The two children looked on, puzzled. He turned and ordered the soldiers, "Go and set up a kitchen near this grocery store." The soldiers acknowledged, "Yes, sir." Lee Sang-ae, at their side, reassured, "The kids, he's an amazing cook. He'll have food ready for you in no time." Soo-yeon asked curiously, "A cook?" Lee Sang-ae continued, "While we wait, let's check if you have any injuries, okay?" Outside, the soldiers began to discuss. What are we going to do with them? It's a pitiful situation, but having them stay with us is another matter, isn't it? We're already having a tough time with the survivors we have with us now. Besides, they're children, so there's the issue of stamina. And if they get sick, that's an even bigger problem. That's right. The healer isn't all-powerful. Min-chai was listening silently from the side. He went to Shin Jung-hyuk, who was cooking, and relayed the soldiers' opinions. They're divided. At some point, we'll have to accept more survivors. But does it have to be now? Shin Jung-hyuk replied while cooking, It's a difficult choice. We can protect these two kids for now, without any problems. But what about the next survivors we find? The more Shin Jung-hyuk thought, the more worried he became. If the situation doesn't improve, we won't be able to protect everyone. The two children received their food and ate heartily. The younger brother exclaimed, "This is delicious, big sis." Soo-yeon calmly reminded him, "Eat slowly. It's still hot." Shin Jung-hyuk asked about them. "How are the kids doing now?" Lee Sang-ae replied, "There seems to have been a little misunderstanding." Shin Jung-hyuk asked, "A misunderstanding?" Lee Sang-ae replied, "They thought we might be monsters." Shin Jung-hyuk asked again, "Monsters? Do we look that scary?" Lee Sang-ae explained, "No, not like that. But there are monsters that mimic humans, or shapeshifters that steal people's forms, right? They thought we weren't human, because we found them so precisely without making any noise. Shin Jung-hyuk understood. So that's why they thought we could be monsters. Shin Jung-hyuk put his hands on his hips. Did you clear up the misunderstanding? Lee Sang-ae replied, yes. They're not completely at ease, but it's better. That's good. He quietly turned back to look at the two children. Seeing them eat with gusto, he thought to himself, her expression is much brighter. It seems the special, comforting sauce helped calm him down a bit. After they finished eating, Shin Jung-hyuk asked, what's your name? The little girl introduced herself. I'm Lee Soo-yeon, and my little brother is Lee Soo-hyuk. He approached them and said, Soo-yeon and Soo-hyuk. He seems to be sleeping soundly now that his stomach is full. He then handed the two a food pouch. Here, take this. The girl took it and asked, what is it? Shin Jung-hyuk said, it's jerky. I made it myself. It tastes pretty good. You're giving us food? Hearing the girl's question, Shin Jung-hyuk felt a little awkward about lying to the kids. We just happen to have too much meat. He thought to himself, I can't tell them. It's lizard meat. He instructed them, eat it when things get really tough. Half a piece is enough. And hide these small pieces. Don't eat them often, okay? This jerky contains properties that will help a survivor. Soo-yeon asked again, so when should I eat it? Shin Jung-hyuk was silent for a moment before answering. When you leave this place. Hearing this, even Lee Sang-ae was a little surprised. The little girl hesitated and asked, What do you mean? Shin Jung-hyuk had to continue. When you can't endure it any longer and need to move, eat it then. It will help you. Soo-yeon was puzzled. You're telling us to keep hiding here? Can't the army protect us? Faced with this difficult question, Shin Jung-hyuk had already anticipated it. He thought, I knew she'd ask this. The answer is already decided. He began to speak, I'm sorry, but it's going to be difficult. The little girl's voice became more anxious and panicked. Why? Shin Jung-hyuk began to say what he didn't want to. Even though I'm a soldier, we've lost contact with other units. The foreground bases are also unstable, so it's difficult to add more uncertain elements. I'm sorry, but please try to hold out for as long as possible with that food. When the situation stabilizes, I will return to this area. The little girl's eyes were welling up with tears. It seemed she knew there would be no other chance. But Soo-yeon was a sensible girl. She replied, I understand. I'm sure everyone is in a similar situation. As she spoke, she couldn't hold back her tears, hugging the sleeping baby in her arms tightly. Seeing the two pitiful children, Lee Sang-ae couldn't help but feel for them, feeling a pang of sorrow. Soo-yeon, though she tried, the little girl couldn't stop her tears from falling. Shin Jang-chul knew he had just said something harsh, but he had no other choice. Finally, the little girl stopped crying. She said, I'll take you to the supermarket, the one I escaped from before. Shin Jang-chul wondered, what do you mean? With tears still rolling down her cheeks, the little girl said, you said you wanted to find other materials, right? You can find what you need there, and it's quite close. Shin Jang-chul was surprised. Huh, really? Soo-yeon replied. Why would I lie? Shin Jang-chul and Lee Sang-ae turned to look at each other. If that's true, then this is incredibly valuable information. He asked the girl again to be sure. Why are you suddenly telling me this? The girl hesitated for a moment, then shouted, let's make a deal. Shin Jang-chul had a big question mark over his head. A deal. The little girl mustered her courage. In exchange for me showing you the location, you have to protect us. Shin Jang-chul, understanding her motive, thought to himself, interesting. I didn't expect her to be so bold. Soo-yeon looked up, waiting for an answer. Shin Jang-chul thought quickly for a moment and gave his answer. Your offer is tempting, but it's still very difficult. It's partly for your own good, kids. The little girl didn't understand what he said and asked, what? He began to explain that the nature of his group was different from survivors who just hide. Our objective is to gradually expand our sphere of influence. The girl became more and more confused. Sphere of influence? Inside, Shin Jang-chul thought to himself, expanding influence and conquering territory. As long as that's the rule of this game, we have to follow it. He replied to the girl, that's right. In the process, we often have to fight monsters and zombies. Having more people isn't always a good thing. It also means that we are more easily noticed by the enemy. So hiding here might be safer than going with me. His offer finally rejected. Soo-yeon tried to hold back her tears. Lee Sang-ae was very stoic at this moment, trying not to show any emotion. The little girl's tears started falling again. She shouted, I don't care about hiding in this awful place. And with that emotion, those tears streamed down her cheeks. Shin Jang-chul was in a difficult position. He closed his eyes and thought, what should I do? I understand how this child feels. Then he said to the girl, I can accept the deal as you proposed, but the place you're talking about has probably already been visited by someone, so it's no longer valuable to me. But the girl answered firmly, no, the goods there are still intact. Both of them wondered, how do you know? The girl cried even more now, her emotions reaching a breaking point. Because I saw it. As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion. Even the dead people. Outside, the soldiers were talking among themselves. It seems this story is longer than expected. Did Sergeant Shin really make that decision? Minchai replied, that's right. We have to follow the Corps commander's choice. He must have had a hard time with that decision. Leaving behind children is not an easy decision at all. John gave a slight nod, signaling he understood. Being a leader is truly a difficult position. Inside the store, Shin Jiangchul asked Sujian, so your group went to that place, but everyone except you, and your little brother died? Even though there were awakened ones. The girl answered, yes. Aunt Suan and brother Chion were both awakened. Shin Jiangchul and Li Sanga, hearing this answer, thought to themselves, an enemy so strong that two awakened ones couldn't fight it off? It seems we need to gather more information. At this moment, his eyes seemed to grow worried. A thought appeared in his mind. Wait a minute, could it be? He knelt down and asked the little girl, let me ask you a few things. Sujian replied, yes. Telling me about that place is the condition you propose, right? But is that condition really beneficial to me? The little girl's eyes showed clear confusion. What? His eyes began to turn serious, perhaps a little frightening. He asked again, let me ask, are you trying to use us for revenge? Li Sanga quickly tried to stop these heartless words. Wait a minute, Commander. Are you serious? A child couldn't possibly have such a dangerous thought. Shin Jiangchul reminded her, team leader Sanga. This is important. We must always verify the exchange of information, even if everything else is true. If the motive is wrong, it's hard to agree. Li Sanga also stiffened. Shin Jiangchul thought to himself, how can we be sure they don't have that intention? Sujian's eyes became more serious now. The little girl said, to be honest, I can't say that I never thought about revenge. Li Sanga tried to stop her from saying those words. Sujian, the little girl continued, but they were good to us. Shin Jiangchul thought to himself, just as I thought. He said to the girl, in that case, we can't agree to this deal. As for revenge, he was cut off by the little girl. But not anymore. I don't want revenge or anything like that anymore. The girl said that Suyak and she had survived. Suyak was still sleeping soundly, unaware of the conversation taking place. Sujian continued, if we keep obsessing over avenging the dead and get ourselves killed, then wouldn't their sacrifice have been meaningless? They sacrificed their lives to save us. We can't do that to them. Shin Jiangchul, for a girl to be this sensible, one had to understand what she had been through. He thought, this child has a mature way of thinking. The little girl continued, my goal is to survive. I only mentioned that information as a condition for the deal. I have no intention of getting revenge. That's the truth. Please believe me. Li Sanga was also moved and turned to say, Commander. Shin Jiangchul at this moment had his answer. He said to the girl, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. After hearing you speak, I've changed my mind. Sujian was overjoyed and exclaimed, really? Seeing her face light up, Shin Jiangchul also nodded once. Yes, but let's change one condition. Change? The girl asked, puzzled. Shin Jiangchul explained, bringing you back and protecting you isn't easy. We don't have the privilege of protecting just anyone. So, join the unit as child soldiers. Then I will agree to the deal. Hearing that, everyone was confused by this decision. Li Sanga tried to ask again, child soldiers? Do we really have to do that? Shin Jiangchul calmly said to the girl, if you are willing, there's no problem, and we won't make you do dangerous combat. So age isn't an issue. Li Sanga quickly interjected, but his eyes turned cold. In the survivor group Sanga leads, they're also children. We were going to awaken those children anyway, so having them join is no great loss. Sujian asked again, I'm not sure, but you mean you'll accept us, right? Shin Jiangchul bent down and said, from now on, think about the conditions of fighting with us. The girl immediately agreed. Okay, we won't cause trouble for the adults. He looked at the two children and took a deep breath. He extended his arm towards them. All right, it's a deal. The girl's face brightened considerably, happy that she had been accepted. Beside her, her little brother, hearing the noise, woke up with sleepy eyes, drool still on his mouth. Seeing his sister shaking hands with the soldier in front of them, he didn't understand what was happening. The boy then asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" The entire group got into the armored vehicle and headed back to base. The two children were now with them on their way back. Many thoughts crossed Shin Jangchul's mind. Sujian said the monster in that supermarket was invisible like an armor ghost. Holes suddenly appeared on people's bodies, and they were cut down and killed. Is that possible? In a world where zombies roam, the existence of ghosts isn't strange either. Shin Jangchul patted Minchi's shoulder. "Thanks. It's because of you the soldiers changed their minds." Minchi was a bit shy. It's nothing." And now the scene. Flashback to that moment. When Shin Jangchul announced it, everyone started to panic. "Really? Do we have to go there? I don't think we need to take the risk. It's unnecessary." "But they're ghosts, right?" At that moment, one person stood up. That person was Minchi. He shouted, "Enough. Ghosts, my ass. You think that way, so that's what you see. It's just a monster that creates a ghostly effect. All right, take the metal-eating bear as an example, like Mac." But the soldiers were still very hesitant. He continued, "Just go there and see for yourselves. Prepare to move out." Shin Jangchul was surprised by Minchi's sternness. "Oh, that power." Back to the present scene. The little girl asked, by the way, "Don't you guys have something like a tank?" John awkwardly replied, "A tank? We don't have things like that." The little girl asked again, "So how are you going to fight the monster?" John replied, "Well, we'll identify them and the soldiers. We'll fight them directly." Sujian, hearing this, shouted in surprise, "That's too dangerous. Aren't you going to destroy the whole supermarket with a tank or artillery?" John explained, "We're just a small radar unit. We don't have things like that." At this point, the girl felt that facing that thing was a terrible decision. She repeated, "I already told you. There are 2 awakened ones there, and they all died." John just smiled and nodded. It'll probably be dangerous, but we're not lacking in confidence either." The girl, hearing his resolute words, asked in surprise, "Really?" The soldiers, arriving at the place, were surprised by its condition. It was intact with no damage at all. How could it be inside then? Is it really a ghost? If it's a ghost, we should retreat. I can't see anything. So how can we fight? Minchi scolded loudly. "Oh, for crying out loud, you bunch of cowards." Shin Jangchul, looking at these guys, was fed up. "Can't do anything without some jerky." Then he held out a piece of jerky and said, "Everyone, eat this at once." All the soldiers were hesitant, but still had to obey the order. Roger, the boy, Suyak, hearing this from the side, wondered, why are they suddenly eating jerky? All the soldiers put the jerky in their mouths and ate it with relish. A system message appeared. Lizard jerky of the low-level cook grants courage boost. Remembering the effect of the jerky, they all became fired up and excited. Ghost hunting? I'm tired of zombies. This is awesome. Kill them all. Let's show them it's not just the Marines who can catch ghosts. The 2 children, seeing this strange phenomenon, asked, "Sister, the soldiers are acting strange." Lee Senga, finding it hard to explain, just said, "They're just excited for a dangerous fight." It was time for action. Lee Senga turned back to tell the 2 children, "You 2, be careful and follow me." The 2 of them were very obedient and replied, "Yes." In a flash, the commanders were out of sight. The commander gave the order, "All right, let's go." The soldiers quickly entered the supermarket area and proceeded inside. The scene inside was horrific. Blood was splattered all over the floor. The soldiers in front said, "It's too quiet. There are a lot of bloodstains on the floor." This way. Behind them followed Lee Senga, leading the children. Sujian turned back to say to Lee Senga, "Sister, something strange. I'm sure Brother Chion died around here. And the shopping cart I used is still here." Lee Senga looked at the shopping cart, just as the girl described. "You're right." Her face began to show fear. So nearby, Shin Jangchul and the soldiers in front heard a rather strange sound. He rushed forward, alarmed. "What's going on?" It seemed a soldier had been injured. He cried out, "Ugh! Sergeant Shin, there's something here." Shin Jangchul quickly approached the soldier and asked, "Are you okay?" The situation now began to look quite serious. He tried to look around, thinking to himself, "What is it? I can't see anything." Then, in front of the entire squad of soldiers, a blue light flashed past. It shot at everything around it. But luckily, this time it didn't hit anyone. Seeing that phenomenon, everyone shouted, "What the hell was that?" The commander ordered, "Prepare for battle." Hit by the shot, the pain was clearly etched on his face. He cried out, "Gangjun." These beams of light shot out continuously. Shin Gangjun managed to catch the soldier as he collapsed in pain. The beams of light were like bullets, firing nonstop. Shin Gangjun quickly pulled the wounded soldier, dodging the projectiles. The light projectiles zipped past them. Luckily, they dodged them. The soldiers were all worried. Sergeant Shin Gangjun yelled loudly. Medic, treat him quickly. The medic rushed over. Yes, sir. Then, he used his ability to treat the wound. The wound, healed by the ability, temporarily stabilized. While the medic was treating the wounded soldier, Shin Gangjun turned back and gave orders to the others. Everyone else, hold your positions. Be ready for an attack. Did you hear me? Everyone get down low. The soldiers quickly followed the order and lowered their stances. Damn monster, Jean hurriedly commanded. Shield team, hurry up and form a wall. The rest of you, get into position. The soldiers received the order, quickly forming a perimeter around those inside. Yes, sir. Sujian, seeing this, said to Li Sang-ah, Sister, it's just like that time before. Li Sang-ah reassured them. Kids, don't worry. The soldiers will protect us. Let's go over there. The little girl wasn't entirely convinced, but she replied, okay. She watched everyone's actions and thought to herself, what are they trying to do? Minshai said to Shin Gangjun, it really is an invisible monster. Shin replied, I can't confirm it visually, so I can't activate the chefs. I either. Minshai asked, but why is it so quiet? The attacks have stopped. Shin Gangjun deduced, it's observing its opponent's movements. Hearing this answer, Minshai felt a bit relieved. Well, the situation has calmed down, so that's good news. Use this time. While it's hesitating, Shin Gangjun wasn't in a rush. He said, I need to confirm whether it's really a ghost or not. The soldiers in the shield team got into position. The chef's eye is useless if I can't see anything. Shin Gangjun stood behind the shields with his teammates and began to observe. In that case, I'll use another skill I just learned. He activated the material identification system. Activated. Now, let's try searching like this. He scanned everything, from one aisle to the next. He looked over all the materials. Aluminum, polymer, polyethylene, terephthalate. He began to identify them. Most of these are snack bag components. He quickly scanned again. Aluminum, clear blue drop, polyamide. It seemed he noticed something. Wait, something's weird. He looked again. Looking at the display in front of him, the system identified high-quality clear blue drop. He'd found the problem. He thought, there it is. What is that clear blue drop? Anyway, it's definitely not a ghost. It's a monster disguised as a snack. On top of the snack bag, there was indeed something that looked like a drop of water. Minshai hurriedly asked, Gangjun, did you find it? Shin Gangjun announced, I've now found its location. Everyone was overjoyed. As expected of Sergeant Shin, it's over now. Shin Gangjun told everyone, I'll explain later. Let's catch it first. I'll take the lead. You cover me. Shield team, advance with me. The soldiers quickly acknowledged, yes, sir. The two children asked Li Sang-ah, Sister, did they say they found it? That's impossible. There's clearly nothing there. Sujian wondered to herself, who is that person? Two soldiers with shields blocked the front. Behind them, Shin Gangjun got into position. He yelled, it's here. Open the shields. The shield bearers quickly pulled the shields apart. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Gangjun dashed forward and threw the knife in his hand. The target was the blue snack bag on the shelf. At that moment, the snack bag began to change. A blue energy stretched out from around it. The drop-like thing fell and shot back 3 projectiles. The knife, which was flying straight ahead, was hit by the projectiles and knocked away. Seeing the drop, Shin Gangjun lunged towards it. There it is. It's finally revealed itself. He activated his system eye to identify. Chef's eye activated. You have learned the blue drop butchering method. The system displayed the information. Blue drop butchering method. Blue drop consists of a liquid mass and a central core, where its magical power is concentrated. The strange drop was firing projectiles to defend itself, due to its regenerative ability. As long as the core remains intact, it is hard to classify it as a mere slime. Shin Gangjun dodged just in time. He gripped the knife in his hand. What a mimic! The key to butchering it is the core in the center. He rushed towards it, preparing to strike. Facing such a strange creature, he yelled, finishing blow. Die, you drop monster. Seeing such a strange creature, everyone crowded around, asking, Sergeant Shin, what is this? Shin Gangjun explained to everyone, this is the ghost's true identity. Everyone was surprised. What? A monster? It looks like jelly. Was it invisible before? No, it was originally disguised as a snack. Shin Gangjun confirmed, that's right. It has a mimicry ability that lets it blend into its surroundings. Minshai was curious about this monster. So, it was hiding by disguising itself, waiting for prey to appear. Most likely, others of its kind are probably also hiding in the supermarket. The people Sujian mentioned probably fell victim to these monsters. Sujian said, its mimicry ability. Shin Gangjun said, it's weak, so it has to hide and disguise itself like this. Its weak point is very simple. In the center of its body, there's something that looks like black jelly. Just attack that, and it's over. Just then a soldier asked, but how do we tell them apart? From all the snacks? Shin Gangjun replied confidently, leave it to me. They began to attack the mimic monsters. Thanks to Shin Gangjun's command, he shouted, Kong in. There's one in the ice cream freezer on the left. Kong in. John immediately responded, got it. The Discover drops quickly defended themselves. John was a step faster. He rushed forward and pinned it to the wall. Hit. It tried to fight back. Seeing the stubborn creature, John acted even more forcefully. He grabbed its core tightly, yanked it from the wall, and seemed to have it under control. The soldier beside him watched anxiously. John became increasingly rough. He crushed it, and it burst, splattering everywhere. One down. On to the next. Shin Gangjun directed Minshai. There are a few more in front of the kitchen area. Minshai quickly got ready. All right, everyone stand back. Minshai began to use his ability. Sparks of lightning shot from his hands. He focused all the lightning and shot it forward, aiming straight for the goods on the shelf. The items on the shelf were electrocuted. The drop creatures hiding there were hit as well. After dealing with that area, Shin Gangjun directed another person. Next, Baek Young-min. There's one in the white microwave above your head. The monsters attacked continuously, but couldn't break through the military's dense shield formation. Taking that opportunity, the soldiers advanced and attacked relentlessly. Sujian, witnessing this assault, exclaimed, amazing. They're taking down the monsters so easily. But right after, her expression turned worried. Monsters appeared from nowhere, growing in number. The soldiers now found themselves surrounded. What's happening? Sergeant Shin? They're appearing everywhere. The soldiers knew the situation was becoming more and more tense. Suddenly, the drop creatures became strange. They slowly began to transform. One of them started to morph a human-like hand. Someone shouted, they're changing form. Then gradually, their entire bodies turned into complete human forms. The creature cracked a savage smile. Shin Gangjun was the first to be alarmed. John was also stunned by this phenomenon. Then all of them transformed into human shapes, holding shields and knives. The one in the lead let out a wicked laugh. Kuh. Shin Gangjun was shocked. Human form. The soldiers quickly shielded the two siblings. Suddenly, Sujian realized something. Then she screamed, calling out, Auntie's son. Shin Gangjun saw she had noticed something and turned to ask, that's Auntie's son? A warrior class awakened. The girl replied, yes. She used to be the strongest in our group. Seeing the siblings' reaction, Shin Gangjun understood. It seems they've switched to combat mode, since hiding is no longer effective. Looking at the aggressive humans the drops had transformed into, Shin Gangjun realized that must be the form of their targets. These creatures could even speak. The one in the shape of Annie. Sun said, this is getting interesting. These human forms were ready to fight. Let's see what you've got. They became more aggressive, growling. The Annie-sun drop opened its mouth wide and laughed. John didn't give the creatures any time. He instantly charged forward. What are you talking about, you brat? He threw a powerful punch, landing it squarely on the creature, sending it flying back, writhing in agony. Taking a punch from John, it shrieked in pain. Shin Gangjun began to speak. A strong warrior class awakened among the survivors. Then he recalled his own battles. We leveled up by hunting these slimes, and hundreds of other awakened. We've honed our combat skills in real battles. Furthermore, we have gear made from these slimes, strong enough to block bullets. And we also have the support effects from the food I cook. He said one last thing. Sorry, but even the youngest member of our unit could beat you. Everyone excitedly gathered supplies. I haven't had noodles in so long. There's so much rice here, too. Toilet paper. We can use this right now. The battle at the supermarket ended in victory. Everyone chatted cheerfully. There's only first aid medicine, but we have bandages and alcohol. so we can't ask for more. And everything inside the building is ours. The squad leader ordered, hurry up. Get it all to the vehicles. Secure the food first. Everyone replied, Roger. This will solve our immediate needs. Kong in. Gang Jun smiled warmly. Min dash. Chai ran over from a distance, calling Gang Jun. Gang Jun replied, yeah, what's up? Min Chai said breathlessly, look. The others around them turned to look curiously. In Min Chi's hands was a jar containing a strange, dark blue liquid. Gang Jun asked, is it still alive? Min Chai said, of course. I caught a few. Some were defeated in the battle, but I thought they might be useful for cooking, so I brought them back. Gang Jun looked at the jar containing the creature excitedly. He said, excellent. Gather them all. I'm sure they'll be useful. Min Chai turned back excitedly. Then I'll go find more. His companions didn't look too happy about it. Gang Jun replied, thanks, brother. Now, no one's afraid to eat monsters anymore. Gang Jun noticed the two surviving siblings outside the building. He spoke to them. That was a pretty good deal. Thanks to you, we were able to get a lot of supplies. The older sister said, as promised, you'll let us join your unit, right? Gang Jun replied, yes, but it won't be that easy. The little brother hugged his sister tightly and asked curiously, sister, do I get to enlist too? Gang Jun looked down at the boy and said cheerfully, now, you have to become a soldier and learn how to use a weapon. The boy was curious. A weapon? The protagonist looked down at them and thought, in a world like this, I can't just protect children. What's more, you need the strength to protect yourselves. We don't know what might happen. The sister said resolutely to Gang Jun, okay, I want to be useful too. Sudiak, you can do it, right? The boy was also full of determination. Yes, sister. His sister reassured him, don't worry. The protagonist thought, at the very least, you need to be able to pull your own weight. Fortunately, we don't have temporary guards in the officers' barracks, and with the repaired vehicles, our mobility has also improved. We have food and supplies, so we'll be fine for a while. Dong Chun felt a sense of relief. Then he continued with his instructions. Can we start tomorrow? The two kids were astonished. Starting tomorrow? Li. Sang-ah was also surprised and seemed to object. Commander, but the protagonist had made up his mind. It's time to increase the number of awakened. Everyone was still busy moving things, with excited chatter in the air. This is almost like a PX. I can't believe we only have 9 hours to move. A soldier complained. Can we rest for a bit? Dong Chun couldn't push them either. But we need to be vigilant, especially at times like this. Su Hyok reported that the situation had temporarily improved, but there are still a few things. Dong Chun spoke up. Right, we should use this defense to increase our strength. It's time to do what we've been putting off. We will increase the number of the awakened. Chaon was surprised. The awakened? But all our unit members have already been awakened, haven't they? Sang-ah shook her head. I think it's the survivors' turn now. Hanin was surprised. What? You're going to awaken the survivors. Su Hyok also spoke up. Sergeant Shin, I think this is very risky. Dong Chun was silent. He thought, just as I thought, everyone will be worried. Chaon, however, explained on Dong Chun's behalf. No, Dong Chun is right. The survivors need the strength to protect themselves. We figured out some know-how for awakening, so it can be done. We just need to proceed safely. Hanan chimed in. We've all awakened without any incidents recently. Su Hyok also agreed. There probably won't be any major accidents. Dong Chun turned to Sang-ah and asked, what do you think, Sang-ah? The task force leader. Sang-ah thought for a moment, then replied, I'm worried about the people who trust and follow me. But in this situation, we need to take risks to survive. Chaon cheerfully promised Sang-ah, I promise no danger situations will occur. Sang-ah accepted. Yes, I trust you. However, doesn't the decision lie with the survivors? A difficult question that left Sang-ah silently waiting for a response. Everyone else also fell silent, contemplating an answer. Dong Chun agreed. Yes, that's right. Finally, you made a decision. Let's go see what they think. At that moment, in the survivors' room, Dong Chun was seeking the opinion of the old supervisor. He said, I understand what you're saying. I knew our turn would come eventually. Dong Chun reassured him. Soldiers will accompany you, so there's nothing to worry about. The old man agreed. Okay, actually, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The members of the unit were surprised. Really? Dong Chun seemed more cheerful. The old man said, I don't want to keep being useless like this. I really want to do something useful. Someone in the crowd of survivors volunteered. That's right. We have to contribute too. I'm in. Just sitting around like this is boring as hell. Everyone's spirits were high. They unanimously and resolutely declared, "I'll awaken too." "Me too." Dong Chun was now cheerful, and his hopes were high. "I was worried for nothing." A little boy tugged on his mother's sleeve. He whimpered slightly, calling Mom. His mother kindly bent down to comfort him. "It's okay. Eventually you'll have to join in too." The girls looked at each other hopefully. The two sisters from before were also more excited. The younger one asked her sister, "Are you really okay, sis?" The older sister comforted her. "You saw how strong the soldiers at the supermarket were, right? This is a process we need to go through to become stronger." Sang-ah reported to the protagonist. "It seems like most people have made their decision." The protagonist also commented, "I thought some would object. This is a surprise." Sang-ah agreed. Everyone is very united. Without making everyone wait long, Dong Chun started commanding. "Suhayok, Kongju, form a team. From now on, we start hunting in earnest." Everyone acknowledged the order. "Roger." Dong Chun became even more determined. "Our steel core will become even stronger." The soldiers had now taken down monsters, and were holding them tightly for the survivors. The man with the gun trembled as he looked at the monster's corpse. He closed his eyes and made his resolve. He aimed the gun straight at the monster's head and fired. The awakening information panel appeared before his eyes, startling him. The people around also began to shoot and kill monsters. The awakening panels gradually appeared before their eyes. One by one, flashes of light appeared. As people were awakened, everyone was overjoyed. They said, "I'm an ice mage, right? And I'm a fire mage." Everyone cheered. "I succeeded too. I can't believe I'm an awakened now." The old man looked at the system panel before him in amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes and said, "A blacksmith?" Sang-ah ran over happily to inform Dong Chun. They said Mr. Park awakened as a blacksmith. Dong Chun was surprised and asked, "Really?" He felt happy. "No wonder. He sharpened my knife for me before." Many people having different roles is really good. Sang-ah smiled happily. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. It was Han-in. He announced, "We found new survivors." Both Dong Chun and Sang-ah were surprised. Survivors. In the forest, a huge collision occurred, sending earth, rocks, and trees flying everywhere. The impact grew stronger. Someone's voice screamed, "Damn it. All units fall back. Assemble at point 3. How can we run? Everything behind us is blocked." A middle-aged man spoke up. "Then find another way out. Get out. At this rate, we're all going to die. We'll buy some time by luring it away." A giant creature's foot hit the ground, making the earth shake. That footstep charged forward rapidly. It was a giant, mutated elephant. Someone's voice was heard. "That's not how you deal with a monster." A soldier's figure stood on a cliff edge. It was Dong Chun and Han-in. Han-in commented, "Besides, an awakened at that level can't last long." Dong Chun remained silent, assessing and observing. The group of survivors is quite large. It seems they also have experience dealing with monsters. Shouldn't we help them? But we don't know who they are. Getting involved could be a lot of trouble. The soldier with the buzz cut spoke up. "You mean, you're just going to let them die like that?" The soldier next to him said, "Our safety comes first. Getting involved in this is a lot of trouble." Dong Chun remained silent, thinking, "Save them first. We can find out later." He coldly turned back and said to his men, "I understand your concerns, but watching others die in front of us isn't right." The men, also worried, voiced their agreement. "That's right," the protagonist thought. "Besides, making a quick decision is good for the soldiers' morale." The commander gave the order, "Prepare for battle. Move out." Dong Chun clapped Han-in on the shoulder. "Han-in, go handle it." The group of survivors below was struggling to deal with a mutated elephant. After a moment, the elephant was swiftly taken down by the soldiers. Dong Chun then inquired about the survivors' condition. "Is everyone all right?" The survivors weren't very surprised, but rather more guarded. "Where are you soldiers from?" Only then did someone point towards them, looking astonished. The giant monster. Immediately, someone behind him hissed, "Shh! Everyone be quiet." Dong Chun and his soldiers were confused. Why are they reacting like this? From the middle of the crowd, someone pushed through. "Step aside. I'll talk to them." It was the middle-aged man from before. He carefully approached Dong Chun. Dong Chun surmised, that must be the leader. He began, "Hello, we are." But before he could finish, the middle-aged man cut him off defensively. "What business do deserters have with us? We have nothing to give. You, get lost." Dong Chun's whole group was stunned into confused silence. Their minds were racing. "Huh, deserters? What did you say? Deserters? Is that how you talk to the people who just save your lives?" The other man replied, "Oh." He bowed his head and said, Yes, I apologize for that. The world is too dangerous these days. Please understand. Dong Chun was at a loss for words. He thought, no, even so. The other man began to scrutinize Dong Chun. From a knife he was holding in his hand to the breast pocket of his uniform. The protagonist looked displeased. Why is he checking us out like that? Why are they so wary of soldiers? Finally, the man spoke up once more. We are very grateful that you saved our lives, but we really have nothing to give you. The protagonist grew even more confused in his thoughts. We didn't ask for anything. Why do they keep? He hurriedly explained. We're not deserters. Our whole unit is just. The middle-aged man once again cut him off. Please, just spare us this once. Dong Chun was utterly speechless. They won't listen to anything. Just then, footsteps could be heard running from the distance. It was Kim Unguk. He spoke up to clarify. What he's saying is true. Hello, I am First Lieutenant Kim Unguk from the 423rd Air Defense Battalion, a subordinate unit of the 12th Corps, Ground Operations Command. The middle-aged man finally let go of his defensive attitude and exclaimed enthusiastically, An officer, you say? The soldiers all look so disciplined. Kim Unguk spoke up. My original position was company commander, but I am now the battalion commander. The people around also began to lower their guard. So you're really regular soldiers? Thank God, you're real soldiers, not deserters. Chun, observing from the side, was also speechless. What the heck? Dong Chun closed his eyes and assessed the situation. Their attitude has completely changed. On the other side, the first lieutenant was still smiling and talking cheerfully. Everyone, you don't have to worry anymore. Dong Chun also let go of his worries and thought, Lieutenant Kim really has a good image. As soon as he finished that thought, Lieutenant Kim Unguk turned and winked at him, which surprised Dong Chun enough to take a few steps back. Lieutenant Kim continued his discussion with the leader of the survivor group. But why did you think we were deserters? We thought you would ask us for protection. The other man replied, there's a reason for that. Previously, we tried to find a military camp that we knew of. At this point, a scene from the man's memory appeared. A desolate landscape teeming with monsters. All the soldiers had been wiped out. Monsters had taken over the entire camp. So we gave up and turned back. But we discovered soldiers who had fled, abandoning their positions. Being soldiers, they naturally had weapons. Returning to the present, Lieutenant Kim assessed the situation. It seems they used them for malicious purposes. Dong Chun finally let go of his initial indignant thoughts. So that's what happened. That's why they were so wary of us. The people around also spoke up. A lot of people were robbed by deserters. If they only took things, it wouldn't be so bad. But they also took our people. They're a bunch of madmen. The leader of the group also spoke up. Additionally, there are rumors that someone saw deserters in this area. We were originally just going to place without too many undead, so we had to come here. When we saw the military uniforms, we assumed you were deserters. I'm truly sorry. Lieutenant Kim replied empathetically. It's all right, I understand. Dong Chun then approached again and spoke up. We are looking for forces to fight alongside. Wouldn't joining forces at a time like this be better? The survivors watched attentively. The man looked at Dong Chun skeptically for a moment. Then he finally spoke. We appreciate it, but we must respectfully decline. Even though you're not deserters, joining up with people we've just met is a bit. The protagonist thought, so cautious. The middle-aged man continued his reasoning. Besides, because of the deserters, we have a bad impression of soldiers. Please understand. Dong Chun empathized. I understand. So what do you all plan to do next? The members of his team observed and listened. The other man hesitated. Actually, there's a rumor that there's a group in this area that has managed to secure a large amount of supplies. Everyone was curious. A rumor, the man continued. I heard about a group of survivors with a lot of food and weapons. But their problem is they don't have enough people. There's a rumor that they are looking for survivors to join them in exchange for sharing their weapons and food. The members of the unit looked at each other, stunned. But Dong Chun was also genuinely surprised. He thought, they have a lot of food and weapons. But this sounds like bullshit. He spoke up. A lot of this seems suspicious. Is this rumor reliable? The leader of the survivors replied frankly. Where can you find 100% reliable information these days? Maybe joining you would be a better choice. But we trust fellow civilian survivors more than the official soldiers. Dong Chun understood. Understand. Thank you for the information. The other side returned the courtesy. We're truly grateful that you saved our lives. If we ever meet again someday, we will definitely repay this debt. Dongchun bid farewell. Yes, take care. The other man finally managed a small smile. I hope you survive well too. Dongchun's group watched the others leave quietly. Chai spoke up once the survivors were completely gone. That's disappointing. Dongchun was curious but also agreed somewhat. Still, they were a pretty big group. Convincing them to join our side isn't as easy as I thought. I thought the image of soldiers would help. Dongchun sighed. Turns out some others have ruined that image. For us, we should also look into this. Chai looked on. Yes, let's do that. Armed deserters, huh? Meanwhile, at the deserters' camp, someone spoke up. It's going to be hard to operate in this area now. It seems the rumor has spread. A rumor? The spiky-haired man, who seemed to be the boss, spoke. What else? There's a rumor about deserters here. The man with bangs replied. Should we really be calling ourselves deserters? The spiky-haired man shouted. Nothing wrong with it, is there? The man with bangs complained. Setting up here was fine, but we overlooked the possibility of rumors spreading about us. It's already hard to move around because of the monsters. How did the rumors spread so fast? The other man frowned. This is really bad. Our last slave died, so I was planning on grabbing one of the survivors. We meet next. The other man spoke again reasonably. That's why I said we shouldn't have killed them. The spiky hair man complained. How was I supposed to know it would turn out like this? He sighed. Hey, you said people won't come here because of the rumor, right? So why don't we stop doing this? What? What are you talking about? The man with bangs explained. We can't live like this forever. Why don't we go to a deserted mountain and start farming on that land? Then we won't have any problems with food. The spiky-haired man shot back. Hey, are you crazy? What's wrong with your head? Farming on a mountain? What if monsters show up? The man with bangs hesitated. We can handle most monsters with our guns. The other man rebutted again. Let's say you take one down with a gun. What about when a bunch more come because of the gunshot? The other man didn't know what to say. So, the spiky-haired man continued. Have you forgotten the monsters that came to our unit? We only survived because we were lucky. If monsters swarm like they did last time, we're done for. The man with bangs, feeling helpless, asked for his opinion. So you want to keep living like this? Capturing people and using them as slaves? The spiky-haired man questioned the younger man. What's the matter? It's convenient, isn't it? If you don't like it, then just leave it, you bastard. The younger man now pressed his lips together, wavering, unsure whether to go or stay. The spiky-haired man saw this in the other's eyes. He thought, he seems to be really considering it. I don't care if he leaves and dies. But if he touches the guns and ammo, I won't let him off easy. He turned away, still calculating. Or maybe I should just kill him now. Suddenly, a man with spiky hair rushed in, announcing, Jin Duong, there's a group passing by nearby. The other man was surprised. What? The spiky-haired man smiled sinisterly. Perfect. It seems they haven't heard the rumor yet. Quick, get the magazines. We're going to catch some new slaves. The younger man now seemed excited. Yes. They urged each other on. Come on, hurry up. They were now secretly observing the approaching group, which was actually Dongchun's team. The leader whispered, wait, are they soldiers? They don't look like they're from the local unit. Are they deserters? If they're soldiers, shouldn't we just let them go? But then they noticed, those guys aren't carrying guns. The spiky-haired man grinned sinisterly. You're right. Did they lose everything while escaping? They slowly got up, directing each other. You guys cover me from behind. The younger man asked, are you going? He smiled smugly. I was the youngest before we deserted, so I should go. All of them agreed. All right. Then one of them appeared suddenly, ordering Dongchun's group. You there, hand over everything you have. Dongchun's group fell back defensively. What? Someone's up ahead. Dongchun then noticed a soldier. He's holding a gun. It was the spiky-haired man. He was pointing his gun at Dongchun's group, smugly giving orders. Don't move if you don't want to die. All of Dongchun's group raised their hands at gunpoint. Kang In whispered to Dongchun, those must be the deserters. Dongchun replied, we met them sooner than expected. The man started threatening them. Don't try anything stupid. I've got men spread out behind you two. Dongchun whispered to Chai, this won't be easy. Can we win against soldiers with guns? No, Chai said. As long as we don't get shot in the face, we'll be fine. If they've awakened as marksmen, it might be tough, but it seems they haven't awakened. The spiky-haired man advanced closer. He ordered, hurry up and hand over everything you have. You also have supplies hidden elsewhere, don't you? Dongchun's group remained silent. Chai whispered the plan. If they haven't awakened, can't we just subdue them instantly? Dong Shun's eyes sharpened as he observed. You all heard that, right? Everyone behind him eagerly readied themselves, smug smiles appearing on each of their faces. The spiky-haired man asked, confused, "Why are you suddenly smiling?" Suddenly, quick as a flash, a group from Dong Shun's team rushed towards the man with shocking speed. The man panicked, waving his gun wildly. What the hell? But before he could react, the barrel of his gun was snapped with bare hands. Kong Yin said smugly, "Scared now, are you?" The man stared blankly in shock, looking at the others behind him. The spiky-haired man screamed, "How are they so fast? I couldn't even take aim." The man with bangs yelled, "You idiot! Now's not the time to be worrying about." As he was aiming his rifle, a smug smile appeared, startling him. Dong Shun's team members had rushed forward and neutralized the men's weapons. These cowards could only beg, "Please, spare me." Now that the whole group of deserters had been caught, Dong Shun's side began to question them. "So, monsters appeared at your unit, and you just barely escaped?" The man stammered, "Why yes." Dong Shun said loudly, "And you didn't care about your other members, because you thought they were already dead?" The man answered honestly, "That's right." Someone from Dong Shun's side angrily threatened them. "You guys are scum. You don't care at all about whether others live or die." Dong Shun narrowed his eyes and sighed. "Anyway, at least you managed to gather some ammunition. They also have a large amount of food and oil inside." Chai pointed at the deserters and questioned them. "How much have you stolen?" The man with bangs cried out, "It's a misunderstanding. Actually, our unit was an ammunition battalion. That's why we have so much." The spiky-haired man nervously cut in, "Hey you," but the words were out, and Dong Shun's group had noted them. Both Chai and Kong Yin were surprised. An ammunition battalion. The people in the unit started talking amongst themselves. "So that's why there's so much ammo. If we succeed, we can solve our ammunition problem all at once." Chai turned to Dong Shun happily. "Su Hyun will be really happy about this." Dong Shun acknowledged, "Yes, that's right." While shooting wastes ammo and makes a lot of noise, a marksman's firepower can overcome those disadvantages. Dong Shun smirked and commanded, "What are you waiting for?" But the spiky-haired man, boiling with rage, protested. "Who said I'd give you information about my unit? I'm not leaving here, so kill me or do whatever you want." Dong Shun sighed, "And this punk is supposed to be their leader." Suddenly, the spiky-haired man looked up with horrified eyes. "Wait, what is that? A monster! Over there! There's a monster, look!" Dong Shun's group turned around in surprise. A monster! Behind them, the silhouette of a large, mutated bird appeared. It let out a loud shriek towards the soldiers. Now, the monster was hovering above the soldiers' heads. The entire group panicked. "We're done for. It's going to call the whole flock." Chai shouted to Dong Shun, "It's dangerous. Let's go." Dong Shun worried. "But what about them?" Chai hesitated. What should we do?" The spiky-haired man, no longer stubborn, had become weak. He cried, "Please take us with you. Please, just this once. Save us." All of them were crying and begging. "We were wrong. If you save us this favor, we won't forget it. We'll all die if we stay here. We're in the same boat. Won't you help us?" The spiky-haired man continued, pleading, "We'll give you anything you want, please." Dong Shun considered for a moment. After doing all those things, now they're begging for their lives. Deserters are supposed to be executed on the spot by rule. I'd like to leave them here to die, but we need the information about the ammunition battalion. Then Dong Shun spoke, giving a clear command. "Everyone, listen up. Any deserter who wants to join will be accepted into the unit. So, make your decision. Come with us or die." Then the entire group ran, carrying each other through the dangerous place. Dong Shun's system activated. Low rank cooks beef jerky. Soaked in sincerity, your steps become as light as a shoe wearer's. The trait Slater's agile feet degraded has been applied. The Beat Slayer prides itself on incredible speed and movement. Walking speed and altitude reach superhuman levels. However, as it is a degraded version, side effects may occur. Everyone was excited. "My legs feel so light. I think I'm running faster than a car." Even the monsters will run away in surprise. Dong Shun, watching everyone happily, exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to be this effective. It really works." One person exclaimed, "Sergeant, your food is amazing." Another agreed, "This is great for relieving stress, too." Suddenly, Dong Shun's gaze hardened. He felt it from a strange sense of release. "Somehow I'm feeling excited, too. Since we've come this far, let's run back to the old spot. Hold on to the deserters." The whole team responded, "Roger." The deserters behind them screamed, "Please, slow down a bit, damn it." 2 days later, at Dong Chun's group's base, Sang-A approached Dong Chun. "Commander, are you feeling better?" Dong Chun thanked her. "Yeah, the side effects have finally subsided. I thought we'd all be bedridden for 2 days with muscle pain." Dong Chun replied, "I know. We should have avoided the monster and gone slowly. We got too excited." He asked, "How are the deserters?" Sang-A replied, "Their condition seems serious. They still haven't woken up." Dong Chun closed his eyes smugly. "Good. Keep an eye on them. When they wake up, they'll get a taste of hell. I'll retrain them completely with my special sauce. And they'll live as the janitors of our unit. Anyway, we needed people for menial work, so this will work out." Sang-A then announced excitedly, "Oh, have you heard?" The protagonist asked curiously, "What is it?" "So I explained. Su-Jon and Su-Hyuk have awakened today." Dong Chun was surprised. "Really?" Sang-A replied, "Yes. Now all of the survivors have been awakened." Dong Chun rejoiced internally. "Oh, that's great." The next day, Dong Chun checked his system window. He murmured, "It's so quiet." The system window announced, Iron Corps Guild Commander, Deputy Commander, Shin Dong Chun. Members, Lee Min-ji, John Kong-in, Co Su-Hyuk, Lee Sang-A, Park Tae-jun. Unit size, 128. Dong Chun assessed it. "But we've grown to 128 members now. There are no survivors left in our unit anymore. Everyone has found their place in the Corps." Someone opened the door and announced, "Commander, everyone has assembled." Dong Chun happily turned around. "All right, I'll be right there." The former survivors had been issued uniforms and were lined up neatly. Dong Chun praised them. "You all did well. The uniforms suit everyone." Everyone was excited. Dong Chun continued his speech with the awakenings. "In various aspects, we will have more power from now on. So now, I have a proposal to make." Dong Chun paused for a moment. Kong-in said, "Let him go ahead and say it." Chai was curious. "Dong Chun, don't tell me it's..." Dong Chun smiled and replied, "That's right. It's the matter of securing ammunition." Su-Hyuk, cheerful now, spoke up. "Sergeant Shin, is it true?" The soldiers murmured, "Securing ammunition? Are you serious? There haven't been any problems so far. That place seems dangerous with all the explosives." The main group listened, assessing the situation. "There are a lot of dissenting opinions, huh?" Major Kim then stepped forward and said, "There is an ammunition supply point nearby, also known as an ASP. It's called an ammunition supply point or an ammunition battalion." The people below were curious. "Captain," Major Kim continued, "it has many names, but its role is simple. It's a place where ammunition is stored to supply the units near it." Dong Chun considered for a long time. "He's finally acting like an officer. He's still useful, I see." Major Kim continued, "ASPs are actually very large areas. In terms of unit structure, it's at the same battalion level as our unit. But its area is much larger than our units, because ammunition has a high potential to explode. And if something goes wrong, it could lead to a chain reaction of explosions. Even when storing ammunition, it can't be too close together. So the buildings are all large and spread out like this. It's safer." Someone voiced their opinion. "I understand that, but in the end, isn't. It's still dangerous if there are monsters inside." Dong Chun remained silent for a moment. Then he spoke up, "Right? Ammunition is not as important as our lives, but we are soldiers. Look at how other military units were annihilated. Reclaiming military bases is our duty. So I hope for everyone's cooperation." Immediately after, everyone started assigning positions. "Hurry up. Check the equipment and supplies needed for combat. Team leaders, verify and report." "Yes, sir." Then, Dong Chun turned to give an order to Su-Hyuk. "Su-Hyuk, this time, the sniper squad will join us." Su-Hyuk acknowledged the order. "Understood." Then, at the medical bay, Chan Chun was reporting on the condition of the 5 diggers. "Commander, the 5 diggers are still unable to move." Dong Chun remarked, "Is that so? That's a pity. It would have been better if they could guide us." At the command center, the key personnel were discussing the plan. Major Kim spoke up. "If you look down from here now, you can see a part of the ammunition battalion." Dong Chun was skeptical. "Really?" Major Kim explained, "That's right. I often used this mountain path when going to the battalion." Dong Chun considered, "If that's true, this is extremely useful information. Being able to observe the inside of the unit beforehand will significantly reduce the risks." The modified transport vehicles had been mobilized. It was all part of the plan. "This is the perimeter of the modified vehicles," a soldier reported. "Finally, We've completed the field kitchen vehicle you requested, Commander. The main character remarked. Oh, impressive. With an extremely serious and determined expression. Dong Chun was resolute. It's finally done. As the dawn broke behind the mountains, the operation began. The ammunition depot was now in ruins. Someone commented, but it seems too quiet. Chai, chewing on a piece of jerky, assessed the 5 diggers. So they fought a lot of monsters. Dong Chun agreed, yeah. I wonder if they're hiding in the buildings like the zombies. Chai was curious. Is it possible the monsters killed all the soldiers and then left the battalion? This base is only valuable to us. From the monsters' perspective, they probably don't need it. Dong Chun also agreed, yeah, that's true, but he was still pondering. But why did the lizards attack our base continuously? They've attacked more than 10 times today. Chai, he said nonchalantly, probably to eat us. But Dong Chun had a different thought. Thinking about our fight with their leader, it's not the type to be that foolish. It must know that continuous, meaningless attacks are futile, and yet it still carries out these almost suicidal attacks. Chai reconsidered the matter. Same here. If it were me, I would have moved on to easier prey. Dong Chun concluded, if my hypothesis is correct, I think they have a purpose, which is to suppress humanity's military power. Chai turned in surprise, asking, suppress humanity's military power? Dong Chun confirmed, that's right. If the soldiers are wiped out, but the military bases remain intact, then survivors can find them and use the weapons to rebuild their forces. Therefore, if the intention is to weaken humanity's military strength, I don't think they would let the military bases be easily retaken. Chai swallowed the last piece of jerky. He crossed his arms and conceded, that sounds plausible. Anyway, that's just my speculation. I hope there are no monsters here. The soldiers continuously scouted the barracks. One area was found to be clear. They directed each other. Good. Move up. We decided to split our forces, but advance as a unit. Checking each area, the soldiers searched everywhere with high alert. Someone shouted, clear. Then the whole group surged forward, continuing to scout. Move up. Once the way was properly cleared, the modified vehicles moved inside. The squad leader ordered the mechs to halt. In front of them was now the ammunition storage depot. Someone exclaimed, this is the ammunition depot? It's huge. It seems to extend into the mountain. Are we worrying too much? Because there are no monsters at all. Chai took charge and ordered, everyone, stay alert. We don't know what's waiting for us inside. Dong Chun stood to one side, ordering the squad leaders, Kong Yin, Su Hyuk, follow me. We'll go in first. Both acknowledged, yes, sir. Dong Chun stepped forward, his eyes scanning. He looked at the dent on the depot door. He silently hoped, I hope my worries are wrong. The 3 pathfinders cautiously opened the depot door and stepped inside. Dong Chun raised a hand to his nose. The smell is terrible. As they stepped forward, their feet got tangled in thick cobwebs. Both Su Hyuk and Kong In were surprised. Even Dong Chun was a bit taken aback. What is this? Cobwebs. I know this place hasn't been active for a long time, but this is a bit much. Dong Chun cleared the cobwebs in front of him. This doesn't seem like a natural phenomenon. Su Hyuk from behind called out, Commander Shin over there. Kong Yin looked up, stunned. He exclaimed, there are giant eggs everywhere. Shit. Dong Chun wondered, are these monster eggs? So this is why it was so quiet. The eggs began to stir. Some started to crack, the cracks growing larger and larger. Sharp legs from inside protruded, breaking the shells. This happened to one egg after another. The baby spiders broke free and crawled out, surrounding the main group. They were all stunned. Did they hatch because we came in here? Dong Chun turned and ordered, you two, get out first. I need to find their weak spots. And tell Lieutenant Kim to prepare for battle. Both turned and acknowledged, understood. Dong Chun activated his system, initiating cooking. Each of the baby spiders now began to move. Their information was displayed before Dong Chun's eyes. Low-grade secret cooking. You have just learned an incomplete method for preparing white azakron spider. Dong Chun was surprised. Incomplete. The spiders' faces became aggressive. The system continued to report. The liquid form of this specimen is highly valued for its unique softness and is a favorite among many gourmets. However, unlike the adult form, the meat is still in a very soft liquid state, so care must be taken during preparation. Dong Chun now turned towards the door, always calculating an incomplete form. Then we have a chance. The baby spiders swarmed out, chasing after them. Their faces were extremely ferocious. But Dongchun was still one step ahead of them. He calculated. There's no need to aim for their weak spots anymore. The spiders now chased Dongchun as he ran outside. Everyone was on guard. They're swarming out. Dongchun assessed, our unit is strong enough to handle them. But these defective products don't even need us to worry about weak spots. He shouted loudly. No need to focus on weak spots. Just crush them all. Begin the attack. Everyone charged in unison, attacking the spiders fiercely with all the abilities they had. Jiyuan charged forward, his eyes filled with determination. He jumped and unleashed a seal towards the spider below. The people below also simultaneously used their innate abilities. Dongchun, now one man with one knife, slashed through the spiders. He was always assessing the situation. Until now, we've only eaten jerky and combat rations. But the effects of the enhanced dishes, boosted with ingredients gathered from the supermarket, are on a completely different level. He slashed the spiders with great enthusiasm. Deep inside the ammunition depot, there was the figure of a somewhat larger spider. It moved with quick, nimble steps. Its cries were ferocious and continuous. It was a species that had gained sentience. It began to call out, "Wake up! We must leave here immediately. These new invaders are much stronger than before, since we have not fully recovered. Fighting now would cause us too great a loss. Our top priority is the survival of our species. So hurry." The ferocious beast mobilized a stream of red energy. Its eyes blazed with a threatening light. It seemed there was a force pulling the strings for the spiders to invade and occupy human military facilities. Do not let anyone take them. The Spider Queen seemed to be receiving an order on a screen. Opposing system. The swarms of baby spiders began to move. They nimbly crawled over the ammunition crates. On this side, everyone was taking inventory of the depot. 5mm rounds. So much ammo. There are shell casings over there too. Hurry up, move them out. Everyone was excited and cheering. Dongchun stood talking to Seng-Ah. I didn't expect them to be this excited. It seems they're more enthusiastic about this than about my cooking, huh? Seng-Ah turned to say to Dongchun, "Ah, Commander, didn't you know?" Dongchun was bewildered. "Know what?" Seng-Ah revealed. "Actually, the shooters have been really tense because of the pressure to conserve ammo. Now, they don't have to worry anymore." On the other side, Hyuk ordered his men, "Clear out the remaining warehouses." Dongchun also felt happy and relieved. Well, in a way, I guess I would feel the same if I was short on ingredients. It's been a long time since I've seen Su-hyuk smile. Meanwhile, Mr. Beck's group was being extremely cautious. He spoke to the two girls behind him. "Kids, there are a lot of cobwebs there." The two girls cried out, "Mister, there's something over there." Mr. Beck was surprised. Then he quickly ran over. He brought his knife down towards the trembling cobwebs in front of him. Both girls clung to each other in fear. One slice, and then another. Mr. Beck was now utterly stunned. In front of him was a fresh spider cocoon. He shouted, "Could it be?" Soldiers stepped in to assess the situation. Inside each cocoon was the body of a soldier from this barracks. It seems these were the soldiers of the ammunition battalion. They might have been alive until a few weeks ago. Someone asked, "Huh, you mean they were still alive when they were brought here?" Changchun was curious. "I heard spiders don't eat their prey immediately. Instead, they paralyze and preserve them." Dongchun asked why. Mr. Beck spoke up, "Probably to keep them fresh. They were planning to provide fresh food for their young." Well, even so, they couldn't survive. Dongchun assessed the situation. So many soldiers died here. He grimaced as he looked at the bodies of the soldiers. His eyes held a hint of empathy. That's right. Our unit was also attacked by the enemy. A difficult memory surfaced. He closed his eyes as if mourning the fate of the unfortunate. Kangin then asked for an opinion. "Sergeant Shin, how should we handle this situation?" "What now?" Dongchun said. "For now, let's collect the 10 dog tags and retreat. Gather the bodies in one place. We'll hold a proper funeral for them after we retake the base." The men received their orders and acted. "Yes, sir. Get the bodies out first." They carried out the bodies and ammunition one by one. "Ammo is this way." Kang In was then called upon. "Kang In, check all the pads back." On the other side, Dongchun directed the men. "There are unhatched spider eggs here." He reasoned, the armory seems to have been used as a hatchery for the spiders. At this moment, he was talking to Chai. They must have deemed this place the safest. Chai spoke up. "In other words, monsters must have jumped out every time the armory was open." Then Dongchun looked at his men. All of them were serious, ready to receive orders. A thought then crossed Dong Chun's mind. The thought that the other armories would also be monster nests was becoming a clear reality. And right after that, the men were organized to go and recapture each armory. This is easy. We fought these things before, so it's too simple. After finishing, the men cheered joyfully. We've won. We don't need to worry about a thing. Now that we've captured the ammunition battalion, the men cheerfully put their arms around each other to celebrate. But just as that complacent thought crossed their minds, a massive tremor erupted above them. Caught off guard, the men turned pale and tense. The aftershock was so strong that the men struggled to stay on their feet. Dong Chun also grew anxious. It's revealed itself. Rocks and debris flew around like a storm, and then, from within the rubble and dust, a massive silhouette appeared. It was the Spider Queen, hidden in the shadows. Its eyes flashed with a sharp glint. It let out a roar, a heaven-shaking sound. The monster stood towering on the roof of an armory, still roaring. A blood-curdling, ear-splitting scream. The shockwave from its scream spread out around it, extremely powerful. Dong Chun's system announced Kelania, the last queen of Azakron, expresses her anger. The waves from the roar echoed everywhere, each pulse shaking the nearby structures. A queen's rage engulfs the battlefield. Everyone was in pain, covering their ears from the terrifying scream. The combat ability of the white spider race, the Azakron, is increased several times over. The men began to panic. The whole armory is shaking. It's the leader. The combat ability of allied forces is greatly reduced. Dong Chun's group also struggled to resist. Dong Chun spoke up this dread. He started to make a connection, a regional buff effect that weakens enemies and strengthens allies. The lizard leader used this too. Then, from inside the armories, small impacts burst out. One armory after another was breached from the inside. The spiderlings swarmed out, screaming in chorus. Everyone was on high alert. They're coming from all directions. It seemed all the spiders in every armory had awakened. The men grew anxious. There are too many. Are we going to be surrounded like this? Chai, pale-faced, asked for Dong Chun's opinion. Dong Chun, what do we do? Facing them head-on is no different from suicide. Dong Chun glanced at Chai with concern. He knew that. That's right. We can't defeat this many, but we can't give up either. But before that fear spreads, we have the upper hand, meaning if we take down the queen, the rest will become disorganized. Dong Chun stood thinking for a moment. Then, he finally made a move. He turned to the men and ordered, "Everyone, get in the vehicles." Everyone was surprised. What? Are we retreating? That's right, this seems impossible, doesn't it? But Dong Chun thought differently. No, in situations like this, taking down the leader is the best way. We're going to kill the Spider Queen. The men, hearing this, were shocked. The queen. Dong Chun nodded in confirmation. Immediately, the group sprang into action. The modified vehicles started moving. The commander shouted, "Drivers, full speed ahead." Luckily, the spiders are slower than our vehicles. All of them deserve to be chopped up by the reinforced blades. These combat vehicles are amazing. Now, in front of them was an armory. Dong Chun spoke up. "There, I can see the Queen's armory." He-wook asked, "Is the entire mountain an armory?" Lieutenant Kim spoke up. "That's where our unit used to get ammunition supplies. This is the largest armory in the ammunition supply battalion." Dong Yi was skeptical. "Is that so?" At that moment, a soldier reflexively looked back. The Spider Queen was moving on the mountain. It was hiding behind it. The soldier shouted, "The Queen is escaping." He continued, "I thought it would charge straight at us." Dong Chun assessed, "They're smarter than we thought. It's trying to lure us to a place advantageous to it, probably inside the armory." Now, all the vehicles were gathered at the largest armory. The commander ordered, "Combat team, open that large iron gate." The squad leader acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir." The commander continued, "Drivers, use the vehicles to form a barricade in front of the iron gate." Dong Chun commanded each squad, "We need to stop the other spiders from getting in while we take down the queen." Zhang Jung acknowledged, "Understood." Now, everyone was inside the armory. Dong Chun reminded everyone to be alert. "Calm down, get in formation. The queen is very close." The queen is one problem, but there are many minions around her. The angry spiderlings looked like they were about to charge. Chai spoke up. "Guard spiders? They look tougher than expected." Dong Chun, quickly find their weak points. Dong Chun said, "Right," then quickly use Cook's Eye. Cook's Eye activated. Profound insight into low-level cooking. you have a better understanding of how to prepare Azakron white spiders. While the forelegs of the Azakron are rated as excellent forging materials, they're difficult to use as food ingredients. The shells of the body parts, excluding the forelegs, can be easily removed after applying heat. Dong Chun asked loudly, "Do you see the weak points?" Unlike the smaller spiders before, these are fully grown. "Everyone, be careful," He Wook worriedly asked. "Will this be okay?" Dong Chun reassured him. "We have to make it okay if we want to survive." Kang Yin and Sang-ah were both tense. Chai was a bit sarcastic. "This is what the military is like, right?" Dong Chun ordered, "Everyone focus on." The Spider Queen had now begun to scream. Mobilizing. The foreleg of a guard spider knocked some soldiers away. They were thrown far. The soldiers struggled against the damn spiders. "Get off me, you damn spiders." They're crazily determined to protect the queen. Dong Chun was also fighting fiercely. He managed to stick his knife into a guard spider. Ugh, they can think too. Huh, I didn't think they'd even eat this stat-reducing food I threw them. Dong Chun dodged a slash. He sliced off one of the guard spider's legs. He thought, I have to end this quickly. But at this rate, the battle will just drag on. I have to find a way. Finally, the guard spiders were taken down one by one. The soldiers got a small break. "We've only taken down 4. He Wook reported to Dong Chun. "Sergeant Shin, are you okay?" Dong Chun replied. "How's the situation over there?" He Wook said, "We can't get through." Kang Yin is struggling in the center. "The situation isn't good." Sergeant Li Minchai's side isn't making any progress either. "Unfortunately, the Spider Queen hasn't made a move yet, but it seems to be injured. I see a wound on its body. It must have fought someone before us." Dong Chun was surprised. "It's this strong, even when injured?" He Wook anxiously asked, "Should we?" Dong Chun fell silent, thinking. At that moment, Sang-ah ran over hastily to report. "Commander, we have a big problem. They're starting to get through the gate." Dong Chun hurriedly asked, "They're in already?" Sang-ah replied, "Yes. If we don't act now." Dong Chun became anxious. "Damn it, what should I do? Retreat? Should we run? But if even one combat vehicle gets overturned, it'll be a disaster. Is there no other way?" He fell into a thoughtful silence. Both Sang-ah and He Wook were waiting for his final decision. On the cobwebs covering the rocket shells, Dong Chun had a realization. And the ammunition crates covered in cobwebs too. An idea flashed in his mind. "That's it." He turned and ordered Sang-ah. "Sang-ah, call the fire mages." Sang-ah was startled. "What? Oh yes." At that moment, He Wook asked in surprise, "Why fire mages all of a sudden?" Dong Chun explained, "We're going to change our tactics a bit. Targeting the Spider Queen is impossible. We're going to lure the monsters into the armory." He Wook was still bewildered. "What do you mean?" But Dong Chun just ordered, "Get ready to retreat." His eyes were sharp. "Just let the spiders into the armory." He Wook anxious. "Don't tell me." Dong Chun cut him off. "That's right. We're going to blow up the entire armory." He Wook now understood, his expression full of determination. At that moment, a group of people had been gathered by Dong Chun to discuss the plan. They reported, "All 7 fire mages have assembled." "Commander." Dong Chun immediately discussed the plan with them. "Let me ask you something. Is it possible to cast a spell and delay the explosion for a bit?" One person wondered, "You mean delay the explosion time?" "It's possible." Dong Chun wasn't sure either, but still decided. "Then delay the time. And cast the spells on the rockets and artillery shells. Delay it by about 3 minutes. Begin when I give the signal." The people outside had another mission. They started shouting, "Disperse. Get the survivors on the vehicles first. Lure the spiders inside." The men hurriedly coordinated and directed. "Open the steel doors. Get them inside." He Wook and his team were now carrying out the rest of the plan. "Drivers, as soon as everyone is on board, start the engines at full speed. Get as far away from the armory as possible." On Dong Chun's side, he was still fiercely holding the spiders at the armory. "Luckily, the spiders aren't actively attacking us. It seems their priority is to protect the queen." The Spider Queen was still observing Dong Chun's group with its glowing eyes. Dong Chun didn't take his eyes off it either. "Spider Queen, it probably doesn't think we'd blow this place up." A person ran in at that moment to report. "Sergeant Shin, the mages are ready." Hearing the signal, both Dong Chun, Chai, and Kang Yin acted immediately. "Good, light it up." The fire mages were now activating their fire spells. "Everyone concentrate. We must aim precisely at the target." The whole group strained with determination. Energy gradually formed within each magic circle. Flames began to appear from within each spell formation. The light began to flash. 3-minute countdown. Dong Chun ordered, all troops retreat. Abandon the armory. Kang Yin, Sang-ah, Ewok, their faces filled with determination, began to move. Chai roared, get out, retreat. That's an order. Everyone swarmed out the door and climbed onto the vehicles one by one. Even as the spiders continued to pour in, all troops are on the vehicles. Most of the spiders are inside now. Only the mages and the vanguard are left. Go help them. Countdown. 2 minutes 43 seconds left. Dong Chun and the vanguard were still there, holding the line and clearing a path. Kang Yin, tense, combat team, wait a little longer. They're almost at the vehicles. The Spider Queen now made a move. Its eyes became intense. Countdown. 2 minutes 28 seconds left. The people outside started reporting. Everyone except the vanguard has assembled. Good. Start moving. The ready vehicles go now. The vehicles began to depart. The commander over there ordered, we have to get as far from the armory as possible. The vanguard finally got out. They shouted, close both doors. Don't let them escape. We can't let ourselves be pushed back. Countdown. 1 minute 52 seconds left. Dong Chun got out quickly and nimbly. All right. Everyone is safe. But before he could feel relieved, a pair of gleaming eyes appeared right at the closing doorway. It was the Spider Queen. Its forelegs swung up, sending all the soldiers closing the door flying. Everyone was shocked, unable to resist. It's the Spider Queen. It let out a roar. A purple light gathered in its mouth. Countdown. 1 minute and 37 seconds remain. Its powerful foreleg, like a spear, lunged toward the soldiers, carrying a terrifying wind pressure. The soldiers who managed to dodge it were still shaken to their core. It's too strong. If it breaks through the gate, we're all dead. Shield Squad, protect the soldiers. The rest of you, draw its attention now. The Shield Squad strained to block the monster's sharp claws, but they were all sent flying. Someone hurriedly reported to the sergeant. Sergeant, I've enchanted the sword with fire as you instructed. Bring it over here quickly. The person from that side ran over. He asked doubtfully, won't it be too hot for you? Dong Chun didn't flinch and took the knife. It's fine. He held it firmly in his hand with a determined gaze. After all, a chef is more than used to high temperatures. Countdown. 1 minute and 12 seconds remain. He charged forward, ordering everyone get back. I'll finish this. One person asked in surprise, what? But Dong Chun still commanded, hurry. If the warehouse explodes, this whole area will be destroyed. The other person retreated, acknowledging the order, understood. The main character's blade shone with the power of fire. The soldier who had just retreated signaled for everyone behind him to fall back quickly. Everyone, get out the number 4 dried meat. We have to run fast. Everyone else retreated, while Dong Chun alone charged forward to clear a path. System notification. Although its hide is very tough, when exposed to heat, it will soften and be easier to peel. The main character's eyes were resolute. Then, a sharp glint of light appeared. Countdown. 57 seconds remaining. The main character charged, his flaming knife surging toward the restrained beast. The monster, trapped by the flames, let out a roar. Dong Chun, full of determination, swung the blade down. The flames blazed, reaching for the sky. At this moment, only 45 seconds remain. The main character's blade plunged straight into the top of the monster's head. With unimaginable strength, the tip of the knife dug in tightly, piercing its skull and driving deeper and deeper. Dong Chun frowned, driving the knife down as hard as he could. You can rest now. The fire from the knife erupted, scorching the inside of the queen spider. With a single strike, he sliced the monster's belly open from head to tail. Everyone looked back in shock. They managed to reach the vehicles in time. Countdown. 33 seconds remaining. Dong Chun frantically hacked down at the monster, then immediately dashed away from that spot, without a second's hesitation. Not a moment to spare. He gritted his teeth and ran back toward his teammates. As he ran, he swore, damn it. His footsteps grew more and more urgent. Only 11 seconds remaining. His eyes were filled with determination. This military life is a real bitch. 7 seconds left. The exit was right in front of him. Dong Chun pushed off the ground and shot forward, his speed seemingly breaking the sound barrier. The last 4 seconds. The fire enchantment was now preparing to activate. 1 single second. The fire finally erupted from the ammunition depot. A few days later, everyone began to gather here. The commanders began giving orders to each group. All right, gather all the unusable equipment separately. How was the progress on vehicle repairs? We will reorganize the duty roster. One person received the order. I'll go check. The main character was standing on the tallest building of the barracks, lost in thought, relieved. It's incredible that everyone recovered so quickly, and no one was injured in that terrible explosion. Chai appeared at this moment, looking pleased. He asked about Dongchun's health. You're awake. Are you feeling better? While you were unconscious, everyone worked hard on the repairs. Dongchun praised him. You did a great job. Chai replied, Dongchun, try to avoid dangerous missions like that in the future, okay? Everyone was shocked when they saw you collapse. Dongchun scratched his head and laughed. Don't worry. I don't have the guts to do something that crazy again. Chai leaned against the wall railing and revealed, oh, by the way, there's information that we'll be using this ammunition depot as our new base. Dongchun asked here. Chai continued, that's right. The officers' housing area was only temporary, and it's too exposed. With more people, we need a larger space than that. The explosion damaged many buildings, but we don't need to use those parts. Moreover, there's a stream inside the ammunition depot, and there are fields near the entrance. We can secure a water supply, and maybe even start farming. The main character asked curiously, really? I fully support that. Chai was happy. Great. I'll let the others know too. Dongchun thought. Speaking of a base reminds me of the mobile fortress Big Mama that I received when I first awakened. I still don't know how to summon it. Chai spoke up again. Also, there's a lot of usable ammunition. We're still sorting through it. Dongchun asked, really? Chai replied, yeah, everyone is working very hard. Oh, when we opened another ammunition depot, we found quite a few unhatched eggs. The main character asked curiously, spider eggs? Chai replied, yeah. I told them to keep them carefully. Don't break them, just in case they're needed. Dongchun smiled. As expected, you're the best at preserving my ingredients. I'll make a very special dish with them. Chai looked uncomfortable. Sorry, but I'll pass on eating spider eggs. Dongchun had a different idea. As long as it's delicious, it's fine. So what about a spider egg? Frittata. Chai sighed. Please no. In his spare time, Dongchun checked his system. It announced, you have defeated Ketlanga, the last queen of Azakron. Achievement. One of the conditions for achieving Kingslayer has been met. 1/3. Reward. Trait Enhancement Card X1. Dongchun thought, a trait enhancement card? The card displayed, Trait Enhancement Card, enhances one of your existing traits. The effect of the enhancement cannot be previewed. You only have one chance, so choose wisely. 4 traits, low knife mastery, low cooking mastery, low ingredient identification, low fire affinity. Dongchun assessed, in combat, knife mastery or cooking mastery would be more useful. He raised his fingers to rub his temple. Then he talked to himself again. Besides me, there are many others with excellent combat skills. I'll enhance ingredient identification. System notification. Enhance trait. Low ingredient identification. Do you wish to proceed? Dongchun raised his finger to confirm. System. Selection received. Initializing pure energy. An invisible wind swirled around Dongchun. System notification. Trait has been enhanced. Low ingredient identification upgraded to low ingredient identification enhanced. The skill automatically activated over the main character's eyes. He was surprised, Did it really change? I need to find something to test it on. Just then, Chai suddenly returned. He said, Dongchun, I almost forgot. Take a look at this logbook. The main character turned around, What logbook now? Chai came closer. Suhi-wook found it. It belongs to the depot. A system prompt. Skill, low ingredient identification, enhanced has been activated. An invisible shockwave was released. The wave scanned Chai as he was talking about the logbook. It seems to be a journal written by the commander of this ammunition depot. I think you should see this. The main character was still focused on the system screen. He was amazed. What? This is unbelievable. The journal entries appeared one by one. February 2nd, Thursday. New recruits transferred in. Conflict with Sergeant Lee Diryu and soldiers from the guard company were dispatched, but it was resolved smoothly. February 17th, Thursday. Interview with new privates and the battalion commander. In the morning, everyone was fine. but acted awkward when asked if they were really okay. Dong Chun assessed the logbook. Min Chai gave him. There are various folders, like a military log. The text continued. February 4th, Saturday, while walking the dog around the base, attacked by a strange creature, shaped like a large, white spider, with blade-like forelegs, roughly the size of a mid-sized car. Contact with the outside world has been cut off. Confirmed all communication systems are down. Most soldiers died in the line of duty. He continued to assess. It also records the details of the day they were attacked by the monsters. The main character continued to flip through the journal pages. Casualty list. Kim Han-in, Oh Young-guk, Kim Jong-chon, Han Sung-won, Young Soo-ho, Kim Joo-jin, Ha Ji-ho, Gu-ji-ai. Missing persons list. Dong Chun remained pensive, assessing. The journal continued. Efforts to maintain the defense line are now meaningless. So we organized a counterattack. Death before surrender. Live through death. Even if we die, we will not die as cowards before these damn monsters. Dong Chun closed the book with a frustrated feeling. The file lay silently on the table. Afterwards, he went to see Mr. Bach, the blacksmith. Oh my, it's so damaged. Is there no way to fix it? Mr. Bach picked up the knife and considered. It can't be fixed. Dong Chun asked regretfully. Really? Mr. Bach touched the blade. Exposure to high heat isn't a problem. But the long cooling process of the blade is different. The inside has definitely been altered. Dong Chun said regretfully, Is that so? Mr. Bach explained, Yes, the nature of the metal has changed. In other words, even though it looks like the original knife, it's actually a different knife now. Dong Chun then sighed with regret. What a shame. I was used to it, so it was very useful. Mr. Bach placed the knife on the table. Then he said, I'll make you a new one. Dong Chun's spirits lifted. Really? Mr. Bach said, You're an awakener now. It's not too difficult. He glanced over with a suggestive look. In exchange, grant me a few things. Dong Chun asked in surprise, Grant you what? Mr. Bach immediately said, I mean hygiene and hyunji. Temperature control is essential for forging weapons. I need their help. Dong Chun agreed, No problem. I'll pass the message to Min Chai. Mr. Bach smiled and nodded. And I need a bigger workspace. A workshop, if possible. I think we need to renovate one of the ammunition depots here. Can you allow it? Dong Chun smiled and thought to himself, Captain Sang of the equipment team has helped us so much. If Mr. Bach also joins in, then he said, All right, please go ahead. Mr. Bach smiled with satisfaction. Thank you, son. Dong Chun immediately asked, Do you have any other requests? Mr. Bach said slowly, One last thing, but Dong Chun listened intently. Looking curious, Mr. Bach waved it off. I'll tell you later. Meanwhile, outside, people were renovating the ammunition depot. They shouted, Dig the hole a little bigger here. Can we make a furnace here? Oh, wait. Everything has been calculated by Dong Chun, according to Mr. Bach's request. We've renovated an empty ammunition depot. Mr. Bach was also busy instructing hygiene on fire control. Dong Chun had other things to worry about. I'm also looking at some models to replace. My sashimi knife. The length of daggers varies quite a bit. He picked up a kitchen knife, but this knife is a bit long. Then he found one he liked. The knife for cutting tuna is also about this long. It should be fine for cooking too. So, Mr. Bach's final cherished request was, Mr. Bach pointed behind Dong Chun. Can I use that? It was the foreleg of the Spider Queen. Dong Chun wondered, Isn't that the blade of the Spider Queen? Why is it here? Mr. Bach explained, The explosion blew up the spiders, but the blade wasn't damaged at all. The legs of the lesser spiders were also melted down to make weapons, but I figured this one would need the commander's permission. So what do you think? Can I use it? Dong Chun smiled shyly. He thought, with that material, we could create an amazing knife. He replied immediately, Of course, please use it. Mr. Bach laughed heartily. Really? I knew you'd agree. I'll use it to complete your knife. The sharp blade was completed. Lone Wolf Sword, a masterpiece forged with all the skill of a low-level blacksmith, but of high-grade quality. A sashimi knife made from the famous foreleg, of the quality Azakron white spider, imbued with the resentment of the Alpha Spider Queen. It increases the chance of a critical hit in battle. The main character assessed. The feeling when holding it is completely different. Then he turned to notice something else. Mr. Bach had said, And I also made you another one. In Dong Chun's left hand was now the chef's all-purpose black knife, a cooking knife, the most versatile chef's skill. Dong Chun skillfully brandished the two knives in his hands, a cleaver in his left hand and a sashimi knife in his right. He smiled smugly as he stopped his movements. I didn't expect Old Man Bok's skills to be this good. Old Man Bok then asked Dong Chun for his opinion on the knives. Are you satisfied? Dong Chun replied, yes, of course. Thank you so much. They're great. Old Man Bok reminded him, the Spider Queen only has 2 front legs as weapons, so I could only make 2 knives. Dong Chun was surprised. 1 knife per leg? Old Man Bok continued. It seems that due to the system's influence, one material can only make 1 item. If you find anything useful, bring it to me. I'll make more for you. Yes, sir, Dong Chun reluctantly replied. But 2 knives are more than enough. Then he changed the subject. I'm going to check on the other team members. Outside, everyone had finished their preparations. Someone reported, Commander, the vehicles are all in good condition. Dong Chun confirmed, good, very good. The subordinate said, we haven't had much trouble. The new deserters who joined have been quite useful. Dong Chun was surprised. What? Really? Those lazy bums. Over here, Quartermaster Bok was yelling at these deserters. I told you to handle it with care. Did you do that on purpose? Do I have to say it twice? The man cowered, we're sorry. Quartermaster Bok shouted, slow as a snail. We're the ones who get yelled at for this. Get your act together and move. The man acknowledged, yes, sir. Outside, people were laughing at the young punks. Sang-ah then said, well, at least we have some subordinates now. Thanks to them, things are much easier. Quartermaster Bok suddenly sniffled. That's right. We really had it rough. Dong Chun, watching from outside, commented on those deserters. They found the right boss. Oomph. You have to suffer to grow up. Kong Yin, standing beside him, asked, but are you planning to awaken them right away? Dong Chun said indifferently, I don't know. If they get power, they might just desert again. Kong Yin understood and said, over here. Quartermaster Bok continued to scold the deserters, making them resentful. The protagonist, watching from the outside, assessed, I'll have to keep an eye on them from now on. Then he said to Kong Yin, shall we go see the new mess hall? Scene change. In a desolate, ruined street, a group of people were discussing something. I'm glad we're all still alive. What a relief. The people gathered here aren't the type to die easily. A group of shady-looking individuals were talking in a dark, old, collapsed house. One of them spoke up, all right, let's start exchanging information. The group began their discussion. There's a group operating near the town office, right? The one with 2 awakened? Yeah, I heard they're on the move to join a large organization up north. The man with the full beard asked. The large-scale survivor organization from the rumors? The hooded man replied, How many times has it been now? It seems like more and more people are starting to leave. The first young man said, our food supply is about to run out. We'll have to make a decision soon. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. A girl at the end of the table spoke up. It's my turn. According to the information our group just confirmed, it seems there's still a fairly large military unit out there. The whole group was surprised. What? Is that true? What? A military unit is still alive and right near here. The man with messy hair crossed his arms skeptically. Hey, actually, I've always wondered something, Suwa. How are you able to get such high-level information? Another girl asked. What do you mean? The man continued. Well, you know, most military bases have been overrun by monsters. They're almost impossible to approach. If we can't get close, then obviously we can't gather any related information. Who knows? Maybe the deserters we heard were operating around here are just pretending to be the military. The others around him also muttered, yeah, that's right. This seems suspicious. Where did you get your information from, anyway? Suwa spoke calmly. I understand everyone's concerns, but I can't reveal my source. Have I ever given you all false information before? The men felt a pang of guilt, fell silent for a moment, then said, no, thanks to you, we managed to stay alive last time. That's right. If it weren't for Suwa's information, our whole group would have probably starved to death long ago. Suwa continued, don't interfere with other people's work or abilities. That's been the group's rule since we started exchanging information. So I can't reveal my source. Everything I bring is the truth, and I have no reason to spread false information. The men pondered and then agreed. That's true. If Suwa intended to do that, she would have done it long ago. Jiayongsu, this time you're just being suspicious. Jiayongsu quickly apologized. I'm sorry about that. Suwa was always patient. I accept your apology. Then she spoke up. In that case, I have a proposal. How about we try to contact that military unit? They were all surprised. What? Isn't that too reckless? Isn't this decision a bit rushed? Even if it is a military unit, we don't know if we can trust them. The bearded man continued, and, What guarantee is there that their situation is better than ours? The pouty-lipped man agreed. That's right. And even if it is better, they're not guaranteed to accept us. Suwa spoke up. I understand everyone's opinions. In that case, our group will go meet them first. We can make contact and confirm, right? The pouty-lipped man said, that does sound reasonable. But then the hooded man also spoke. Wouldn't it be very dangerous for Suwa's group? Suwa acknowledged, it is dangerous, but this risk is worth taking. The three men, hooded, pouty-lipped, and bearded, all looked pensive. What Jiayongsu schemed to himself, exchanging with a military unit? This absolutely cannot happen. His gaze turned sinisterly towards Suwa. I think it's time to end this information exchange. At the military camp, it was now 10 days after the operation to retake the ammunition battalion. Dongchun was thinking, the base, which has become our new stronghold, has now been renovated to be more suitable for living, and the weapons made by Old Man Bach and the engineers in the workshop have been distributed to all the awakened. Everyone was happy upon receiving the weapons. This is great. It's also very convenient for using magic. At that moment, everyone was discussing strategy. One person spoke up, but isn't it still very dangerous to venture into the city? Dongchun confirmed, well, to say it's not dangerous would be a lie, but the system is requesting that we conduct a subjugation battle. Chai agreed, that's right, expanding our territory is essential. Suhayok gave his opinion. Even so, since we don't have any information yet, how about we start with a reconnaissance mission first? Kongan agreed, I agree with Suhayok, Dongchun, and Sangha. We're also happy that everyone was enthusiastically contributing ideas. All right then, let's prepare for the reconnaissance. And so, the expedition began. At that moment, in a desolate street, a voice was heard. Has everyone finished their rations? Report immediately if you hear anything. Someone confirmed, yes ma'am. It was Sangha leading the recon team. She complained, no matter how much we search, the only thing left is corpses. Dongchun confirmed, in a way, this isn't too surprising. While we were at the base, a fierce battle must have taken place on the surface. Chai asked, Dongchun, what do we do now? Do you think it will be hard to find any survivors? I can't hear anything. Dongchun was also worried. Yeah. I also thought there would be at least some survivors here. Then he thought, to carry out the subjugation battle, we need to increase our forces and recruiting. Survivors is a crucial part of that process. If that's delayed, we could be at a disadvantage in future operations. All right, let's head back. Just as he said that, everyone suddenly sensed a commotion. The sharp-eared Dongchun reacted. The sound of clashing metal? Everyone shouted. Over there! It's not monsters. It's humans fighting each other. One group was desperately trying to escape from another. Damn it, can't we shake them? Don't give up. Just a little more. The group stopped dead. Wait a minute. Up ahead. Jiayongsu let out a cry. The bearded man said, what the? Where did they come from? Soldiers? What should we do? Should we take a detour? The group behind them finally caught up. One of them sneered. Running away, are we? That's right. You should have done that sooner. Suddenly, he also noticed the situation up ahead. He asked curiously, huh? Who are they? The protagonist group stood imposingly in their path, startling them. Soldiers, and there are a lot of them. Damn it. They must be the deserters who fled to this area. The men stopped, looking hesitant. The information trading group was also breathless. Ahead of them, Dongchun's group was blocking the way. Dongchun was confused. What the hell is going on? The men behind whispered, but Dongchun could hear everything they said. Damn it, we almost caught them. What bad luck. Can we beat these deserters? Are you crazy? How can we beat armed soldiers? But we can't let them. The ones we just caught get away. The slit-eyed man from behind said, they probably don't want a confrontation with us either. Just wait and see. Then he quickly strode forward. He said loudly, greetings, comrades. You must be working hard. These people stole from our group and then fled. They are criminals who have harmed us. So we'd like to handle this ourselves. Could you please step aside? Dongchun was skeptical. A theft, you say? He turned back to Chai. What do you think? Chai replied, Looking at their faces, it seems like the other group are the bullies. I'm not so sure. It's probably best to just let them go. The bearded man then said, lies. We're just a normal group. Those guys suddenly attacked us. The pursuers shouted, shut up. Who would believe the words of thieves? Tell us where the supplies are, quickly. Dongchun was starting to guess the story. Their stories don't match up. Then he began to use his ability. Well then, let's see. Activating advanced identification. The system began to scan. The slit-eyed man was still aggressively pointing at Dongchun's group. If you just ignore this and let it go, we will hand over all the items these guys stole to you. For the system displayed information on the slit-eyed man. Occupation, novice murderer. Level, 7. Stats, strength 14, dexterity 16, magic 5, luck 3. Traits, low-level dagger mastery, low-level stealth movement, low-level acting. Skills, bone stat, erase traces. The slit-eyed man continued. So, let's resolve this peacefully, shall we? Dongchun's mood was now hard to describe. He thought, it's a good thing I upgraded my identification attribute. His gaze sharpened. Now, nothing can escape my eyes. He turned back and said to his group, everyone, raise your weapons. The group obeyed. Yes, sir. The slit-eyed man grew worried. Wait, why are you doing this? We didn't come here to cause trouble. Do you want compensation? If so, let's talk. If a shootout happens here, all kinds of monsters will come. Dongchun spoke up. Retreat peacefully while you still can. If you resist, you will get hurt. The slit-eyed man cursed. Damn it. These guys won't listen to reason. He looked at the fleeing group and considered. It's too risky to face so many soldiers. We'll get captured if we stay. Suwa was also on guard, looking pensive. The slit-eyed man shouted to his underlings. Let's retreat. The others panicked. Are you sure, boss? The man replied, yeah, unless the big boss is here. We have no choice but to retreat. Dongchun was surprised. What? They're running away. At least they're not completely stupid. Then he ordered, boys, get them. A loud yes, sir, echoed as the group of soldiers charged forward. The pursuers panicked. Boss, they're coming after us. They're fast. The slit-eyed man cursed. Damn, we can't win against armed soldiers. Run as fast as you can. The whole group went from chasers to the hunted as they fled. They disappeared from sight. Dongchun sneered. What a waste of effort. Now that things had settled down, everyone, what's the situation? The building they ran into has monsters? The soldiers who gave chase replied, yes, so we came back. Dongchun replied, good work. We could also run into... It's very dangerous. From now on, guard this area. While we interrogate these people, understood? Chai hurriedly ran over to report the situation. Dongjun, I've gathered all the survivors in the building. Do you want to meet the captain separately? Yes, Dongjun replied. Arrange a spot on the second floor. I need to check some messages first. Chai confirmed, understood. I'll prepare it right away. Dongjun was surprised. There's a message from Taejun. Yeah. Dongjun replied casually. What's up? Taejun said, I received a prophecy. Dongjun said, you received a prophecy? Taejun replied, I'm not sure who the people you met are, but they know about us, and in quite some detail. Shin Dongjun was skeptical. Really? Taejun said, yes. I don't know the details, but I'm certain. Dongjun was at a loss for words. Ending the conversation, he rested his chin on his hand and thought, this is going to be interesting. He went up to the room where the leader of the survivor group, Sue, was sitting. He approached, still thinking. They said she's blind. That's probably true. Taejun already warned me, so maybe I should approach slowly. Dongjun stood in front of her. Then he asked what happened. Sue replied, it wasn't anything too complicated. They suddenly attacked while we were working. Their claims of theft were all lies. We had never seen them before. Dongjun crossed his arms and said, I have my suspicions. Sue asked, what do you mean? Dongjun was now very suspicious. How did she know they were lying? Does she have some power that I couldn't detect? Sue spoke up. Anyway, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, Dongjun interrupted. It's nothing. I'm just surprised you're so direct with your thanks. She was surprised. Isn't it natural to say thank you to someone who helps you? Dongjun explained. People these days don't have a good impression of soldiers. Some soldiers who deserted their units have done a lot of bad things. Sue sympathized. I see. So you're not like them? Dongjun replied, no, at least not right now. Sue felt reassured. Then there's no problem. Dongjun pondered. I can't see her eyes, so I can't read what she's thinking. I have to check right now. An invisible light flashed as he activated material identification, improved, profession, Spirit Master. Status, Strength 14. Trait, Spirit Human. Dongjun was surprised, his face becoming puzzled. His astonishment was clear in his eyes. Would you like something to drink? We have tea and instant coffee in the car. The coffee was now poured. The protagonist thought, no matter how much I offer, she's determined to refuse what I give her. Maybe it's a polite refusal. But as Taejun warned, she might know that we are awakened. She might even know I'm a chef. That spirit-human trait is very worrying. It means she can see despite being blind. Dong Jun spoke up. You seem wary of my food. Sue stammered, huh? Oh, that. Dong Jun agreed. MHM, this world is dangerous, and being cautious of potential poisons is a good thing. But I don't think that's the reason. Are you refusing because I'm an awakened chef? Sue narrowed her eyes. What's going on? Does he know that I know his unit's identity? Then Dong Jun said, silence is an admission. Sue said nothing. Dong Jun walked over to the window and said, I don't know what you've known or seen about my unit, but I have a guess. Sue was surprised, huh? A guess? What are you talking about? Then Dong Jun turned back. It's because of your eyes, isn't it? Sue was so shocked, she dropped her cane. Her eyes flew open as the cane fell to the floor. Dong Jun said calmly, oh my, did I startle you? I didn't mean to. I was just curious because it seems like you know everything, but pretend not to. He smiled, turning back to look at her. Sue had picked up her cane and composed herself. Dong Jun continued to strategize. All right, time to lay all the cards on the table. I'll soon know if they're friend or foe. Dong Jun waited silently for a response. Sue finally spoke. It seems you know everything. Dong Jun confirmed. Yeah, more or less. Actually, I don't know the details. Sue said, I didn't approach you with ill intentions. Dong Jun laughed and said, so you don't deny approaching us. Then explain why you approached. She slowly stood up from her chair. All right, then she mobilized her power. Since it seems you know anyway, I'll introduce this first. Dong Jun felt a sense of surprise. Sue's power began to form a glowing blue orb of energy. It was like flowing water. Then it gradually coiled into a small mass of water. Sue introduced, this is a water spirit. I named it Bang-ul. Dong Jun identified it. Identify material, freshness, excellent. Species, low-level water spirit. Secret of cooking, lowest. You have learned a sense for how to handle low-level spirits. Dong Jun stared blankly at the water spirit in front of him. Sue remarked, that's strange. Bang-ul seems to be afraid of you. Dong Jun was surprised. What? But what did I do? Sue touched the water spirit and said, it seems the problem was your gaze just now. It was as if you were looking at her like prey. So she's trembling. Dong Jun pondered. Did she realize she was being observed by my identifying material? For a spirit, she seems extremely sensitive to mana and things like that. He spoke up. So you've been observing us with that spirit? Sue admitted, yes. As a sort of contract payment, I can see through Bang-ul. She sent the water spirit forward, saying like this. The water spirit flew out the window. It shot straight outside, flying high into the sky and covering an entire area. Sue remarked, surprisingly, there are almost no monsters and zombies here. I can see snipers positioned in many places. I can also make out the vehicle routes. Dong Jun observed in amazement. This is basically a drone, isn't it? According to her, although the water spirit's vision has a distance limit, it can see farther where there is water. She happened to enter and observe our unit through a stream, flowing inside. But when the unit became chaotic because of my food, she decided joining would be difficult. Instead, she aimed to approach us with the goal of making a deal. Dong Jun then continued talking to Sue. I see. And then, unfortunately, you were all attacked by raiders, right? Sue admitted. We were suddenly attacked by raiders. But I'm not sure if it was bad luck. Dong Jun was surprised. What? What do you mean? Sue said, I think we were betrayed. There was a group we shared information with, and we shared what we learned through Bang-ul. The only ones who could have revealed the location and destination of our group were those groups. Dong Jun pondered. It seems there are more survivors than I expected. Sue continued. Moreover, some of our members were even captured by those guys. They capture people and use them as slaves. Dong Jun was shocked. What? Slaves? Sue calmly replied. Yes. They are truly terrible people. Dong Jun fell back in his thoughts. He spoke up and asked, you mentioned a large, armed raider group, right? How large are we talking? We need to expand our territory, so we can't ignore this. Don't you want to get your group members back? You must also want revenge on the traitors, right? Sue was surprised for a moment, then replied, yes, that's true, but it's probably impossible. They're a fairly large force, so there's no way we can. The protagonist made a condition. If that's the case, we can help you, but on one condition. Sue was silently curious. Dong Jun immediately said, join us, if we can save your captured comrades. The next day, a force was prepared. The vehicles were ready. Dong Jun briefly introduced the situation here to Sue. These are the survivors that we found on this expedition. Sue was surprised. Oh, so should we consider them rookies? Dong Jun replied, not yet. First, let's just show them a good place to rest. Sue spoke again. The distance I can see with my spirit vision also changes depending on the condition of my eyes. Recently, I've been overusing my spirit vision, so the distance I can see has actually decreased. Dong Jun thought, I should find a way to improve Sue's eye condition. At that moment, Dong Jun was recounting the story to the leaders. Chao was surprised. What? You're saying we need to make a dish that's good for the eyes? Dong Jun replied, yeah, we need to feed Sue a lot of food that's good for her eyes, so we can find those damn raiders. Chai immediately asked, have we caught any monsters that specialize in vision? Among the ones we've hunted so far, no matter how powerful the cooking ability is, the ingredients still have to have a big impact, right? Dong Jun replied, that's right. If the ingredients aren't good for the eyes, there's no point in feeding her well. Kong In then reported, the scout soldiers have brought back some strange ingredients. Dong Jun was excited. Excellent. Bring them all out. Kong In agreed. Yes, sir. The protagonist hoped. I hope there's something useful. A moment later, the carcasses of the beasts were brought. First was the carcass of a mutant elephant. Trait, crisis detection. Vision, 10 miles. Next were shrimp with the trait, nocturnal activity. Vision, dark vision. Finally, red meat. Trait, red rage. Detection, infrared. Dong Jun began to prepare them. Unfortunately, none of the ingredients have abilities directly related to eyesight. We'll have to make do with what might be useful. Dong Jun spun a cleaver in his hand. Slices of meat were cut perfectly straight. He thought cheerfully, if quality doesn't work, we can just increase the quantity, right? In the cafeteria, Sue was eating ravenously. So delicious, this could be sold in a high-end restaurant. The eggs are incredibly rich. How is the gravy so good? Dong Jun seemed very happy in his thoughts. She was very reluctant at first, but now she's eating so well. The system light flashed again. A course meal has been completed. A common trait was found in the ingredients used. You have completed a themed meal. You have received the title Course Chef. Dong Jun was surprised. Oh, what's this? Suddenly, Sue trembled and dropped her chopsticks. Oh, why am I suddenly like this? My eyes are so blurry. Dong Jun worriedly reassured her. Ah, don't worry. That's the effect of the dish taking hold. System notification. The taster's eyesight is significantly restored. A large bonus is provided to all vision-related abilities. Sue screamed in pain, "Ack my eyes." Dong Jun was also surprised. I didn't expect the reaction to be so fast. He continued to watch her. Sue caught her breath, tears streaming down her face. She blinked and dimly saw Dong Jun's figure. He immediately asked with concern, "Does it hurt a lot?" Sue, having regained her sight, replied, still astonished, "No, I can see everything clearly in front of me." Dong Jun was ecstatic, grinning brightly. "Really?" Sue replied, "Yes, I can see very clearly." "Did you do this?" Sue was very surprised to have her sight restored. Dong Jun was also very happy and amazed at his own ability. "My God, I can restore a blind person's sight." The two of them stood there, stunned by excitement and amazement. At the raiders' camp, in a villa in Gangwon province, someone announced, "The brothers from Combat Team 3 have returned." The leader snapped irritably. "Then why are you making such a fuss? Coming all the way to the officers' barracks?" The other guys stammered. "Oh." One of the leaders spoke up. "Team 3, you mean those guys who just joined recently? Are you talking about that guy Jeong-soo, who betrayed his own group to join?" "That's right." The man who entered confirmed, "Yes, that's right. They went to capture that group with the woman, who's blind and uses strange abilities." The leader asked curiously, "So did they catch them?" The messenger said urgently, "Forget about capturing them. They couldn't even steal any supplies. Apparently, they were with some deserters." The leaders were shocked. "What? Deserters?"